I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for November 19th, 2020. This is a board advance meeting, and before I even go to agenda approval, I just want to explain what a board advance is because we've gotten some questions about why would we have a daytime meeting. So board advance meetings, which some boards call study sessions, some boards call them retreats. Our board calls them a board advance, but they are previously scheduled. These dates were picked last year when we were setting the board calendar for the year as days that the board and the staff have set aside to kind of do a deeper dive and allow for some deeper conversations and information to be presented. And as such, it is a daytime meeting. We block pretty much our whole day for this meeting to be able to have some time for these conversations with our staff. And we do have a couple things about these meetings as they are sort of a special kind of board meeting that I do want to share with you up front, just in case you need to change anything for your public comments. We don't typically take items not on the agenda with a board advance. So if you've submitted a public comment, it's really important that you submit an item number with that. And I just wanted to give you a heads up now so that if you didn't include an item number when you submitted a public comment card, if you could help our staff, please, by resubmitting your comment card and choosing the item that you would like to speak with today. We do have an item on consent with a COVID-19 testing contract. County committee election is 6-1. Reopening of schools, if your item relates to reopening of schools, would be 7-1, and building long-term fiscal stability or anything around that topic that we've been working on for weeks now, including parcel and or any of the discussions around board levers would be on 7.2. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion and a second on the agenda, please.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thanks, Jerry. And a second?
Second.
Oh, I think I heard Sylvia first, so I'm going to take Sylvia for the second. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, so moving on to item 3, I need to check with our staff and see if we have any employee organizations who were going to join us this morning for comment.
I am not sure. So if we could just check if you are from our employee organization and in the audience, if you'd like to speak, if you'd raise your hand just real quickly. Otherwise, we will move on.
I'm not seeing.
I don't see anything. So no, we do not. It does not look like we have employee organizations today.
Okay, great. All right, so then moving on past 3.1 onto 4.1, our public comment guidelines. As I said, we don't typically have items not on the agenda at our board advance meetings. And so just a general reminder that when we do come to an item, usually we will hear the presentation from staff. If there's any clarifying questions from the board, we'll take those before we go to public comment. When we do go to public comment, we will determine the amount of time we're able to allot for each speaker once we know how many comments we have. At the time we start taking comments from members of the public, that's the point at which we'll stop taking new comment cards just so that we can assign time fairly. You know, as I said, this is a deep dive today. We're going to try and keep public comment to 30 minutes with each item. So we'll determine as we get to those items how much time we're able to allot and or how many comments depending on how many we have. Do want to let you know that the board doesn't put any more stock in what we receive, you know, via email, through town halls, through board office hours, through public comment at board meetings. We hear and consider all input we're given. So please, by all means, feel free to reach out to us at board@k8.org to go ahead and send us anything you'd like to send us in writing at any time. And the board does read all of those comments. Let's see. our
Lori,
next-
Lori, if I could add as well, we do
Please
have
do.
a laid out agenda, and so we will try to keep everybody on task so that we do allow the time for the board to really have that deep discussion. As you shared, our board advances are one time that we allocate a certain designated amount of time for each topic, and so staff is prepared for that time length, and we really do want to get the opportunity to have you be able to have that dialogue. So to reiterate the importance of us remaining on a time schedule as much as possible.
Great. Okay. So then moving us on to our consent item. So if I can get a motion and a second for consent.
Laurie, I
Oh,
have,
yeah.
I think, I don't know whether we can, I need a little bit more discussion on that to understand on that. So can we pull that?
Sure, we can pull it. So let's go ahead and get the motion in second and have a discussion about it before we vote. Does that work for everybody? Just to keep it clean here since there's only the one item?
That's right. Okay.
Okay, so can somebody motion
The motion to pull it out?
just to put it on the table so we can discuss it?
Yeah, I will make a motion to put it for discussion. So,
Okay, and then a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
yeah.
I think I heard Jerry first on that one, so I'll say Satish motion, Jerry second. And then Satish, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, so I have a few questions about especially the student testing part of it. If someone can talk a little bit more on that. I understand that from this document clearly about the employees part of it. So what's up is that we are saying that if needed, students would be tested, or a little bit more explanation on that. And I know there are two buckets of it, the $30 per student and the $40 per student. And district is going to keep spend that money, or it will be taken. I think somewhere I read that it will be through the insurance. So a little bit more explanation about the student testing. So can someone talk, please?
Sure. So this is a contract that we're doing in conjunction with the county for our surrounding districts are also utilizing the curative service. It's built in so that as we move forward with the reopening in the spring, whenever that may happen, is that we do have that option if we choose to have students testing. We haven't really included that in our initial planning right now, but we wanted to keep that option open instead of having to come back and bring another contract. So it really is just outlining all of the services that Curative would be able to offer or provide to us as needed.
Okay. Yeah, I think okay, that's fine. I think.
Any other questions on this one before I go ahead and call for the vote? Hearing none. Okay, so then all in favor for consent 5.1, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving us along to item 6.1, the county committee election. Stacy, do you want to give us a heads up on that one?
Yeah, so actually we will need to select one of you as a board member to represent in the voting. And so unfortunately, we're under a pretty tight timeline. We typically wouldn't have brought this to the board advance, but we need to have by November 20th. So it will be your direction to select one member who will represent.
Is there a normal, I think it's in the protocols, it was either pick one member or the board president would vote for the board. Is that okay? Does anybody prefer to do it?
I do not prefer to do it, but don't we have a person that does this county stuff for us? Didn't we appoint Satish to do that?
Oh, is it so?
Part of our committee?
I thought Satish was our clerk.
We have not
this
done
year.
anything. Yeah, we have not done anything in the recent days, so I don't remember anything. So I'm okay in the case, but maybe board president can do it as well, unless you all have a.
No, I don't have a preference. I just didn't want to skip over something that we had agreed to earlier.
So it's basically only a voting for that, right? So
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do it, though. Two of them are straightforward because there's only one person for those areas. One of them, it does have an option of two candidates. The one that has an option of two candidates, one member is a trustee from Santa Clara Unified. The other member, or the other, I shouldn't say member, the other candidate is a trustee from San Jose Unified. So, you know, they're both, one is a long time, I think second or third term, Santa Clara Unified, second term, I think, Santa Clara Unified board member. And then the other is a first term San Jose board member.
I thought, oh,
For some clarification too, I believe Sylvia was originally on the list, but for some reason the county didn't have her on. And so that's where they directed it back to us that Lori, you could vote as a president, or you could select Sylvia to do it. But for some reason, her name was no longer on the list from the county.
Okay, and I'm fine to have Sylvia do
My
that.
name was on what list?
So the county committee on school district reorganization is, our school district organization is just the committee that hears any petitions on any sort of school district organization. It could be for districting out seats, you know, if a board is going to have districted seats. It could be changing a boundary for a street in a neighborhood from one district to another district. It could be, I'm trying
This
to
is
think.
ringing a bell.
Yeah, sometimes they
Yeah.
hear petitions on combining or separating parts of, like when Montebello School District became part of our school district, that would have gone to the, you know, the state, the county and the state committees on district organization. So things like that.
But Sylvia wasn't on the list for county committee. Sylvia was on the list to vote, right?
Yeah, she was selected. You guys actually voted her last December when I believe she first came on.
This is when we switched roles, I think.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure what happened,
Yeah.
why it wasn't.
I
on.
used to be the previous year, yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
so we'll have Sylvia vote, but let's give her a little help. Do we have anybody have any opinions on that one that's has the two candidates as opposed to the one that's just the one?
I just have a quick one. I always think the county committee should represent the entire county geographically, as well as including unified and union school districts, high schools and elementaries, and so on. I think there should be broad representation. In this case, San Jose Unified and Santa Clara Unified, both unified districts, both similar geographically. I would go with Jody Muirhead because she's experienced and she's been on it before.
I would concur with that analysis, Phyllis.
I would concur with that also, just looking at the background. So I think Jody's had a long history of service to the county, so I would agree with that choice.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, I'm okay to go with that.
All right, so Sylvia, you have our input and we leave the voting in your capable hands with staff to complete the paperwork.
Sure. So okay, so I'll do that with staff offline.
Yeah, and then I think since it's an action item, Stacy, do you need us to officially appoint Sylvia again, or since that was done in December with our reorg, we're good?
I would do through the action again to reappoint her so that we have that in the record so we can add her to the county list.
I'm happy to vote again. I see that. I'm reading the minutes for December 19th. That was posted on January 23rd of this year. We did in fact appoint Sylvia and then Phyllis as a backup. I'm happy to vote again, but just so everybody knows, we do have that on record.
I move we appoint Sylvia.
Okay, great.
Thanks,
Phyllis
Nicole.
moves in a second.
I second.
Jerry seconds. Okay, so all in favor, please say aye.
I
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. All right, thank you all, and thank you, Sylvia, for completing the paperwork for us with staff. And then moving us along to our big meaty items of the day. Our board study session begins with 7.1, our reopening of schools update, and I will turn that over to Stacy and Allison, please.
You. So today we are going to continue to share our progress on moving through our 4 phases approach. I think one of the things that we have shared all along as we've been dealing with the COVID pandemic and trying to move forward into the in-person is our ability to remain flexible and to modify as needed. And although we are continuing our work, as of this week, you all know that we were kind of thrown a curveball as the entire county went back into the purple tier, where we were somewhat expecting to go back into the red tier. The move back into the purple tier was certainly unexpected on that Monday morning announcement. So we have somewhat modified our plans and we continue to be flexible. We are able to share with you today some of our surveys that we've received from our parents, our teacher surveys. And so really do want to walk through, although we may have to adjust our timeline somewhat, we do still feel like we need to continue our planning for our phase 3 or our pre-phase 3. You know, our goal is to provide as many opportunities as possible given the health environment to allow students to return, whether in small groups or again, as the health conditions improve, we can expand on those. So I'll turn it over to Allison and she's going to walk through the planning that has taken place so far. Allison.
Hey, good morning. Thank you. As Stacy said, we wanted to have some time with you this morning to share updates on where we are with our thinking and reflect back on some of the things that we heard from you at our last board meeting. And, really we're looking for additional feedback and guidance from you as we move into that kind of next phase of design. As we're looking at our models, we're continuing to plan forward and also consider what would make sense in terms of elements such as timing and metrics. So our plan is to reflect back on some of those areas that you brought to us in our feedback last session, and then kind of go through some of the examples, things that we're thinking about covering these different areas here. And we can stop along the way if you would like, or our thinking was that we would kind of run through the whole picture and then get to that conversation piece where we could look a little closer at things such as metrics and timing, some of the challenges that are coming up in our planning and how we're planning to address those challenges, and then how we're planning to have that stepping stone kind of small steps approach to getting to a full implementation of phase 3 when the timing is right. So we can keep going here. So this is our interest slide, and we made some updates here, and also I highlighted the areas that came up in the feedback from you last time. Of course, all of these things have been important all along the way, but the areas that came up in your feedback to us last time were, of course, to continue to prioritize the health and safety of students and staff as we're continuing to look at our different phases. And then also you had some important feedback about making sure that we keep our eye on continuity of learning and making sure that we're minimizing disruption. We know we want to move forward, but we don't want to disrupt what is working in our current system. And we also know that we need to create something that is kind of has that elastic ability for us to move between phases, because we sometimes may be going forward and we sometimes may be going back. You also raised the need to keep an eye on equity for students, in the sense of as if moving into a hybrid model, making sure that kids who are in distance learning only and kids who are in person, that both groups are experiencing high quality learning. And also you encouraged us to really listen to feedback, to make sure that we're having lots of opportunities for stakeholder input and planning for small steps towards that bigger goal of returning to campus. And also you asked us to make sure that we're establishing clear metrics and providing clear communication to all of our stakeholders so that everybody knows kind of the flow of how decisions will be made, how we plan to move forward, how we plan to evaluate those opportunities along the way. So we're planning to hit on those areas today in the presentation and give you an opportunity to react to that thinking and add any other thoughts along the way. All right, we can keep going. So this is very familiar at this point, but we always like to just keep this top of mind. We know we've been moving through this phased approach. We're aiming towards phase 3 and getting clarity on what that could look like for us when the timing is right. All right, so this is a slide that was shared from our county team, and we wanted to be sure to bring it to you today. The purple tier, all the tiers kind of have rules that go along with them, but the purple tier here we're referencing since that's the place we're in at the moment. And this is just letting us know, depending on where schools are in the phased reopening, there's an impact that the purple tier has. So this is letting us know that if we are not open at all, then things are kind of, excuse me, frozen in the purple tier. You're not allowed to advance under the current rules. If a school site is open, then the district's allowed to remain open unless there's an order due to, localized cases at that school, for example. The state guidance is to begin or increase testing for staff. And it's similar for phased reopening. If we find ourselves at any point in the middle of a phased reopening during purple, we are allowed to continue. And there is that encouragement to begin or increase testing. Now, of course, districts can take a more conservative approach if they would like to, but this is what the rules tell us about purple tier. Okay. So in thinking about how we would determine when the timing was right to move forward on our phased plan, there are kind of 4 big areas that we think are important to raise at this moment. Of course, we know that there are lots of little steps that are still a part of this, especially around preparations for safety. We know that that's, there's a lot of specific details that are related to campus readiness. So this is more of kind of high level. What are the areas that we would see as potential metrics for us in moving forward? The first big category is that level of community spread. So what color are we on that tiered system? And our thinking based on feedback to date and knowing that we want to take those cautious small steps based on your feedback is that we would be targeting orange or yellow in thinking about when to advance through the phases. And just that reassurance that the prediction from the health department is that we would be in a place of improving or a stable place. Sometimes we are getting a sense, and that this is what happened last time, that we're about to go to a new tier. In this case, it was even more dramatic than we expected. We thought we would be going from orange to red, but instead it went from orange to purple. So we want to take that context, the current tier, and then what the prediction was for what was coming into consideration. And then staffing level also is a really critical piece. We'll get into some details about what we know about staff needs when we talk about the input from CEA. But basically, we need to make sure that we have enough staff to be able to implement any model that we're talking about. There are a lot of complexities to looking at new ways of approaching this, and some of those have impacts on staffing. And then campus readiness that's all of our safety pieces, our PPE, the setup of the campus, just making sure that we're addressing every single one of those items on the safety checklist. And we now know that there will be a new county certification process for sites. We'll be working with principals on this right after the Thanksgiving break. It will be a process where we're sure that we've checked off everything on the list and we get that certification from the county. It's kind of like how when we go to shops around town, you see that COVID readiness symbol. It's kind of the same thing, except for schools, it's a green apple. So there's a sign, it's COVID ready campus. So this is good. I think it will help us. It's not new information, but it's just kind of that double check on campus readiness that we know we're doing all of our things, and then we're having our certification from the county. And then the fourth area is that as we're going along and we're trying new things, we want to see success in the current phase. And we think that would be kind of a 2-part metric. One would be just how is it going? What's the feedback about how things are going in that phase? And then we do have local indicators around monitoring COVID cases that come up when schools are open. So we would look for having kind of no closures happening due to COVID cases in the current phase locally. So it gives us that opportunity to think about that first metric of larger community spread, and then something that's more localized for how it's going for us here in our current phase. Okay. And in terms of timing, we had talked, I think it was in the spring, about just the importance of allowing enough planning time for families and for staff to adjust to transitions between the phases. So our thinking is that we would want to have at least 2 weeks so that people can adjust. Sometimes staff and families need to adjust just work routines or how they're going to get the kids to the campus, those kinds of things. So giving people that reassurance that it wouldn't be just, from one day to the next a change, but there would be this opportunity to have planning time is what we would recommend. Of course, if we have to go back a phase and need to move quickly, then we would do that. We wouldn't always be able to allow 2 weeks if we're going back, probably, because that usually means it's due to the need for safety. We also recommend that that we're looking at the potential of shifting kind of in monthly chunks. One of the things that has been successful in this first round is having that chunk of time where we knew we were going to be in distance learning. That allowed staff to be able to focus on distance learning and really put all of that planning and energy in. I think it's very hard on parents and kids and staff if we're kind of going day by day, like, okay, if is it going to change tomorrow and then will we shift? So having some sort of routine of when we're going to assess and make a decision, we think would be supportive for all members. And our recommendation is that we would do that monthly. Because of what's happening right now, and of course, the larger context that we're all seeing on the news about the prediction of worsening cases, we think that it's best to establish the first assessment timeframe at the beginning of February. It seems very, very unlikely that we would be in a place in January to be thinking about moving forward. So our recommendation is that we would look using our metrics. Once we agree on what those are, we would look at the beginning of February, and then we would look out for those 2 weeks. There's a break in there, so that's why it's a little longer than 10 actual days. We have an additional week in there due to a break. So our recommendation is February 1st with potential start date February 22nd. And if we didn't hit that because we could not accomplish all of those metrics, then our recommendation is we would look at the beginning of March, and then again, that 10 days, looking to potentially bring students on campus on March 15th. So we're going to be looking for your feedback on this idea of having a routine, what you think about that monthly interval, and we'll see what your thoughts are on that as we keep going here. Okay. Leslie's going to share the initial parent survey data that was captured. We know that we will be getting a more detailed report. This is just the first high-level information that we received back from Hanover. And the yellow button there is where you can find the school level reports and the summary. So Leslie.
Great, thank you. So the survey closed on Monday afternoon, and we had about 70% of our families respond, or should I say 70% of our students this survey was taken for. When you look at this data, what you'll notice is we've got our elementary school group. We've got our K-8 group because we have one K-8 school. So those are actually the data from McAuliffe specifically. And then our middle schools lumped together. With this information, and again with the attachment, we see that we've got a variety of feelings in our community in regards to returning to school, remaining in online instruction, and then a significant number of individuals who are unsure and undecided. Jeff, if you could click, if it works, if you could click on the report, that would be great. And scroll to page 2 to begin with. That just shows you the individual site information. What schools will look at is certainly what percentage of their school population actually took the survey. We did a variety of reminders, but again, about 30% did not complete the survey. If you go to the next slide or the next page. That's the one that we have on our slide, and then one more. This one I think is the most important for the board to be thinking about. So these were what we really wanted to find out to begin with was if families were unsure, what were some of those reasons? What were those reopening considerations that had the most impact on their decision to return or to not return? And one of the things that Allison mentioned was the COVID rates. And our largest number of families say that the local infection rates for COVID and the increase would be something that would impact their decision to return to school. And so I think this is really important as we or as you have a discussion about the factors that are important to the families who listed unsure as their choice with this preliminary survey. And then if you go to the next page, just the confidence levels in regards to how confident are they in our ability for them to return. The largest number is obviously moderately confident. There are some that are still not sure, probably because they have information that they still need to have in order to make a decision. And so, the opinion varies. One of the things that we are working on, regardless of the timing in which we enter into phase 3, is a comprehensive reopening document. We're working on it with a group of stakeholders that will be ready for the community sometime in December, and it will have details in regards to procedures and protocols that we have in place when students and staff return to in-person instruction on campuses. So we believe that that information will be helpful in helping parents make decisions regarding their desire for return. So with that, I will turn it back to Allison, and we will, as she shared, we will have a more comprehensive report from Hanover, but we felt that this preliminary data was important for your conversation today.
Okay. So now we're transitioning to talking about what those small steps could look like when we're ready to do that, when the timing is right. One of the things that we heard from you in the last meeting, and we also have heard from many of our stakeholder feedback sessions, is this idea of what could be our next step in expanding phase 2. So phase 2 currently includes the learning hubs supporting students who really are not being successful in distance learning and need more support. And so we have those in place at some of our sites. We know that we're not yet capturing all kids who need support in distance learning. We call them hubs because they're sort of a centralized model where kids from a variety of schools are coming to our learning hubs for support. But our hope is that we could expand that thinking, and that might look like having a hub at every school, for example, or if we remain in purple and we're not able to keep growing that model, we're going to need to push ourselves to think more creatively about what support could look like for students if it needs to be in a virtual setting. So, exploring things like virtual mentoring, ways of creating more connections for kids who really are missing that time at school and needing another adult in their life to help them stay on track, feel connected, and stay organized with their distance learning. So that's something that we see as a next step prior to moving into phase 3. Okay. And then in thinking about phase 3 and how to kind of break that down into smaller steps that would still help us meet all of those interests that we talked about at the beginning of the presentation, we see the potential of breaking this into a 3A and a 3B. And we're seeing this kind of thinking showing up in lots of our local districts as well. So in our design work with our implementation team and our feedback loops with our school sites and our meetings with our principals, and in our consultation with our bargaining team, we've been starting to talk about what if we thought about a small amount of time to begin with, like less than 2 hours of time on campus to start. In middle school, depending on how that second parent survey actually lays out, when we do that parent commitment form, when we actually have numbers of kids, we'll be able to be more clear on the number of days because of the size of the groups. But we're thinking in that first phase, it's probably 1 or 2 days a week per middle school, and then 2 to 4 days a week for elementary school, knowing that sometimes some students may need to stay longer, students that need more support, for example. We also know that it could include small steps that include a focus on after school kinds of activities. So that could include things like social activities in middle school, like clubs, for example. This would be for students whose parents want them to participate in on-campus learning, and of course, during the time when kids are not on campus, or for kids who are in distance learning only, that would be continuing when the kids are not on campus. Another piece of this that we're seeing as something that we really think we should consider is, what if we didn't move as a full system in this mode? What if there was a way to try out things in a smaller kind of pilot-based way? And through that, we could work with teachers to find out what works, what are the best ways to manage distance learning and in-person teaching? What are the things that we're finding could be expanded? This 3A model, we're seeing this pop up in some local districts. We know Los Gatos is piloting things there. They chose to, find success before implementing across the system. We're also seeing this idea of a small step being implemented in San Carlos. 3B would be that full hybrid, kind of what we initially thought, that would be a little bit of a longer time, probably 2 to 4 hours a day, still 1 to 2 days a week for middle school due to the size of our schools and the need to keep that 6-foot distance. And again, 2 to 4 days per week per elementary school, with some variation for students who need more support. In this part of phase 3, we would imagine it happening across all school sites for kids who are participating, and then having distance learning continuing for students when they're not on campus, or for kids whose parents choose for them to remain in distance learning only. So with this, what we're really after for your feedback is we want to move into that finalizing the design phase. And so we're looking for kind of what are those bumpers for our design? Are you comfortable with us trying things out in a small way in 3A? What do you think about kind of how we're setting up the bumpers for our design team to explore? We have been experimenting with how could this look on the schedule and sending some of those out for teacher feedback. We're not at a place of finalizing that yet. But once we have your feedback on these ideas, then we'll be able to kind of shore up some of that thinking. So teachers have been giving a lot of great feedback, as well as other staff from the school sites. Okay. Another thing that comes up quite a bit during these conversations is what is classroom capacity. And so we think we really need to set some guidance on this. This is partially based on the information from the county reopening guidance and our facility constraints. And then part of it's just something that we need to set for ourselves based on the feedback that we're hearing. So in middle school, we know that we're required to have 6-foot spacing between students. And so with that, we're looking at our square footage. There's a range of square footage in our middle school classroom. So we know that depending on the size of the room, We anticipate being able to fit between 10 and 14 students in a classroom. For elementary, we are not restricted on the size by the county requirements, but we know that we have many parents concerned about safety and also staff. And so starting small in sort of that A-B kind of approach where we split the classroom in two, that we feel that would be the best and safest way to start, where we can really maximize space in our elementary classrooms. And this is the number that is specified in our targeted support guidance. So it's the number we're using for the learning hubs right now. So we feel it makes sense to continue that as a beginning step. And we know that it's not exactly half in the upper grades, but as we're starting to see that parent data come in, we think it's likely that we won't have 100% of students returning, probably not in any class based on the initial data. Of course, we never know what it will mean by actual class until we do that parent commitment form, but we're thinking that will be true probably in every class across the district, that some students will not be returning for in-person based on the initial parent feedback. Okay, so some of the challenges that are coming up, we wanted to raise these for you so that we can share our thinking on how we plan on tackling these challenges, and then ask for your feedback on if you have any other thoughts that you'd like to add to that, other considerations, or if you think there are other challenges that we need to raise up. Of course, this is not the full list of challenges that we're addressing. There are many, many, many challenges in all of these things, but we're working through all of those things step by step. But we thought these areas, just based on the stakeholder feedback so far, we should lift up as, kind of bigger themes that we see coming up over and over again. The first one is childcare, and this is for community and also for staff. So for community, we know we have been trying to expand options already. Many parents are really struggling to do their jobs and support kids during distance learning. And so we're trying to increase options for community. And also we know our staff, we have many staff members who are really concerned about this. If we go into a combination model of kids returning to campus for a portion of the day or week, our staff members who are parents and trying to care for their own kids, either in our district or outside the district, are worried about how they're going to navigate that. And so we're trying to explore how we can expand additional discounted options and just increase flexibility to the degree possible. So expanding options, and then also currently when teachers are teaching in their classrooms, we are allowing them to bring their own children with them into the classroom. And we think that we could establish conditions where that kind of arrangement could be allowable in the next phase as well. And just wanting to really try to be as flexible and creative as we can to make it doable for our staff who are really juggling so many things. Staffing in general is a really important area and a really significant challenge. We'll share some additional information coming up soon here around staffing, but we really need to be sure that we are making it as flexible and possible for people to continue doing their job. We're going to need to design a flexible model that allows some staff to remain in distance learning only. And we know that if we end up in a situation with large numbers of staff taking a leave, we probably won't be able to fill all those places. There isn't a huge sub pool out there. We need to approach this in a flexible way that is supportive of staff. And we know that we have such tremendous assets in our staff. We want to do everything we can to help everybody get what they need to the degree possible. And that includes, staff and students. And then COVID transmission and testing, this is always a concern, and this is why the contract came to you today for this, making sure that we have a process, that it's accessible, that we have routines for what testing will look like in the next phase. And then we know it's critically important that we do maintain that instructional continuity and we don't have large disruptions in student learning in the next phase. So we set up our distance learning schedule with these instructional blocks of time. So for middle school, that means their periods and how those lay out across the day. For elementary, we have these instructional blocks that are lay out across the day, 3 kind of chunks of time that the teachers use to meet whole group needs, small group needs, one-on-one. And so what we're hearing in the feedback is we really need to keep that basic structure, that we really shouldn't think about kind of redesigning the master schedule or doing a whole new schedule, that if we maintain the blocks and think about bringing kids in for, 1 block, 2 blocks, that kind of thing, then we'll be able to move flexibly between the phases. And also all of the tremendous work and planning that teachers have done to think about how to best use time would remain in place. And we think that that would support that desire for continuity and also be supportive of teachers. That's the next area here. Our teachers have brought just a tremendous spirit of hard work, creativity, commitment to distance learning. And we want to support lifting up what they see as working and not have it feel like we're just like starting all over again in the next phase. So one of the things that we've learned is that teachers are already starting to think creatively about how they would manage a hybrid situation where some kids are distance learning only and some are in person. Originally, we started talking about things like, what if we did live streaming of lessons, for example? And what we learned is that teachers actually have they're doing a lot of thinking about how this could look. So live streaming is one option, but there are a lot of other ways that teachers might want to approach this and how they break up the synchronous, the live time versus the asynchronous, independent time. So building a model that allows flexibility and provides teachers with time and support and materials that they need to implement the model is something that we want to remain open to. We know we need to have a level of consistency and clarity about the district model, but we also need to have enough flexibility for teachers to be able to implement what will work at their school and in their classroom. We would be looking to maintain the Wednesday schedule where it's primarily asynchronous time for students. We know that one of the reasons why distance learning has been successful in many ways in this first round is because teachers have had time for professional development, for collaboration, and we know they will continue to need that. We also know that if we're doing kind of that A-B model where students, or potentially ABCD model in middle school where the kids are coming in small groups, the ability to maintain Wednesday as asynchronous also will allow us to do deep cleaning of campuses on that day. And it would allow us to say yes to staff who want to work from home on that day, which also helps as a support for them and just balancing all the things that are happening right now. Meetings would continue to be virtual for staff. So we would, even though they would be at home, we would continue, of course, all of the staff meetings and collaboration and things like that happen on Wednesdays. Another really important piece that has come up from parents and staff, and we're just really seeing it not just here, but everywhere, is this importance of really strengthening community norms. So we have this collective will in our community to want to bring the kids back to campus. And part of that means agreeing to follow the rules on campus, but also around the community. So, how do we take that collective will and energy and kind of put it together in this promise that we make to each other? we're seeing this happening in local districts where there's kind of this pact or social compact where we say, this is, we want our kids to return, so we're going to do this at school, and here are the things that we agree to do as a community. So things like, wearing masks and learning about hand washing and making sure that we're not having gatherings when we're being advised not to. This is something that we know is important in the public health messages, but also we're hearing that our community members have concerns about this, that there's a desire to kind of link up together with this agreement and really work together towards being able to bring the kids back to school. And people have raised that this is not just within our school system, that, could there be a way that we could reach out more broadly to our community leaders and try to get the message out and really have kind of that team effort across the communities that are in our district. So one piece of this also is student education. And we have some links to our science curriculum around, what are germs, what are viruses, how do they spread? So it could also include us focusing on that during a specific time frame in preparation for students being voices in our community as well. The other factor that we are paying close attention to in our COVID expense tracking is just the costs and thinking about what would the costs be for different phases. This is something where we won't have specific numbers for you today, but we wanted you to know that as we're weighing the different models, this is something that we're paying attention to. And as we're kind of getting into more of a finalized plan, we would be able to give you an estimate of these different areas. One is PPE. We know that we have gotten a lot of donations in this area, so that's been very helpful. Another area is technology. So lots of conversations around if kids are at home and at school, we wouldn't be able to do the typical sharing of technology that we normally do because of the guidelines. So we'd have to be able to get to all kids who need technology at school would need to have a device that was devoted to them. And so that would be resulting in increased costs. And depending on how we manage distance learning and in person, we may need some additional equipment for the classrooms, such as speakers or cameras. So we'll have to see about that. We're weighing different options and how that could look, but that's an area where we anticipate increased costs. And then additional staff, which could include, it might include subs, it might include overtime hours, it could include additional pay for staff like we're doing through the learning hubs, could include things like, additional overtime hours for things like custodial cleaning, those kinds of things. So we actually think that that could be a pretty large bucket in this next phase, and we would be bringing back our estimates to you as we begin to finalize what we think, how those models could lay out on a schedule. Okay, we wanted to give you a quick update also about PPE, since that is a topic that comes up pretty much in every meeting. We have an initial stock at our school sites, and then we have sort of like our own Amazon, our warehouse. We call it stores, but it's our own warehouse where we have online ordering available for sites. All of this is district funded, so sites don't use their own discretionary funding for this. They're able to access it. And we've been putting together an initial list of exactly how many of each item we would provide in that first round, and then making sure that principals know how to access that online ordering link to get what they need for their school site. And this is something that is being discussed within our implementation team in the health and safety arm. So we have a draft list out there, and we're taking feedback from our sites to see if they think we should, raise up that initial stock or lower it, and we're seeing how it's working. We are aiming to have that 3-month supply in our warehouse at all times. So we've provided guidance on, how would you know how many face masks you would need at your school site, for example, and what to do if you find yourself needing more. So that's been really good progress on our safety end of things. Okay, we can keep going. We are partnering with CEA all along the way, getting lots of really important feedback. That's been critical to our planning. I believe you received the full CEA survey. So I know you're looking through all of the pieces that they shared, but we wanted to highlight just a few things here. So this one, I'm going to let you know what the colors stand for here, because it's kind of cut off there on the key. And also, there will be a summary on the next slide. So don't worry if you lose track as I'm going through all the colors here. The next slide will be a summary of the key point. But this is saying, asking staff, how do they feel about physically returning to school in person? And the first one, the blue, says, I can't wait. I'd like to get back as soon as possible, regardless of, working conditions or contract. It's kind of the people who are saying, like, no matter what, I can't wait. When can we get back? That's that little blue sliver there. And then the red one is, I'd be happy to come back if I'm feeling good about all of the precautions, how it goes with our contract negotiations for the MOU, and feeling comfortable with health and safety. So that's that red piece of the pie there. And then the orange piece is I'm concerned because I don't have a childcare plan. I'm worried about that. Green, the one that's the darker green, kind of like the Kelly green where it says 24.3, is I don't want to return until there's a vaccine. The purple, skinny purple piece there next to the green is I don't want to return. I'm 65 or older and I'm concerned for my own health. Blue, the light blue where it says 9.1 is I don't want to return because my personal health is in a high risk category. And there's a reason why I feel I might be at risk. Pink, 14.9, is I'm taking care of an elderly parent or somebody in my household is in a high risk category, and I'm fearful of returning because I'm worried about exposing somebody in my household. And the light green, it doesn't have the number on it, the one next to the pink, is if we're required to return before a vaccine is available, I'm a permanent status teacher and I will request a non-paid leave of absence. So the summary, I think what we see here is that there's a concern, just like in every meeting, the concern about health and safety and making sure that we're all working together on finalizing all the protocols. That piece is really important to our staff, and we have a significant group that feels like they could feel comfortable coming back if all of those things were in place. And I think we're making really good progress on that piece. We're so fortunate to have such a strong partnership with CEA and just, lots of really just honest conversations that help facilitate this process. And then we have, really large percentages of staff who don't want to come back until there's the vaccine or really feel they can't come back. I mean, looking at those bottom two numbers, it's really, looking at almost a quarter of the staff saying, the teaching staff saying, I don't think I can teach in person under these, under the current context of COVID. So, that's why we raised up staffing as a big concern, right? We have to be sure that we're doing the best that we can to meet staff needs and also have enough staff for an in-person model. And this statement here, I think also on the CEA perspectives on the next slide is, I think, just shows the very thoughtful approach that our CEA group always brings to our conversations. Just this desire to do what's best for our staff, our kids, but also recognizing our role in our larger community and just being really worried about, you know, doing the right thing all around. So, you know, wanting to get the kids back to campus as soon as we can, but also recognizing that in our community, just what would that domino effect be? So, you know, really wanting to be sure that we're doing everything we can to protect what we're doing within our system, but then recognizing our larger impact on our full community and, you know, parents and grandparents and other people in our community. And so this was echoed by our state superintendent of public instruction this week as well. Just this need to move forward with caution while still keeping our eye on that desire for returning kids to campus when we can. Okay, so going to the next slide. So CEA's perspective is that there are things that we can do to keep moving forward, that we should continue working hard to know and understand the needs and concerns of our community and our employees, that we should really keep that laser focus on health and safety and doing everything we can to limit exposure and spread, to take those small steps so that we're going, moving forward towards our goal, but doing so in a way that allows us to build up trust and build success along the way. And then also that fourth bullet is that it's not just the academics that we need to consider, just as we've all said, and you have said, that the social emotional piece is really critical for our kids. So as we go forward, let's keep in mind that we can take small steps that address different components, and we think it's going to be okay to leave some of those academic pieces in place in distance learning, because we are seeing some success, a lot of success with those elements. So balancing those different needs and then moving forward is one step at a time. Okay, so that was a lot of talking on my part. I'm looking forward to the next piece here. Stacy, do you want to help us transition to that?
Thank you for that, Allison. And there is a lot of information. And I said, you know, it continues to be the day-to-day monitoring and adjusting, and our great partnership with our teachers union and our teachers as a whole, and hearing from them, because I really do feel like it is a partner. We're all in it together. We all have the same interest and the same concerns. And we've said from the beginning that we would go slow, and I encourage that we continue to go slow. We've also said there's that strong importance to support our students that we know are struggling in different means, whether it's the academics or the social emotional. I think we all have that shared interest and desire, and I think we're able to do that while continuing to move slow. We are seeing some great results with our distance learning. And so we can rejoice in that. I think one of the concerns that maybe doesn't come out quite as strongly in the presentation, but is in our minds as we are planning, is as we move into the hybrid, we don't want to lose any of the momentum that we have with the distance learning. We don't want to have a trade-off of the strong instructional base that we have to bring students back in person. We really want to focus with what is that purpose of bringing them back in person. If we're successful in what we're providing academically, then let's maintain that. Let's really explore where we are having more of those challenges and some of that social emotional, or in that connection for all of our students. So really are looking for the direction for the board. Are we headed in that right direction? Continue our planning, continue to go slow, and continue to monitor our health and safety for all.
Okay, so board, what I think I'd like to do is do clarifying questions on the deck itself, and if anybody has any, then we can hear from public comment, and then we'll come back and maybe have a discussion on these bullets at the end. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead then and start with clarifying questions on the deck. It might be helpful to maybe do a round, maybe with the first half of the deck and then a round with the second half of the deck, or I don't know how you guys want to do it. Maybe everything that came before the key challenges and then go down to the key challenges and the survey. Okay, so anything for anybody that was kind of above the key challenges areas in the deck?
I don't even
Clarifying
know where
question.
I don't know where my questions were in the deck. I'll have to look.
Sorry.
Key challenges started on slide 12, if that helps anyone kind of remembering pre and post key challenges.
Well, I don't know if I'm out of line here, but I'll ask a couple of questions. I may be in the second half of the deck.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Okay, so do we know off the top, Allison, how many students and staff we have in these small learning hubs that are coming back in person now? And how many schools are involved?
Yes, so we set a max of 14 for the hubs. Some classes are much lower than that, just depending on, who was able to say yes for coming back. We have hubs at all of the middle schools. They're working with their own students, and most of those classes are very full at the 14 mark. And for elementary, we have 5: DeVargas, Nimitz, Eisenhower, or it might be 4, Garden Gate. I think I'm capturing them all. We originally had one more on the list that we merged together. So yeah, we would really like to grow that, because it's hard for kids to attend a support program at a school that's not their own school, right? That whole relationship piece is so important, and just the proximity.
Okay, so, and those students are attending how often? Every day?
Only on Wednesdays. So
One day. Okay.
yeah. So our thinking was, we're using staff who volunteered to help for this and are getting paid for using their prep time to do it. So our thinking was on that asynchronous day on Wednesdays, when teachers have a little bit more time that they could help. They're supporting the kids in kind of getting organized, knowing what their schedule is for the week, and kind of developing that mindset of I can do itness that they need to make it through the week. So yeah, that's our structure right now. I think we will probably need to look at how to grow that. I don't think Wednesday, it's not ideal, right? It would be, we have other thoughts about how to expand that if we are able to continue moving in this direction. Some kids need more time on campus than we're currently offering.
Okay, thank you. And my second question, if I may, Lori?
Yes, please go ahead.
My second question is, I think, from the second half of the deck. But what is the composition of the implementation team? Is it all staff? Is it staff and parents? Is it, yeah.
Yeah, so we meet on Fridays. We're in 3 groups. We added some additional members after your feedback last time. So we added an additional parent. So we now have 2 parents. We added some teachers to the team since the last meeting. So we have 2 middle school teachers and an elementary teacher. It's not a decision-making team. So we're using that group as the kind of idea capturing group, and then we push out the information for feedback to principals to share with their sites. So we have other staff, lots and lots of different staff members in different roles, school secretaries and our CAP supervisor, and just lots of different roles. We're divided up into the 3 teams. So health and safety is led by Jeff, and then communication and support is led by Leslie. And then I work with the teaching and learning team, which is about the schedules and models.
So it's 2 ways. So when you push this out to the principals and the principals get feedback from their staffs, classified and certificated, then they feed that feedback back to your 3 teams?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Okay, Satish, I see you. Go ahead.
Yep. Okay. So thank you, Alison, and the team. Overall, it's quite a lot of information. And as uh, you know, fellas said that where to take, I think that's what the challenge is. Anyway, I think let me start with the safety part of it, right? I think this has been top of all the discussion. So campus readiness, that bullet, I want to talk a little bit more on that, right? So I heard you saying that the county certifies that actually. So is there some guideline around that from county? And how are we tracking that? Like, are we working towards that? And what's the possibility we meeting that requirement? And is it like what like they do one-time certification, or they keep doing it on a periodic basis? And would they be visiting every school sites, or one or two samples they do it? And a little bit more explanation about campus readiness. Can you talk?
Yeah, so it's a new process, and it literally is just coming on, the forms and all the procedures are just coming on live. I think yesterday they released it. So we've been waiting for this. Once we get all of those procedures, we can share them with you in the board update. But in the essence of it is that there's a regular reporting of how many people are on campus that we're required to do. And then there's this kind of, it's a written description that we have to provide for that initial certification. How would we approach the different things that we've been working on? Keeping the physical distancing, dealing with recess and lunch, those kinds of things. So it'll be a narrative that we're submitting. And I'm not sure yet if it would have to be resubmitted. I don't know if Jeff or Leslie know that detail yet, since it's brand new.
I don't think they've indicated that because they have just finally made it live this week, and we've had a lot of discussion over the course at the county meetings, but there has been no indication that it would be resubmitted.
Mhm.
So it's kind of a self-evaluation there. Like, means like we tell what we have based against each of those, or they physically, or they do kind of some inspection they do.
I don't think it's going to be an inspection, but we have known the specific list of what needs to be done because of all of the prior guidance documents that we've had. So we've taken that and created a checklist for each school to work off of. So principals have a list that they're going down. I've done this, I've done this, and the broader list includes things that Jeff's team works on, like replacing the filters, for example. So we've been doing all these things, and now it's kind of similar to how we did the distance learning plan or the LCP plan. It's kind of that kind of a format. Like you write your description, you submit it, and they approve based on what you wrote.
Yeah. So would you be some point of time whenever you are doing this, right? Would you be able to share that with the public also? Like,
Yes, yes.
teachers are
Mhm.
happy with that, or they're
Right.
same with the parents also, the community, right? So to make sure
Yes.
that you're meeting that. Okay.
Yes, I think we are required to post it. I mean, even if we weren't, I'm sure we would be posting it.
And
It's good
this is
information.
before, this is just now we have to start doing it, or is it before the phase 3? Or this dependency is for the phase 3, or even for 2A, 2B itself, we need to start that.
It's actually a requirement that just went into place. So we have 14 days to complete it and post it. So it's not aligned with the phase 3. It is the new directive that came out from the county.
Okay.
And we currently have a district-wide one that is posted. So our first requirement when we went into, when COVID happened, we had to have a plan and had to have a district-wide posted. It's posted at all school sites and at all facilities owned by us. And so now what they're doing is, in addition to that, they're requesting site-specific documentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And my second question is about 2B plan, right? 2B plan. I know, let's talk 3 maybe in my next set of questions, but 2B. So we say that expand outreach for students who need support. So do we have more details on that, or how are we classifying that? Is it like a more a school driven or a parent driven kind of thing? Means like, if I want to send my kid, let's say, would he or she would be able to get into that? And what are we prepared in terms of, let's say you have, what's the capacity? And again, like 2A, we know it's very, very small. I don't want to say even small, it's a smaller than small kind of. So 2B, I assume at least it will be a better percentage than what it is currently, and probably a great transition for a phase 3, right? Because even some point of time I was talking about a 2C, but I think this 2B itself, if you are doing a good job, probably the 2C, my idea can be dropped, but the 2B can satisfy a lot of parent requirement. Again, okay, of course, teachers and their willingness and other things are another challenge by itself, so we'll have to see. But so as a district, what's our approach in terms of the capacity and readiness of it? I know it is a expanded, like it's a it's a little bit hard, but I think we have to have some plan around that. So do you have some insight or a thought already gone in?
Yes. So one thing I should mention is when I was naming the sites, I left off one. We have our VI program operating with, I believe it's 3 students in phase 2A. So I apologize, Collins. I didn't mention you in the first round. 2B, when we think about expanded outreach, this is one of the things that we are having conversation around in our design process. And it has been raised by parents and staff that we ideally would be able to develop a model where it wouldn't just be staff recommended, students, that we should think about broadening our criteria, that we should think about, could it be that parents who wanted to opt in for this could do it? It's basically like doing your distance learning on campus. This is the notion of this, right? I think, we have been talking about different ways of potentially structuring that. Our biggest challenge is just figuring out when we're still in phase 2 and our teachers are doing distance learning for all day, just staff, how would we navigate the staffing of that kind of arrangement? So there's definitely interest and conversation, and we're trying to consider ways of planning for that. But that's our biggest challenge.
Yeah, especially now, phase 3 probably will be moving towards right little bit. I think my suggestion is to make 2B a little bit more stronger, actually, or the more inclusion in terms of like some parent input as well, so that we not like a out of proportion kind of thing, but at least reasonably accommodative. Kind. Okay, Laurie, I'll wait for my next round. Thank you, Alison.
Yeah. All right, Sylvia or Jerry. Jerry, I see. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Lori. So first, Allison, congrats to you and your team on this. This is a very, very, every time we see it, there's a lot more details added to it, well thought through. So I want to just acknowledge that. I'm generally happy with the direction, but I have a couple of specifics. One is around in the parent survey. I remember a section when it talked about for the folks that are unsure, some of the determinants of, if you click on that, on the final report, the initial report link, maybe that'd be easier. And you scroll down to the pie chart where it talks about for the folks that are unsure right there. So obviously the largest part is, what happens in the county, that's outside of our control. But then the 2 next biggest sections are whether or not I can change my choices. And then basically the other one is what safety precautions are there. So I wanted to follow up a bit on this in terms of one, what's our current thinking on their ability to change? And then part B is in terms of safety precautions. I know we have a district-wide dashboard. Do you think that's sufficient? Or is the progress at the different schools different such that having dashboards for their specific school might be helpful? So really just sort of looking for a high level thinking right now from you on both of these. Does that make sense? It's a little bit convoluted.
So in terms of safety, we're thinking about addressing this in a couple of ways. One is that reopening plan that Leslie's team is working on. So we currently have the distance learning handbook for parents, and it kind of lays out all of the information. It's that kind of spirit, but focused on reopening with a lot of details around safety. So that would be one source that we imagine sharing with all parents, but also linking to the next parent commitment forms as a reference, check here for the details. And then with this site certification process, it will essentially be almost like a site dashboard, because there will be specific categories, and then we'll be able to say this site is certified in these areas. So I think with the two of those things, and then just highlighting in the reopening plan some of the things that we know are questions. We're starting to see a pattern around, parents want to know about distancing, things like ventilation. It just comes up over and over again. So, if we can really target those in our communication, and get this out before the next parent commitment form, I think that we can address most of those concerns. And then we're trying to make sure our principals are as prepared as possible to answer questions, because there are just a lot of components on those checklists. So the more we can help them feel prepared too, that will help. And in terms of the changing of parent choices for the model, so, I think we're not totally there yet on the planning, but I think we know that we have to build in some flexibility to the degree possible. So with other things that are similar, like enrollment or things like home study, for example, we have times where we look at whether or not there's the capacity to shift. So that's the spirit of what we've been talking about so far, is that we probably would want to try to build in flexibility when the model can absorb it, rather than just say like, this is your forever choice. But we expect that there might be limits on how much change we could allow because of staffing. So for example, one of the things that we're thinking about in elementary school to accommodate all of the interests is, could there be a way, we know it's really important to keep kids connected to their home school. Could it be possible that once we have these specific numbers by class, that we focus on the class, but then also be open to the idea that teachers within a school may want to work as a team. And there may need to be some, shifting of the kids to stay within the numbers, address the needs. So teachers, and we need to work out all the details on this. There's a lot of details, but we're trying to remain open to the idea that there could be division of work between, distance learning or in person, or maybe by subject matter, and, allowing some site conversations about that, which will increase our flexibility overall for meeting everybody's needs, but it could decrease the ability to be flexible in some ways, right? Because it's not just, probably not going to be just the class and you can come in and out if you want to.
Okay, no, thanks. I'm glad I asked that. It's actually not a binary answer. And so appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into that. What you said makes a lot of sense. So thanks. My second question then is, we've gotten some questions about vaccines with all and maybe this is a question for Stacy, and I was wondering, do we know enough about the availability of that? Is it like a free for all where we try to outbid Palo Alto for vaccines, or is there any sort of organization from the state or the county such that we can maybe gate our entry into phase 3A, 3B to the availability of vaccines? So I'm wondering if that plays a role in our timing right now, or is this just such a big unknown right now, we just kind of go ahead doing what we do? So if you could comment a bit about that.
Yeah, what we do know is that they have said once the vaccine came out that there would be the prioritization of essential workers. And so as a school, we do fall into that category. So we are assuming that we would have some higher prioritization than the general population, but we haven't received any real guidelines on that yet. There's still too much speculation.
Okay. So we just move ahead with our planning, and then when that happens, and so that's not really part of our consideration right now because of the lack of information. Would that be?
And it does somewhat fall out of our control. Again, even the timeline as far as when the vaccine or where it will be available is still kind of that unknown, but we continue to monitor. And I think as school districts, we push for the importance of recognizing the need to have it at the earliest possible for our staff and students.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Those are my two questions.
Okay, and then Sylvia.
So first of all, similar to Jerry, Allison, this is amazing. It's so thorough. I mean, the amount of deep level of detail is crazy. What your team has thought through all the different scenarios. So really just, shout out to you guys. I had a question about the assessments. So the monthly assessments for phase 3, I see that we're doing it based on potential metrics. So looking at slide number 6. So with slide number 6, I think, no, yes, there we are. I'm trying to understand because some of these are site specific, right? And you mentioned it a little bit with Jerry's question, the Green Apple certification for each site. And so I guess I'm trying to decide how do we, when you're doing the assessments, I imagine that it's kind of like 2 different levels of assessments. Like one is kind of site specific that can be taken care of by the principal or the staff that are at that site. But then some of these things are a little bit more kind of district wide, right? Because staffing level, we wouldn't do site specific, right? Because I could imagine depending on what category some of our staff fall into, one site might have more staff falling into a particular category versus another site. And so how are you managing that, I guess is the question.
Right. So our thinking is that if we were going to take a big step forward, not including things like the little pilot steps like we were talking about, but if we were going to be moving forward, we would want to be able to check off all of these things for our entire system. So we would say, okay, we're in orange, and it's predicted to stay that way. Okay, check. We have worked out all of the staffing needs, and that might be the teaming approach, or maybe we have to bring in some subs. We've dealt with that. Check. All sites have enough staff to implement this. All sites are certified, and all the PPEs there, all the marking, everything, check. And in our current phase, we've had positive feedback. We haven't had any big outbreaks. It's going well, check. Okay, let's move forward to the next phase.
Okay.
So staffing was done by Leslie's team, right? So that anybody has a need that is related to, maybe they might need to take a leave, or maybe they need an accommodation, they're having conversations with Leslie and Adolfo and the HR team, and we're getting a sense of what those needs might be. And once we know the specific numbers of parents who want to send their kids back, and we can look at the actual need, then we'll be able to address those things and be sure that we're all matched up. Stacy, did I leave anything off there?
I think you hit it on. I think, that is part of the process that we've started to work with our teachers, is to identify those that for, a variety of different reasons may be indicating that they will not return. And so that we can have that flexibility. With the staffing level, it would be that we would want it as a district-wide approach. We may need to be very creative in bringing in some of our subs. So I think Allison hit all the points.
So I guess some of those things, like the staffing level, like the campus readiness, they may not change from month to month, because I assume that once you kind of take care of that, those things are kind of checked off. So then if we're going on a monthly assessment, the things that you're assessing are kind of the things that are a little bit more out of our control, right? The level of community spread. I guess the success of the current phase would be the part that would be variable from month to month. Although if the phasing is the same, I guess I'm just trying to see what would change in a month other than the stuff that's kind of out of our control.
Yeah, I mean, there are some changes sometimes in the different, health guidelines, for example, the certification process. So, when those things happen, it sometimes the definition of readiness can shift, right? Campus readiness sometimes. And then people have different things going on in their personal lives. So we're trying to do everything we can to meet everybody's needs in the staffing realm, and keep as many people as possible in their current assignment. But sometimes things are coming up with their own health or family needs, that there could be some minor shifts, but probably the biggest kind of picture would happen at the beginning part of the process, I would think.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, that helps me understand that better.
Mhm.
My second question has to do with the 3A, 3B and the difference. So you had mentioned the AB model briefly, and so I'm just trying to see if I caught it correctly. Is with 3A and 3B, are they both an AB model, or are we looking at that 14-person cohort, which isn't necessarily an AB model, right? Because that could be students opting in and opting out, right?
Right. So until we get that final commitment, we don't really know the actual numbers, but so when we say AB, usually what we mean is that a group of kids comes to school on Monday and Tuesday, and then other kids are at home, like half the class, maybe Monday, Tuesday. Then there's the asynchronous Wednesday, and we're doing the deep cleaning and it's teacher collaboration. And then the next group comes on Thursday, Friday for a portion of the day. So in the first step, 3A, we imagine that being a small part of the day, like one instructional block maybe. And it might be in the morning, it might be in the afternoon. We're actually getting feedback from teachers that it might be good to not say that it has to be exactly the same at every site, that teachers know what they would want to use that time for, that in-person time, depending on their grade level, what's happening, what they see as their student needs. So if we thought about that as kind of from an equity point of view, a similar amount of time, like one instructional block in elementary school in the first step, then the teachers could work, at their school to figure out how it would be used. Is it important at this time to focus on SEL or academic pieces? So in the AB, some kids are at school, some kids are at home across the week. In middle school, because of that 6 feet requirement and the size of our kids by that age as they're growing, we probably, depending on what those numbers are, it probably won't fit into an AB. We might need another day or two of rotation just in order to hit that 10 to 14 per class and address how many kids want to come back. So it could be that they're just coming one day a week if we have to do 4 rotations, for example. But if it's less than that, maybe they're coming 2 days a week. We need those numbers to kind of pin down, is it AB, meaning there's a group and then another group, or is it 3 groups, A, B, C? So we did not say a full school day model here. And that was part of our approach to smaller steps. So in both 3A and 3B, we're saying a portion of the day and then a bigger portion of the day with still some distance learning happening for kids who are coming to school to get to that full number of instructional minutes. So it might be like the kids are coming to school. If I'm in group A in elementary school, I might come to school on Monday and Tuesday. Maybe I'm there from, the morning until lunch at some point in 3B. And then I go home and I have my asynchronous time. I have my lunch break, I have a little break, and then I do my asynchronous work. And then I'm done for the day. And then the kids who are at home would do the reverse. They might be starting their asynchronous time in the morning, or maybe there'd be some live classroom meeting time together. And then maybe they would have their teacher time in the afternoon, for example. We still have to work out exactly, how will we navigate that balance? That's one of the hardest parts about the hybrid, is just we're taking one system and trying to make it do 2 things, right? Help the kids at home, help the kids at school. So that's the biggest challenge, is how do we make it meaningful and not disruptive, and actually doable for staff and families who are driving back and forth from campus.
Okay. So,
I know.
um, so the model makes sense. I'm trying to, I think my question was more about so depending on, So I know because we don't have data yet, it's hard to figure out exactly what we're going to do, right? Like, because in the end, if we find out, and it based on current, just kind of current parent interest, maybe a third want to come in for sure. And then a third are kind of like, depends, right? Like on what it is. And so depending on what those answers are, if theoretically the number of students that do come in is 14, then we may not even need the AB model. Is it? I think that's what I'm trying to understand. Is the AB model comes in if there's a certain mass that
Correct.
we need to split it up. But if it turns out that the mass of students is fits underneath
Yes.
the cohort, then we don't, I guess.
Right. And teacher feedback has been, okay, we like the AB for safety for the group size, but if we don't have to do AB, let's not, right? Like we're only doing that for the size. However, we are thinking that we would not want that to be classroom specific. We're thinking that it would need to be the same for a grade level across the district at least. And that would be something, if you have other thoughts on, we would want to know. Like, for example, if one class had less than 14 and another one had more, we wouldn't want to have the one class doing AB and the one class kids got to come every day, so we're thinking that across the system, it should be the same for the grade level.
Yeah, okay. That makes them, yeah, okay. It's so hard. From one class to one grade to one school. Yeah, so okay, thank you, that makes sense.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to slide 5, please. Whoever's driving today, I assume it's Jeff. So I'm questioning my own understanding here, and so I guess I just wanted to ask about my understanding of whether we could or could not proceed like with our 2A. I thought it was more district based, but this is calling out school site specific. So does that mean that only our sites that had opened to 2A cohorts, that we can continue to expand on those sites, or do we have an option for 2 different than we do for 3 for while we're in purple?
Yeah, and I'll take this, Allison, if you want, and then can add in. No, they're referencing the school site, but as a district, once we have begin to offer this in-person instruction with these small cohorts, we can continue with our phase. So it would include any of our school sites.
Okay.
We have that ability. There was a lot of conversations when it initially came out, because this purple tier is very different than the initial purple tier. And really the intent was that schools have begun that process of phasing in and bringing in these small cohorts to allow them to continue as long as we're meeting the guidelines. It was only for school districts and school sites or school districts that had not started any in-person, that really they had to not continue and could not continue moving forward with any planning.
Okay, that was my understanding. So good, thank you. that's just that helps. Allison, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut off. If you have anything else to, okay. And then I guess for my second one, Jerry hit my questions about sort of what was in the student survey about one of the biggies that I've been hearing about is changing to preference. Once we are into a model, would there be intervals for it? And I think if I understood, the answer that was coming back was yes, within our ability to adapt to that, but depending on which model we go with on whether or not we allow individual school sites to address sharing of duties differently, that may impact that. And there was a similar data point in the staff survey about that, about where staff was at in interest level for handling it on a more of a site basis versus handling it a district-wide basis. And I'm wondering if you can talk to me just a little bit more about how those two pieces layer on in sort of our thinking right now.
Right. So You know, some districts are taking the approach that we originally thought we might, where we just divide the whole thing. You know, the in-person is one program, the distance learning is another program. And it just, we kind of took that off the table mid-year because we imagined it would be like the first day of school all over again. It would require us to reshuffle everybody pretty much. So with this current thinking in the survey, in this teacher survey, I think we saw a lot of question and worry, like how would that work if we were to do a team approach and we moved the kids around within a grade level team, for example? You know, just there a lot of questions are coming up, like how would we make sure it was equitable? What would be the process? How does it connect to HR, to making sure that we know, you know, which teachers need accommodations, and how would that actually work? And I think all of us have had that thought of, okay, this is complex, but we're continuing to go down that path because we feel like there's potential for us to meet more needs with that kind of approach potentially, as opposed to just, you know, dividing the programs totally. We know that we want to be able to help the kids feel a connection to their school. So the only way that I can see that we could allow full flex is when you have one teacher at the elementary level. Let's just say, like, there's the one teacher for one class and kids are coming in and out of that as parents want to, you know, because it's that number that we're working with. It seems pretty unlikely that we would be able to have just a single class model in every single case because of the different staff needs and just trying to accommodate and the parent requests and how many kids are coming in, right? We could have a class where only 2 kids are planning to come back, or 1. I mean, it's just, this is what we're hearing from other districts that are a little bit ahead of us. So having some ability to work in teams within the school site allows us to kind of ebb and flow with those different needs. So there are a lot of questions that are coming up, but we're trying to work through different what ifs and coming up with ways for thinking about that and to see if it's a viable model. The parent piece, when we're working with a team, it could either increase or decrease the flexibility for choice, right? If you're working within a team, maybe that's going to help in some cases because there's just more flow within the team, right? If we're looking at those numbers, we do have to keep the kids within their designated cohort, so we can't do a lot of mixing of the kids, but it potentially could help us address those parent needs as well, because there's more space, you know, within the grade level when people are working together. So it's complex, and I hope I just didn't make it more confusing in explaining that.
No, I mean, it is incredibly complex. Is a fair way for me to kind of conceptualize it? I mean, like, I know we have examples of teaching teams within our district who choose to divide up like their EL, their designated EL time, or choose to rotate for subjects or things like that. Am I conceptualizing that right, or is it different than that?
Yeah, I mean, working together, I mean, this is one of our biggest strengths as a system anyway, and that's why we're trying to lean into it. You know, we know that there's a lot of capacity in the way teams already work together. In our initial feedback round that we did through the FAC group, there was a lot of interest from the teaching staff in exploring this. And at the same time, all these questions are coming up, you know, from all of us. I'm like, okay, how would that actually work? But there's interest in letting the teams grapple with their own numbers and figuring out, they know what strengths they have on their team. So it could be that they end up determining that, you know, some portion of the team's going to do distance learning, some's going to do in-person, or there could be other ways of splitting it up based on the capacity of the team. So it could be by subject area, for example. You know, this part of the team does math and science, this one does English language arts. So I think we need to be able to work with CEA to talk this through and, you know, start putting out some of these potential models with concrete numbers, and then allowing our teachers to weigh in, because they will see options for how this could work or maybe why it won't work. But that's the part of the process that we're in right now.
And so if I'm understanding that piece you just said, right, we would create a baseline expectation for all. And then we would say, if your team and your site wants to work with your principal on something beyond that, then that's
Exactly.
what we're leaving as the option. But there is a base model that applies, if that's the default. If anybody's like, no, I'm really not comfortable with this doesn't work for me, then that particular team would just let their principal know they want to go with the baseline. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, again, we're still talking this through, but our initial, where we are with the thinking is we were calling it Model 1 and Model 3. So Model 1 was like every teacher is kind of just dealing with their own class, and Model 3 allows for teaming. So we could combine those two things, I think, right? Like you're saying, start out with something kind of broad and then allow for flexibility at the sites. But we would need to work with CEA on parameters on all of this. So it wasn't, we don't want to have it be like sites are just out there trying to figure all this out alone, right? We would have guidelines, a framework for consideration. And these are things that we need to work through with our bargaining team as well. So just initial conversations, but I think it's really just another indicator of just how lucky we are that there's this spirit of creativity and wondering and openness to thinking about options that is really helping us. So it feels good.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much for that, by the way, and for all of the deep work here to date. And I know the teams continue to parse it all out. So how about anybody else for questions up top versus moving on to the key challenges? I want to keep us moving along so that we make sure we stay on our schedule too. Is everybody okay if I move down to the key challenges? I seem generally nodding heads. Okay, so kind of that key challenges and later in the deck, anybody, so I guess I'll just wrap back around to Phyllis. Oh, you're muted, Phyllis.
Sorry about that. I just have one more question. I'm not sure it's related to key challenges, but I really appreciate the teacher survey that CEA did. So thank you, Kai, and your team for providing that for us. My question is, are we doing something similar with classified? How are we getting classified feedback or input into this process?
So we do have classified members on our implementation team, and we meet regularly with our classified leaders. And of course, we're including all staff in the feedback loops for the school site. This survey was initiated by CEA, so I'm not sure if our other unions are planning on doing something similar. I don't know if any of my colleagues know.
No, we're not sure if they are planning on doing something similar. And also the union representatives from CSEA, and actually SEIU do meet regularly with the HR directors. And so that's just another way that we're getting informal feedback. And like Allison said, is they're sitting on our implementation phase 3 planning teams. And we're doing town hall meetings pretty regular basis with all staff to be able to allow for voice throughout the process.
Great, thank you. I don't have any more questions, Lori, thanks.
Yeah, just as a reminder on time check, we have this item ending at 11:30, and I believe, Leslie, correct me if we have 5 comment cards on this item?
Yes, we do.
I have is it my turn, right, Laurie?
Yes, please, Satish, thank you.
Yeah, so I have a very bad power outage in the whole 2-3 blocks here around, and we are running around for getting the power now. I'm in the hotspot actually working, and with a full dark home. Okay, anyway, so hope I have not missed anything. So I'll make it short. So a couple of things on this, on on the staffing part of it, which you said in the key challenges, right? So, Adivi, so how well, I know we are only talking about teaching staff here, and I'm talking about non-teaching and stuff, supporting staff, okay? Their availability is definitely also is important. I know that Phyllis just asked about the survey part of it. Do we have enough people for from their end as well? Because once we start bringing, students back in, definitely teachers would be needing some help as well, like in IAS, secretaries, and whatever, like in all other capacity of people. So we need to be concerned. Do we have some insight on that as well, or some other survey we are planning to do that? Because that is a critical end. And I have one extension of the same thing. How are we planning to have more nurses if needed? Basically, more supporting from the health perspective, right? So teaching side is one, the non-teaching and the safety part is very, very important. So what is the plan around that?
So in regards to staff and their needs, regardless of the unit that they work in, is that our HR team is meeting with individuals that have needs, and it potentially is their own health needs. Like Allison said, the need to care for someone who may be compromised, or just other needs in regards to childcare, et cetera. And so we are engaging in interactive dialogues with staff to determine what those specific needs are, what leaves would potentially apply, and or what accommodations we can make. My guess is if we were to survey, we would have some of the similar responses, where some individuals, just based on their own health, would be unable to return. And then there's a process for that. We follow our contract language. And in addition to that, when we sit down at the table for negotiations, that is one of the main topics that we do discuss. What can we accommodate in full distance learning? And as we move into phase 3 and bringing students and staff back onto campus, what can we accommodate or what can we not accommodate for our employees? So that's currently what our process is. In regards to our nursing team, first of all, a huge shout out to them. They have just been absolutely instrumental in ensuring that we have procedures and protocols in place to support staff and students upon returning to work. And so they're working tirelessly with our school sites that have hubs up and running, and with Carrie Ito to make sure everything's in place. And we'll continue to look at what are those additional needs that we need to put in place, whether or not it is training, which we've already started to do for staff, and will continue to do. And as we begin our COVID testing, what are those additional layers that we will need to make sure are in place to be able to support new processes as they come forward. Allison and Stacy, I don't know if you have anything more to add to the nursing part.
I think that's one of the areas that we'll continue to monitor as we move forward into our phases, as we're checking through our guidelines and we feel like we're meeting those. We will need to continue to monitor and adjust as we increase the number of students and we look at the testing possibilities and what we have moving forward. So I think that's something we continue to keep on our radar as we move forward.
Okay, so then Satish, you're good, I assume? Oh, I think we might have lost Satish with his internet. Jerry.
Oh, it's my turn. All right, great, thanks. So my first question is around safety. I guess slide 13, we talked about the PPE that's available. And I wanted to, safety, right? There's PPE, but then there's also the protocols and the trainings on how to use it. And then any sort of modifications or changes we may need to make to our facilities at the sites. I just wanted to if I could get a quick update on where we are on that, on particularly the last two in terms of protocols and training for staff. And have we had to make any sort of, I know we've gotten some emails from some staff members about just, it'd be nice to have this or that on campus. I was just wondering, what's the current thinking on that? for Stacy or Allison. I'm not sure who would be appropriate person to answer.
Yeah, I'll start and then definitely defer to Allison. The protocols are in place. And again, that is a huge thank you to our nursing staff who have been so instrumental in that. And as we begin rolling out the phases, that will include the training. Our principals are actively working right now. Part of that will be the new certification from the county that does outline the guidelines as far as what kind of training we need to have in place, whether the testing has to be in place. So that is all forthcoming. It's definitely in the planning works right now and just kind of finalizing. So I think those are all important pieces of it.
Mhm. For phase 1 and 2, we've been working on building up this handbook of protocols that Stacy's mentioning. So the nurses have been working on that, and we have been sharing it with staff at different points. So it kind of captures, all the different scenarios. What do we do if students having trouble wearing a mask? Those kinds of things written down based on all the health guidance with the expertise of our nurses. And the staff had recorded training at the beginning of the year. And then for phase 2, our nurses, we did an in-person virtual training and reviewed the updated health guidance and talked about the specific just things that staff needed to know about, what do we do if we need to use the isolation room, for example. And I know the nurses have been talking about continuing to add to that, like making videos about things such as how do you remove the PPE safely. And Jeff's team has been working on facility preparation. So I don't know if he wanted to add anything about your question regarding any changes to facilities.
Sure. Good morning. So a couple of things with facilities. Our health and safety team has really been looking at each of the spaces that we have on our school sites. So we focus on the office first because that's where the majority of our employees are gathering or could gather. We have a secretary, we have a nurse on our health and safety team, as well as principals on there. And really, we had to go back, measure the square footage in the office again to make sure that based on the number of staff members that work in the space, that there is we could have adequate spacing. The other thing that we've been really focused on is our HVAC systems across the district. And though that's one small part of it, it is an important piece to it. We know that the most important guidance comes from the improved ventilation or cross ventilation that we've talked about. And I know Carrie, some of our nurses, our maintenance staff, we all attended the countywide training on HVAC. And so we've been applying that to all of our spaces or rooms. The one addition that we did have since we last spoke about this with the board is we have purchased box fans for rooms that don't have the ability to have the same cross ventilation, not to blow air in, that actually would be against it, it's to actually draw the air out. Think of it more like an exhaust fan to draw air from the room to an outside door. So that's something we have implemented. We know that certain classrooms across the district, in particular portables, are where those box fans would most need to be used because they don't have two doors or windows that open because of those security changes in those buildings. And then the other piece that there is that Allison and the directors, along with the health and safety team, are working on is this the classroom checklist. So there's a middle school checklist and then an elementary school checklist. And really that form is predominantly meant to increase space. What do you do in your classroom to increase space? How do you minimize high touch items? Making sure you don't have sofas or bean bags or different things like that in each of the spaces to look at.
All right, thank you. Wow, that was a much more comprehensive answer than I expected. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Second question, maybe it's a shorter one for Allison, is that at the last meeting, we had seen a schedule of 3A returning that was staggered by grade. I was just wondering, is that still the thinking here? We didn't go into the details here in the 3A slide, other than just sort of that 2-week thing. I was just wondering, is that still the thinking that returns would be staggered by grade, or is that?
Yes, that we haven't really seen any big shifts in that area. So we welcome your feedback on that.
Great. All right. Thank you. And thank you, Larry. Those are my 2 questions.
Thanks, Jerry. Okay, and then Sylvia?
My colleagues asked my questions for me, so thank you. I think I had just a quick comment. I love that the norms are on the, I forget what slide it is, but one of the things that we could do, no, scroll down. Norms, yeah. In terms of strengthening community norms, I know like I was joining a PTA meeting last night, and one of the things that the teacher is doing is a mask Monday and just getting her kids to wear the mask during the class, even though they're all, at home, but it's just kind of, helping our children to get used to some of those norms, right? And then in the same way, talking about how, some of the families are doing like a movie mask night. So watching a family movie together and everybody's wearing their masks so that, at home, they're reinforcing some of those norms. So I love that that's already happening at some of our sites with some of the teachers and families. I would love to see something where we help our community, with some of those ideas. And doing some more of those, like helping our kiddos, helping our parents, and helping the overall community with some of these things that we can do. So just maybe a little bit more with that would be great.
That's it? Good. Okay. So I just have one more and then we're going to go to public comment. So my last one on the key challenges slide, and thank you to my colleagues for hitting some of my others, is that on our staffing one, I know one of our challenges is, certainly that we've, to the data we saw around the level of comfort with coming back, and that we've got, some distinct groups there is going to be the leaves. And can you talk to me a little bit more about the leave contract language around rights to coming back to school site, grade level, classroom? Like how is that going to work here with leaves, if that's what we end up with at some point, whenever we wind up moving this way?
And I've asked Leslie if she can address this question, please.
And actually, Stacy, I'm going to pop that one back to you because I will need to pull up my leave language in regards to, I was prepared for a different part of it to be fully transparent. So in regards to, what we'll do is we'll work with the employees in regards to what type of leave would be necessary. And again, we'll do our very best to try to accommodate. But in regards to rights back when we have leaves, Stacy I think I'm good on it, but I'm going to have you do it to make sure we're correct.
So they do have rights back to their site. And I think there's probably more to this question than just the current contract language. I think it really is the concern from staff. If we do have to do some of the shifting around of staff moving and doing something different. And what we had assured in the fall is that they would have their right back to their school site and their location. And I think that might be the bigger question that I'm hearing from staff, is they don't want to lose, if they are willing to make some adjustment in this team teaching, or if they request a leave and they're assisting with the distance learning, they want to have the ability to go back to their site the following year. And we would reassure that. And that will be, in all likelihood, I think something the negotiation teams will address as they're doing the MOU, to build in some of that reassurance and support to our staff, that we don't want to leave anyone out there without a teaching position at the end of the year due to having to request a leave.
Okay, so as long as it's part of the implementation planning and an ongoing item, that's great. Okay, so I'm good there.
I have a suggestion really quick.
Yes.
Even though we don't have very many public comments, I suggest we stick with 2 minutes, because we haven't had a chance to make comments at a staff. As a board, it's only been questions, and we want to stick with our 11:30 time.
Okay, everybody good with that? Seeing nodding heads. Okay, so Leslie, are we still at 5 for this item?
Yes, we are. I'm going to do one last check, but I believe so.
Okay, and I'll take first set of names. Actually, you know what? You might as well give me all the names at once so that people are ready with hands raised. And if your name is called, if you can please go ahead and raise your hand, that helps staff identify where you're at quickly when it's your turn.
Okay. So yes, we are at 5. So we've got Sonia, followed by Rami Gross, followed by Miroslava Preza, followed by Yadi Toleno, followed by Priya Shastri.
Okay, so I don't see, so Sonia, Rami, Miroslava, Yari, and Priya. I don't see Sonia yet, but I do, and I don't see Rami, so I'll go to, oh, I see Sonia. So Sonia, go ahead and unmute Sonia, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say something and, thank you for all your efforts. And I wanted to give a big shout out to the kids. I think they've done an amazing job adapting to this distance learning and just in general through this pandemic. It's been really hard on them. I understand that we're in the purple zone now, but it's middle of November, and I think by January we would definitely be probably in orange again due to all these restrictions that we have, which are good restrictions. So I would urge the board to really reconsider this moving up the timeline to March, because I'm not sure I understand the logic of that. I do think by January we would be in a much better place, and there would be no holidays in January that would allow for super spreader events. Of course, teacher safety is extremely important. And of course, those who choose not to go onto campus, teachers or students, should be given that option. But please allow all others who are ready to go back in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. And then let's see, next I have Ramona, Rami.
Hello,
Welcome.
can you hear me? So I guess you're hearing me. Hi, my name is Rami. Well, everybody calls me Rami at the school. I am with Meyer Holt. I'm a parent, and I do hear Sonia's concern, and I have a heart full for that because I know how hard it is. I have an ADHD child myself at home, and I have one that doesn't have any problems. And today I'm speaking for the teachers, for our beautiful teachers. And again, I know how difficult it is to be at home with problems, with a child that needs more attention. And the COVID vaccines are not sure yet. I mean, you test every 28 days. It's a 7 days break, and then most people have a placebo. So there's a lot of things going on with COVID and returning to school. So again, the percentage of the teachers are somewhat willing to come back, but I have sent an email out and to our beautiful teachers here at Meyer Holtz, and 21 have responded no. So again, I'm thinking of them, and I'm thinking of the challenges that we are going to face, because we don't have a certainty that we're going to have enough disinfectants, enough masks. The children who have special needs are not going to be able to keep their mask on, to keep our beautiful special aids and AIs teachers safe. And then some of them even have children on their own, and then coming to school and then going home to their families. It does worry me a lot. I know it's a lot to ask, but I will prefer to stay and follow the guidance that we're having from our county, from the city, and even stay home for the rest of the year. I have immune compromised myself, and it's very difficult for everybody. And I am just, again, I want to thank.
Thank you, Rami. And next I have Miroslava.
Hi, yeah. So I'm a parent in Lincoln, and thank you for all your efforts. I know how difficult is all this and complicated. So my request is, like, in my case, I'm planning to keep my kids at home until it's completely safe to send them back. But I understand that there are other parents who will prefer to send them to school. And I was trying just to think about options. So in the case, like, maybe some of the teachers, they don't want to go back to the school, but maybe they could be the ones long distance. And if, for example, like if they are teaching from their home and there is a group at a school, then they could be like a local facilitator who is not have to be like a complete full-on teacher, just somehow certified to be just accompanying the kids in the classroom, and the teacher will be like teaching from distance. You could create like waiting lists for the parents who want to send them back and make them sign a contract, just like they did for online usage of tools and everything. And make a mask a requirement, and not optional, and just the kids who have real medical conditions will have be given a waiver. Um, you could request a recuperation fee from those who want to send their kids back. If it is done through the CIF, then it could be matched even for some of them by their companies. Obviously, if you can waive this for kids with special needs, they wouldn't have to give any money. You could ask for more sanitizing supplies like masks and disinfecting wipes for those parents who want to send their kids back. They have to understand that it's a team effort. They have to put on their part some of effort from them. And they have to really understand like what is their motivation. If it is really the social emotional health of the kids, and even a couple of hours per week will be fine. But if it is the childcare, then that is not even going to be enough. And thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you, Miroslava. And then I have Yadi next, please.
Hi, everyone. I want to talk more about the social emotional aspect. I think we need some assistance from you guys and from CUSD regarding assisting like us PTA leaders and just other parents that are involved with having a list or compiling a list of virtual assemblies that we can put on for the kids. Just things to help enrich their distant learning experience. There's a lot of free time, regarding they have instruction, but there's still free time. And I've been trying to look at different assemblies, and it's pretty overwhelming. And I'm wondering if the district has, I don't know, a list of vendors that they have used, or pre-approved vendors for fun assemblies, just something to help us as the PTAs, homeschool clubs, to be able to provide the students something other than the math, English, all that stuff. It's more about social emotional, a little bit of an escape, but they're still with their peers. And also I would like to ask if in the past few months we've been prohibited to have like any type of drive-through events or passing out things as a PTA. And I would like to ask for that to be reconsidered when we are safe to do so, when we're back in Orange, to allow PTA to have, like for Halloween, it would have been so nice to be able to do a drive-through, just those little things. And of course it would be safe, in goodie bags, things would be handled with gloves, always using proper equipment, but just to allow us to do something. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Yadi. Appreciate the feedback. Next is last card that we have on this item is for Priya. And so that will be the end of our public comments for cards that came in on this item. And then we will take comments again with our next item. So Priya, please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for talking to me again. So basically, today I looked at the slides that you presented in the morning, and I'm glad to see that 42% of the parents want to bring their kids back. But as several other people echoed, I want to say that I would request all the parents to send at least basic sanitizing supplies if the kids want to come back, so that the school doesn't have to worry about sponsoring those. And the other thing is when today the Monday to Friday becomes quite a routine for the kids. So I would like to focus more on the on the emotional aspect of the kids. I feel they are not they're not interacting as much with the other students in the class. The timing that they have to talk during the meetings, it's all limited. So the school as a fun element is not turning out to be fun, but it's turning out to be more of a rigor. So I would request that you allow small groups to meet at least from January, and where they can be face to face, but at a distance, but have more fun activities when they meet, like playing games, or talking about silly things, or watching a movie, or do anything that makes them interact more in a group, because I think the group interaction and the group learning is what is missing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Appreciate the feedback. So for all of our commenters, thank you for joining us. For anybody who did not get a chance to turn in a comment card, please, by all means, feel free to send your comments to board@cusdk8.org, and we are happy to read your feedback there as well. All right, so if we can go back to the final slide in the deck with the final kind of bullet items, and Stacy, anything specifically you'd like us to wrap on here?
I think just direction from the board. Are we headed still in the right direction? We'll, based on the comments and feedback that we've received from your questions, continuing to look at the two and expanding the two, and certainly thinking outside that box, how we can continue to try to bring students back. I think the big pieces are expanded schedule, where we are looking into February, where we're really pursuing the phase 3. If we could get some feedback from you on that timeline.
Okay, so opening it up for discussion with the board. Should we just start with our round? Everybody can make their comments, and then if we need to, come back to each other to ask some more questions of each other, let's go ahead and do that. So Phyllis, what's your general feeling here?
Okay, thanks. Well, I like the way that you've laid this out, Allison, and your team. I think we're on the right track. Absolutely. I think there's been a lot of thought going into it. I just have some sort of random thoughts, maybe suggestions. I don't know. First of all, I think trying this out with a small group of schools before we do anything district-wide is really wise. I think that feedback from those teachers in those schools will be invaluable. I think the teacher input to this, they're the ones that are in the trenches. They're the ones that are doing it every day. They're the ones that need to tell us what works and what doesn't work. So I think that's a critical piece. The second thing is in terms of social and emotional, and we heard this from some of our comments today, and I agree. I think we need to put a priority on social and emotional. And I'm wondering about fine arts. I don't know how much we're doing right now, but I'm thinking in terms of music and art, and maybe table reads of dramatic productions and things like that that might be appropriate for some teachers to use. I really like the idea of teaming. My own background, my whole entire background is around teaming. And I think that, me, I'm all about teacher workload. And I think if teachers can team, the more they can do that, the better it is for kids, the better it is for teacher workload. I just think it makes a lot of sense. So I hope that as you're working with CEA and negotiating those things, I hope teaming is a big piece of that. And the last thing is, I agree, and some of our public comments were around this as well. My position on pushing out the timeline is that we should. I like the February-March timeline that you outlined. I think the January 8th, with the spike in COVID, and January 8th being so closely on the heels of the Christmas break and all of the potentials for family gatherings during Christmas break, or Hanukkah, which falls at almost the same time this year, I think the push out is wise. So those are my reflections. Thank you, Lori.
All right, Satish.
Okay, thank you. I think definitely, as always, we say the safety being the number one, and I think I could see my colleagues and the people and the community, everybody definitely is insisting a lot on the safety. I know district staff is taking care of that a lot. So definitely that being the number one, the campus readiness is one thing which I'm really eager to see, that the guidelines and how we are meeting that. So campus readiness is number one for me. That's important. Definitely I think the challenge which I about if the phase 3 is going towards right, how to make 2 be more stronger, right? So look into that. Let's start insisting a lot or putting a lot of focus on 2B if that's the case. 2B should not be just a temporary arrangement, because phase 3, let's say if you keep going towards right due to whatever may be the reason, right? Could be restrictions, safety and everything, then probably we need to have a larger plan around 2B or eventually 2C or whatever you call it, but maybe an expanded plan and a more, little bit of parent choice also, if we can add that in 2B around. Means like some parents really desperately want to send, or they want to send it irrespective of they fall in any of the category, but if there's an option for them, right? So work a little bit on the 2B, I want to see, because phase 3, we don't have a clear timeline. I'm worried about that, because between this 2A and phase 3, there is a big gap, then probably the whole year will be going to be a wash. So see that any better way we can utilize the 2B phase. The third one important, which I think is, I know the phase 3 assessment dates, what we put is February 1st and March 1st. I'm just seeing, I know that I not necessarily my colleagues will agree on this, but see that anything we can do it in January, an assessment. I'm not asking you to open it in January, since we said January 8th is a milestone date. Do you think that January 1st week we need to do an assessment? Okay, maybe irrespective of when you are going to open that, but I think waiting for a February, probably we are missing a month. We can do an assessment. I'm not saying we have to be opening based on that immediately, but I prefer to have one more line item again, one more date as an assessment date sometime in January 1st week. Then the next one is, I think I raised it earlier, also supporting staff availability and their willingness. I think a big, probably 50% of our staff is in that area. And we don't have much of input of their view on this, and how, whether the union is going to survey or we are going to survey, how are we going to map that? Even if teachers are the 30% of the teachers are willing, but 30% of the supporting staff is ready or not, we don't know. So we need to see that. What kind of additional training we are going to give to the staff for the safety perspective. We need to have a plan around that. It is not just the nurses' responsibility, probably, right? It may fall out a little bit here and there, both staff, like both teachers as well as the supporting staff. I think I covered most of the things, but I think one thing which probably throughout which is missing is the protocol. If anything goes wrong, what we do, right? Like if I know that we had a county guideline that if one child happens, like how's the testing and things like that, but probably somewhere we can capture the protocol from the, any of the things. If a crack happens, what we will do. I think that's it I have, and thank you all for doing this great presentation. But I think definitely we are making progress, but some more tightening, if we do it, we will, I think all of us will be very happy. Thank you.
Thanks, Satish. Okay, Jerry.
All right, thanks, Laurie. So I agree with Phyllis and Satish. I think we're going in the right direction here. And I recognize that what we see here is only the tip of the iceberg, that there's a lot of planning a lot of details that's worked out that's not here. So my comments are really, so I'm supportive of the direction. My comments are really just, I think, additional considerations and sort of ideas for you to consider. But first, I did want to thank you for the use of metrics and data here in sort of building out the plan. I think that's part of our strategic plan. I think that makes it work better for everyone. So I just want to, add a +1 to that. I support what Phyllis said in terms of having a pilot very strongly. I think she said it very well. So I'll just add that probably implies that some schools may be kind of coming back a little sooner, at least some parts of that. And I recognize students and teacher and staff are not fungible. You can't, send a Montclair student down to Blue Hills and all that. So I'm suspecting your data, you must have some schools that maybe are a little bit more suited for pilots. And so please do that. Let's see. So in terms of, we talked about the norms, and for the, I would suggest maybe expanding on that. I know that there are certain things we cannot require, say elementary masks and all that, but I think documenting those norms, there's a big difference between just announcing it and having it in some kind of a handbook, even if it's recommended. So I think I like that idea of sort of establishing norms sort of in the community, and I think we can do that in school also. With respect to the starting date, I do agree with Phyllis that Christmas is one of those things where people, well, the winter holidays in general, people get together. There's an incubation period, and so I would feel comfortable with a February assessment. Although I would like to ask to see if we could assess every 2 weeks rather than every month. It looks like the assessment really is looking at a set of metrics, and so if it's not a lot of staff time, rather than waiting an entire month, can we do that on a more frequent basis? Let's see. And then I think I agree with the focus for phase 3 should be very much social emotional learning. And so to the extent that we can sort of when we design the schedules, focus on that. I think Allison had made a comment about that's, and I think many of us have more important, I guess, or something that to be done in person than say academic learning. I know that last time we had gotten a presentation from the middle school principals on all the activities that are going on to sort of build that. And so I think, again, to the extent that we can help with that, even prior to phase 3, both at middle school, but also the elementary school level, so that all the children have that kind of opportunity to participate, that would be really great. And then I guess just one last thing is the participation rates. It looks like we got quite really good participation on this survey from the parents of all the schools. But I suspect there may be variations, and this doesn't have to come back. Maybe it's a weekend update kind of thing. I'd be interested in where maybe schools where we had more than, I don't know, standard deviation out, if there are any responses, and see if we can just, I think it's a good proxy for sort of engagement for these kinds of things. And so it's not directly related to school opening, but again, to the extent that we can identify these neighborhoods and communities and maybe put a little bit more outreach focus there, that would be great. Otherwise, again, thank you. This wonderful plan, and yeah, I'll just end here. Thanks, Lori.
Great. Thanks, Jerry. Sylvia?
So I was reflecting a little bit on the CEA perspective, which I really appreciated. And it covered a lot of different things, certainly the health and safety, but mental well-being of the teachers was something that struck me, as well as the models and resources for effective, successful teaching and learning. And so when I think about the mental health, or when I think about safety, I think really what we're talking about is peace of mind, right? Like peace of mind for our staff and for our families. And it's really kind of two different things, right? One is the safety aspect. And I think, hearing Jeff's, detailed answers about PPE and about HVAC and all the other things, I think that is really good. One thing I've appreciated about what we're doing here is we're actually going above the county standards, right? Like I know county standards says stable cohort of students, they don't give a number. So conceivably that could be, 24 or 33, whatever that is, as long as it's stable. So I really like that we're doing restrictions on that and keeping it at 14. I think that's really good. And like I said earlier, I think with masks as well, that we're going above and beyond what the county has said. So I think that goes a long way towards that peace of mind that as a district we're thinking even more and taking the extra step. The workload, I think, is still something that concerns me. As we're looking at one of the things that we talked about with the instructional blocks was the trade-offs. So the flexibility of a schedule or a flexibility of a model versus the consistency. So I guess I would just say, let's make sure that we continue to keep that in mind, what the trade-offs are as we look at the instructional models. Because, and I don't remember if it was our staff that said it or one of my colleagues that said it, in terms of the academic rigor is there from the distance learning. And what we really want to look at next is focusing on that social interaction that is so difficult to do when we're doing it distance learning. So one thing I'm kind of thinking about, and I'd love to explore this a little bit more, is how do we either empower or support our parent organizations like the PTAs and the PTOs. One of our commenters talked about virtual assemblies. Another comment was about, games and social interaction, which, when I think about some of those things, I don't know that we need staff to do them. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but where can we either support our PTAs and PTOs or equip them so that some of that load can be put onto our parent community or the leaders who are already doing or who would be normally doing those things on campus anyway, but are kind of restricted right now because of all the different restrictions. So I don't know, like this is something I'm thinking out loud about, like can we do something with that? Yeah, and then with the other thing with teaming, which I also am super pro teaming, I think that's a really good thing because there is an additional, the richness in which that collaboration happens, in which teachers can talk to each other and come up with new ideas, come up with joint ideas, I think is really important. Where I get concerned is that some of our schools have bigger grade level teams and some of our schools have smaller grade level teams. And so can we help coordinate some of those smaller schools so that they do have more ability to do teaming, or I don't know, like I don't know what our constraints are. And I'm sure Allison can figure it out, but I guess that's where I'm thinking about the teaming and how do we help support some of the school sites that may not have as robust a group of, a larger group of teachers and staff to help with that. So those are my thoughts right now.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna try and go through mine quickly because I know we're a little bit over our time now for this item, but I did want to be able to share with my colleagues and with staff kind of where I'm at. I think in general on the timing issue, I'm not so invested in this point at a specific date as much as I am in decoupling our planning from setting a date, because I think to me what's most important is that like I look at the student and family survey, at the family survey of our parents, and I see this, the largest chunk of feedback we got was around whether the infection rates of COVID are increasing or decreasing. And so to me, it's more important that we're responsive to where so much of our feedback is, which is sensitivity around what's happening with the local infection rates. So I guess I'm like I said, yes to decoupling our planning. I want the planning to keep going because I want to be ready. But I think the date is a little bit more to say February or March right now. If we get to the point where our infection rates are back in control in January, maybe that's the time to look at it. And to Jerry's point, I think looking more frequently is a good idea, but I think what I'd be looking for, I'm fine if we are looking every 2 weeks, and then I'm looking for stability for a period of time. So I think maybe we want to do a little bit more digging around having a model for that. How often are we looking, and then what is it we're looking for? How much time are we looking for something to be stable, and at what level before we'd look at that being the time to return? So kind of decoupling those things from each other is where my mind is at. On the staff survey, there was some intriguing data that came back, our feedback from our teachers around some of the things they're picking up that are going on in the home. That I know we have Panorama and we're looking at that survey. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's back to sort of our original idea of surveying students directly, but I think there is something to be learned from our student voice itself about what is and isn't working. And one of the things that strikes me, Sunnyvale Elementary School District in their Panorama survey was reporting out at the County School Boards Association last night that they asked a question of students around, in the last 3 days, has there been a time where you haven't eaten as much as you should because there wasn't enough food available? And I think a question like that around some of what the staff survey was bringing up around some of the tech issues. Is there a time in the last week where your ability to engage in distance learning hasn't been what you need it to be because you didn't have, because you ran into a tech challenge or something like that? Like, I think we need to do a little bit more teasing out still, because it looks like from the teacher numbers that there is still some issues going on out there that aren't necessarily coming in to us through like our tech support help desk channels, or helping to identify and probe that a little bit more. So I don't know what that looks like. I leave that to your capable hands. Maybe Panorama has nothing to do with it, and that's just where my brain went, because I know we're student surveying with that anyway. But I think those kinds of things, because I think those are stressors for kids, right? When there isn't, when there's maybe a need for some more nutrition support, or when there's a need for some more tech support, that can be a stress, a mental stress, a mental health stress for our kiddos. So that's on my mind. A couple of my colleagues raised up exactly what I would about the social compact. I'd like to actually see it become documented. I totally agree with Jerry, and I think somebody else commented on it about calling out what those norms are. Maybe it's a pledge even. I know the county has some guidance around, if you are coming back in person and participating in a cohort, then it's your school cohort plus no more than one other. Maybe that's your after school child cohort or whatever it is. But I'd like to see us document some of that and have some sort of almost like pledge or social contract with each other, that if you're coming back, you're saying, I'm not going to be having sleepovers on the weekends. I'm not going to be having birthday parties in person. I'm not going to be having park dates on the weekends. I'm, whatever it is. Maybe park dates is the wrong example if it's being done really responsibly with masks and social distancing and all of that stuff. But you know what I mean? Like, where we come up with some norms with each other, and we're pledging to be a part of that if we're coming back in person. Let's see. I got that one. I still remain highly invested in building out our social emotional opportunities. And I think there's something there, both with what Sylvia's raising as well as others. Some of the feedback we've had about distance learning is there's still this desire for more synchronous time, especially for our younger kiddos, where the screen time for academics may be challenging. And I think maybe synchronous time doesn't necessarily have to be the academic time, right? It could be more of this social emotional piece. It could be this idea. I mean, I think one of our speakers raised a great point about virtual assemblies, virtual field trips. And I think I had raised earlier in the fall about this idea of, we do have this pool of volunteers that is vetted, fingerprinted. Could we pull from that resource? Could we pull from our PTO, PTA leaders if they're willing? Like, I don't want to put burdens off on anybody, but we do have this volunteer pool that, to Sylvia's point, would normally be on campus and helping with in-person activities. Can we pull from that to maybe give some more synchronous opportunities for in-person? I know we have a lot of high schoolers that are part of service clubs where they have volunteer hours that they'd love to fill, and maybe we could partner them with either some sort of adult supervision where it's already somebody who's vetted and fingerprinted and could help us with some of that on an opt-in basis. Anyway, those are just the things that are floating out there for me right now, and I will conclude with that. So anybody else on anything on this item, and or staff, did you get what you needed from us? Oh, Stacy, you're muted.
Trying to sit quietly. I really appreciate the feedback, and we'll take this back to our implementation teams at our meeting tomorrow, and we'll do some readjusting, modifying, and continue our planning and bring back some updates on the December 10th meeting as well. So thank you to all.
Okay, any final thoughts from anybody on this item, board members? Anybody need to reflect further on anything they heard? Okay, I'm not seeing any heads or anything like that. It's 11:39, so we're just a teeny bit over. We're trying to stay on schedule. I do want to give an opportunity for a break for everybody before we move on to the next item. Seems like this is the right time to do that. So it's 11:39. Let's do 5 minutes and shoot for 11:44 to come back. Does that work for everybody?
Actually, this would be our built-in lunch break. So we were scheduled to take a break from 11:30 to 12.
I flipped that because of that county meeting. I'm sorry. I had in my head that we were maybe trying to make that call, but no.
We'll have one of our other staff members jump on and join the call if you'd like that way.
Okay, great. Yeah, as long as we get an update on the county call, that would be great. Okay, so then let's go ahead and do lunch now then. So we will do a half hour. Do you guys feel like we could do a little bit less, maybe 20 to 25 minutes? Phyllis is saying she'd like the 30, I see.
Well, I've got to deal with my dog.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let's do 12, let's do 12:10 then.
Thank
And,
you for indulging my dog.
Thank you, Larry.
okay, we'll see you back at 12:10. Thanks,
Okay,
everybody.
thanks.
All right, so for our members of our audience, the board is going to recess for lunch. We will be back at 12:10 to pick up with our agenda with item 7.2. So thank you to all, and you'll probably see a placeholder screen here in just a minute coming up on from staff. I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order, and returning to the meeting of CUSD Board of Education. This is our board advance on Thursday, November 19th. We are resuming at item 7.2, building long-term fiscal stability. And I believe I'm turning this over to Stacy.
You, and I'll give a minute for Jeff to queue up the slides here, but this really is our next opportunity following our last couple board meetings to continue our discussion. At our prior board meeting, there was definitely the sense in a lot of dialogue around the concept of the parcel tax and looking at what size of parcel tax. And so we do have additional information we wanted to bring back today about parcel tax and answering some of the questions that the board had posed. We also have a couple different scenarios as we continue to explore, as we talk about the size of the parcel tax and what does that mean for CUSD for long-term stability, and is there a okay plan parcel tax amount? Is there a good parcel tax amount? And then is there a great parcel tax amount? And really, what are we wanting to meet in the future? Are we okay with just meeting a baseline? Do we really want to be able to offer that good, sound, robust educational program for our students? Or do we want to have, above and beyond what others have? And so really wanted to provide some context around what those numbers really mean for our budget. I do preface this with yesterday afternoon, we did receive some information from through the governor's office that there may be some adjustments, some good news, which I think we all are happy to hear good news at any time during this, that we may not be facing what we thought we were in January. So our slides have not been able to be adjusted, but we can certainly talk through what that would look like from that information from the state and make adjustments as we go through. And again, I think just hearing back from board comments, hearing from our community throughout the week, which has been so important, there is a sense of support of a parcel tax. There's a lot of different views as to whether it should be a flat rate or a square footage. And I know that that's part of really the conversation that this board advance allows the board to have a little more in-depth conversation about. And I think the part that's exciting for us is as we've continued to hear back from our community and the support and the desire to support the district as a whole in resolving our fiscal stability. And so I think, as painful as some of the conversations have been over the course of the week, if there is any of that positive out of there, it is that we continue to be a very strong district in unity, and we need to continue to do that. So I do implore that everybody, if our decision is to go for our parcel tax, that really is where our energy and our voice is, because it is going to be a difficult task amid what we're dealing with our community with the pandemic. And so just really want to share how appreciative we are of the community engaging with us, and we will continue to do that throughout the process. So if we can go to the next slide, Jeff. Seen this slide before, but I think it's always just good to set that tone and the reminder of what are we talking about with fiscal solvency, because although the slide says, that our fiscal solvency is not negotiable, we do need to turn in our budget for our 3 years multi-year. But how we reach that fiscal solvency, we really do have the ability and the control over as a district. And so as you look at the weighing of the balance, what our expenditures are versus what our revenues are, we really do have the ability to add and subtract from each of those sides. Some are certainly easier to adjust. We don't have a lot of control over our state funding. We do have control over how we spend our state funding. And so it really is important as we continue to explore all means, how do we continue to keep this balance balanced, or when we talk about a great or a good, could we offset and have more revenue than we are expending so that we're not having conversations every year about how are we going to meet our fiscally balanced stability. So we don't have to talk about cuts. So we don't have to talk about reductions or changing the course or where we are. I think it's all of ours intent is to really have a well laid out strategic plan for the next years so that we don't have to have the recurring conversations. We get to talk about the amazing things that we're doing in the district and explore those programs, and how do we continue to enhance and build on our educational experiences for all of our students. With that, on slide 3. So this again is just the reminder. I know we've been showing this every board meeting, but just a reminder, as we're talking about our fiscal long-term stability, we really are referring to our multi-year projections. This has not changed from what we showed in August. I know in the next couple of weeks we'll be bringing our first interim back to the board for discussion, but this is based on our numbers in August, and so it does outline where our structural deficit is. And again, when we really are talking about our structural deficit, we are spending more than we're bringing in revenue. We've been able to sustain over the course of the years because we have had some end fund balance that we've carried over each year. We have also been very proactive in the previous years of really identifying our future deficits and trying to address those before it became that year. And so we have been doing cuts throughout the last 4 to 5 years, really looking at programs and really looking at where can we squeeze our expenditures and reduce as much as possible. And I do say, the community has been very open and asking lots of questions about our budget, which I truly do appreciate, and gives us an opportunity to always pause and re-examine. And that'll be a continued commitment that we will continue to really analyze where our budget is. And if there's areas to reduce our expenditures, we're certainly going to do that. So I don't want to lead with the belief that if we pass a large parcel tax, we're just going to continue as we are. We will continue to examine where we spend our money and be sure to make those best fiscal decisions in the future. So we can go to the next slide. So based on what our current financial situation and forecast was, this was really what we were facing, and what has been the impetus of us having our discussions. The challenge with the CAC and the course of their work is we had a structural deficit for each of our outlying years. Next year in 21-22, it was identified as about a 1 million. The following year, about a 4.1 million. The outlying third year was almost 8 million. And then we really did hit a hard cliff where we were looking at about 11 million structural deficit. And so again, as a district, we're trying to maintain that fiscal stability. We have to submit a budget in June that shows a 3 years fiscally solvent. And so we really do need to continue to be looking into the future. We are looking at challenges of possible school closures. We have had identifying what the cost to close a school would be, how that could help in our fiscal long term. We know that we have not given salary increases to any of our employees for the last 2 years, and we have not budgeted anything for the following 3 years. And as we're looking at our surrounding districts, we know that our surrounding districts have annually given salary increases. And so we are beginning to fall behind in our competitiveness to attract our employees and to retain our employees. As we have amazing teachers, and we hate to lose them to a surrounding district because of a higher salary. And our employees have been very loyal to CUSD and have stuck with us. But to expect them to do that through a 5-year drought of no salary increases, I don't think is realistic either. We have board levers that we have brought forward starting last spring, and we've continued to review. And these really are staff reductions and program cuts. And they would be board levers that are probably felt more impactful than any others that we've done the following years. These really are taking away close to the classroom, and that had always been our goal, is to stay as far away from the classroom as possible. But due to the cuts that we have done in our fiscal situation, we really would be looking at these board levers as impacting very close to the classroom, and one of those being that potential class size increases across the board to all. Next slide. So the question posed last time was really, how do we meet the challenges and how do we alter the course of actions? I think it's really important that, as gloomy and as dismal as sometimes our financial outlook appears, we always have to continue to explore and analyze how do we can change that trajectory. And last board meeting, we did fall on definitely the interest and the appetite of looking at pursuing a parcel tax, which could change that trajectory and could help us resolve many of our fiscal situations and continue to offer that strong educational learning environment. Cupertino schools are known for being excellent learning environments and the strong academics, and we want to be able to maintain that. And our fear is, as we're continuing to do the declining enrollment and losing money, that it is going to be more and more of a struggle. And so we really do want to change that trajectory to give what we know that our students deserve, and what we certainly as a staff and as a parent and community we want to provide for them as well. Next slide. So based on passing and implementing a large parcel tax in May 21, what would we have? Why would our community and our parents support us in it? And I think as a district, we're saying, and as a board, these are the commitments that we could make if we can get the large parcel tax passed, where it really will help us offset for multi-years in being fiscally stable. We would commit to no new cuts or programs or positions in the 21-22 school year. The May passing of the parcel tax does put us late into the year. And so we would just need to acknowledge as a district and know that in our budget, we need to be able to balance our budget with our existing funds for the 21-22 school year. We would commit to not discussing the school closures for the 21-24 school year. And we would be able to offer and provide a salary increase for the next 3 years. And for our sample scenarios that we're going to share with you, we used arbitrarily a 3% for the first year and 2% for the outlying years. Again, salary increases are negotiated, and so we really did want to start a baseline number, knowing that the unions may come back and negotiate for higher, but we needed to have something to build our baseline salary schedules and presumptions in. So in addition, one of the questions that I think is really important when we're talking about asking the community to fund a parcel taxes, is that enough? Taking school closures off the table, what else should we be giving our students that we feel may be missing as we're losing our funding and going into this fiscal situation? And we really, as we looked at our strategic plan that the entire community and our parents and our staff all were engaged in creating over the last 2 years, our strategic plan really did identify areas that they felt every student to ensure personalized learning, to ensure the whole child, ensure that they are provided and engaged in learning experiences that are relevant and rigorous, personalized, and focused on the development of the whole child. Although this is really our first year of truly getting to implement the strategic plan, as we look into the future and seeing how are we able to offer that personalized learning, how are we able to offer these students these unique rigorous opportunities if we're continually looking at cutting programs and cutting staff and reducing. And so the passing of the parcel tax really would allow us to put into place what we know the students need. We're hearing that from across from our sites, from our staff. The counseling to support our student social emotional wellness. You know, we've heard that prior to distance learning, and certainly more enhanced during distance learning, that importance of supporting our students through our social emotional wellness, and having the staff available on each of our elementary campuses would be something that we feel is necessary to provide to implement our strategic plan and meet the needs of our students. The other piece would be adding our site-based literacy specialists, and these would be site-based. They wouldn't be at the district level base. They would be part of the school site staff and really be able to do a multitude of different pieces. We have been trying to implement our intervention programs. And again, we took some reductions with our MTSS program. We lost our director last year in our cuts and reductions. And so we really do feel like interventions and support to students is so important. We know that if we can catch them early, they have a higher chance of further success. These literacy specialists could also be used to do our professional development for our staff. We found so much success with in-house PD versus bringing in outside, and we'd want to continue that. And then the other piece that, as we've continued over the last couple of years with our middle schools, there are some discrepancies across our middle schools, and we have heard from our community, our parents, our staff, the desire to be able to offer our middle school students more opportunities and to have 2 electives. We have one school that does offer 2 electives. We have 4 of our other schools that attempt to, in some means, maybe provide some opportunities for 2 electives, but not equitably across all student populations. And we feel that that's a really a value, and that allows our students to really explore and have more of that personalization development by exploring different options in the electives as well. So next slide. And again, just highlighting, as we've looked at the strategic plan, these really were our commitments when we created the strategic plan of providing that meaningful, creative, and innovative curriculum and instruction. I think we're able to offer more of that as we look at the enhancement by adding some additional staff, adding the counseling, adding those elective programs, attracting and retaining our high quality staff. Absolutely, as we become competitive with our salary increases, we will see that become much easier. Again, we have been fortunate in the past in that CUSD has been a highly desirable district for our teachers and other employees to come to, but we know that we're losing ground on that. This would allow us to reassert ourselves and have that high quality staff that we know and expect. And then it really is looking at the last commitment of developing and maintaining a district culture and infrastructure that ensures fiscal responsibility and places highest value on student learning. Again, it allows us to build the structure that's in place for many years out versus having to readjust and modify every year as we struggle with our fiscal constraints. So next slide. And this part, we're going to provide a couple different scenarios based on different dollar amounts of parcel tax. And I do want to preface before Jeff jumps into this, that this really they are models. The dollar amount is not exact. We really wanted to give a picture for you as the board to say, you know, what is a great model? What is a good model, and what would be we could get by on that model. So as you're working towards your discussion this afternoon is determining what would be that ideal parcel tax for us to go out to, wanted to give you some concept of what that would look like by including what we've already outlined about the no school closures, the salary increase, those additional support services of the counselors and the literacy specialists and the additional 2 electives. So that's going to be built into the presentations of these next scenarios. So I'm going to ask Jeff to go through them, and then we're actually going to pause at the end of the scenarios because there is a lot of information, and see if there's any questions before we continue with the rest of the information. So Jeff, are you ready?
Great. Thank you, Stacy. All right. So, you know, as Stacy shared, this is a model. This model is based on our 45-day budget update. So when you look at the total revenue that we're talking about here, it is based on that point in time. We are very quickly approaching our first interim. And so those numbers will look different at that point in time, just based on the adjustments that we are currently making in the budget. And obviously one of our goals for first interim is to do as much as we can to push out that fiscal insolvency to allow some of the actions that Stacy talked about to take place. And so with that being said, this first slide represents a $24 million parcel tax. What we're doing is basing it off of the beginning fund balance of just over $24 million, taking in the total revenue that we are receiving for our current fiscal year, which is about just over 180 million, and then adding in that $24 million parcel tax, would bring us to the total funds available of just over $231 million. Within that $231 million, we have our current measure A, which is between 8.5 and 8.6 million dollars, as we have spoken to. And then we would also have to take into account the 6% reserve that is all included in our total funds available. For this model, and obviously we received positive news yesterday. I know Stacy messaged me as soon as the article came out that it looks like the state is actually in a better position. We actually just had a conversation recently how during our CBO meetings, there hasn't been an update on where the state is at with their budget. And then we got the article yesterday. So I'm actually looking forward to our next update from our county meeting. But it does appear that maybe that per pupil funding will not be reduced to that level, and we may receive some one-time dollars, so we can adjust that for first interim with the planning. When we look at the total expenditures, which is right below the red line here, we're showing that 3% reserve that Stacy talked about earlier. Again, 3% in 21-22, a 2%, I'm sorry, not reserve, 2% increase in 22-23, and a 2% increase again in 23-24. And so as we show this, it's about $4 million. And so that makes our total expenditure in the year 21-22 at just over $188 million. If you go down to the next line, there's no increase in staffing at that point in time, which is why it is blank. And then at the very bottom here, you show an end fund balance of $29 million. And so when we talk about the end fund balance, which is your revenue versus expenditure, that number that is there, so that 29 million now becomes our beginning fund balance in the following fiscal year. And so again, we take that 29 million, we add it to that total revenue as of the 45-day budget, which was 181 million. We add in that $24 million for that parcel tax. And now we have a total funds available of just over $235 million in this model. What we did in 22, 23, and 23, 24 is we weren't assuming any reduction, which is good based on what we're seeing right now coming from the state. And then the difference in the 22, 23 versus the 21, 22, as Stacy was referencing the strategic plan and those positions, the 199 in this slide or in this cell represents the salary increase along with the 30 FTE. And so when you bring that together, our end fund balance actually goes up when you take a look at that revenue versus expenditure. And we're just under $40 million in 22-23 with that $24 million parcel tax. Moving to the next year, the 23-24 year, that $39 million now becomes our beginning fund balance. We add in the total revenue. I would add that there is a drop in revenue from 22-23 to 23-24 because we no longer have Measure A. So this is a new $24 million parcel tax. And so the current parcel tax that we have does expire out June 30th of 2023. So you see that drop in revenue, but the other piece that happens for our district in 23-24 is we move from being an LCFF funded district to a community funded or basic aid school district. And that's when our property tax revenue exceeds what we would receive from the state. When you add that up together, now we're at $241 million as total funds available in the 23-24 school year. Working down, we have our salary increase. Again, it was 2% in the 23-24. Below that in the line B, we show the $198 million as what our expected expenditure is. And we have an end fund balance that has gone up to about just over $42 million this time. I'm gonna go ahead and move forward into through the slide deck and spend a little bit more time on the 21 million. So the same thing works as Stacey was talking about earlier. We're showing 3 different models of the parcel tax. We're still building off of the total revenue of the 45-day mark. The biggest difference that you're going to see in that is in that middle line where it says the parcel tax assumption. And when you reduce by that 3 million, you'll see how that reduction of that 3 million plays out in our end fund balance and then the beginning fund balance each of the years. So when you look at the total funds available, again, in 21-22, now you're at 228 million. In 22-23, you're at 229 million. And then in 23-24, you're at over 232 million. Working down to this, we're using the same salary increase for each of the 3 years that are modeled here. And the biggest difference that you see in there is, again, the end fund balance of those years at being around $33 million. Again, we have the parcel tax expiring out in 22-23, which is our Measure A, and then the continuing of the $21 million of that new parcel tax in years 23-24 and beyond, depending on the length and terms that the board chooses for a new parcel tax. One of the biggest things in here is in both the $24 million model and the $21 million model, we are meeting our minimum reserve levels. We're meeting the board reserve levels. We have a higher end fund balance, actually back to what we did, over 5 years ago, being at that above $32 million. So we would be in a very stable position. Stacey, is there anything you want to add to this before I move on to the next slide?
No, I think you've covered it all. We can go ahead and move on.
And then the last one is looking at a $16 million parcel tax. And so there is obviously certainly more of a shift that you'll see in the end fund balance. So let's work through that a little bit again, starting with 21-22. We have the beginning fund balance and the total revenue as of the 45 days staying the same, but now we're adding in 16 million versus that 21 or $24 million. Working our way down, we have an end fund balance now in 21-22 of $21 million. And so that $21 million now carries us forward into the 22-23 year. And what you would see here is now we are at a total funds available in 22-23 of 219 million. So that is the new 16 million plus the current Measure A parcel tax. So that combined parcel tax in 22-23 is just over $24 million, which is the last year that we would be able to combine those two. Going down to the bottom of the page now, if you will, is the total funds versus expenditures, or our end fund balance, which is just over $23 million. This is probably where you notice the biggest changes. We always talk about fiscal planning. It's not always in the immediate year, it's in the subsequent years after. And so as you see that $8.5 million of that Measure A come off the books, and we have the new parcel tax of 16 million, Our total funds available still at just about 217 million, but the biggest impact is what you see in the end fund balance, because we are losing that 8.5, 8.6 in there. We have the ongoing of the current parcel tax, so we are just over $18 million there. Of that 18 million, some of that does include what would be considered our board reserve. We are still solvent at that point, but we are not as stable in our future outlook as we were in the previous two, but we are solvent. The other piece of it is in all three models, we again, were in 23-24, we were moving into being a community funded or basic aid school district. So that's true for all three of these models. As Stacy said, we're going to pause here for any questions that the board has related, I believe, to those three slides.
Okay, Phyllis, you want to kick us off here?
Yeah, I had a question about class size. Stacy, I noticed that in your promises to the community, you're not promising anything about class size, and I thought we had agreed to that. So help me with that.
So that would be the removal of any board levers. So the class sizes actually fall under the board levers. So that would be off the table as well. So that would be our commitment, no class sizes. So we could spell that out more clearly if that's not.
All of the board levers off the table.
Correct.
I'd like it better if it were spelled out more clearly, but thank you. And then my second question is, Jeff, that 30 FTE on all of your different scenarios, is that the counselors and the additional literacy coaches? Is that what that 30 FTE is?
So that represents three positions. It's the counselors, it is the literacy coach, and it's the having 2 electives at our middle school.
Okay. All right.
So,
thank you.
and maybe Phyllis, I can clarify that as well too, because initially last week we were going huge and saying, we would want to have a counselor at each of the elementary schools, a literacy coach at each of the elementary schools. And as we've had further discussions, we know that we could provide those services probably by utilizing counselors at multiple school sites, sharing a counselor between 2 sites. The same for the literacy coaches. If you would be interested in seeing what the amount is and doubling that amount, it did add quite a significant amount to the budget. But we do think that it would be a good program that we could offer with having 10 elementary counselors, 10 literacy coaches. And then we really did reevaluate how many staff we would need to be able to add that second elective at our sites, and we're able to reduce that somewhat as well. So we're still thinking we're in good shape with the 30.
So I have some comments about that line item, but I think I'll wait for the comment. I don't have a question about it. So thank you, Lori, I'm done.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Phyllis. Satish.
Okay, Jeff, this 23-24, you mentioned that we would go to basic aid. Is it an assumption or is it some facts? Like what are the criteria for us to move to a basic aid from LCF?
Yes, so it actually is based on the assumptions that we built into the budget during the 45-day budget update, taking a look at what our current property tax value or what we bring in from our local property tax base. And then with the decline in enrollment that we're experiencing, we always talk about those 2 levers, right? So as you have a decline in enrollment and an increase in valuation of your local property tax, you get over that threshold where your local revenue produces more than what you get from the state. We talked about it a little bit at the last meeting, but in our multi-year, you see an increase or what would have been a greater decrease if you look at the enrollment, but it ends up being a slightly less one in that $3 to $4 million range. And so we do believe this is very true based on all the projections. Certainly the board has been able to see the long-term decline in enrollment. We knew at some point the likelihood is we would cross over, and what we are showing right now and has run through, and when we look at first interim, we'll be able to show this again, Satish, is that we will cross over in that 23-24 school year.
Okay, so in the same line then, beyond 24, right? I know that we are only talking about 3 years here, but once we get into the basic aid model, probably our stability would be much better, right? So I'm coming back to our end fund balance, if that's a case, or beginning fund balance, whatever you call it. I think end fund balance maybe. So you do not need a lot after that, right? Beyond that, because I'm probably my ignorance. Okay, I'm just putting a question there. So once you are in the basic aid model, probably it's much more predictable in terms of your revenue versus expense, right?
Assuming we stay in it. So one of the things that's really important for us to take a look at is over the next 5 years, Do we stay in community funded basic aid for each of those years? I came from a district where we bounced back and forth between being LCFF and basic aid. I know Stacy and I've talked a lot about, that piece of it. The way we are showing it today, based on our calculations that we have, we will stay in basic aid for at least 3 years. When we bring back first interim, we can take a look at that. Certainly by our second interim, after we see what the state does, we'll continue to have that understanding. So that could be a focus of each of our multi-year updates to the board.
Okay. My next question is, when we are talking about a parcel tax now, I was under the impression, or probably I thought, that we will combine this Measure A as well. So we have 1 year here, a Measure A and the new proposed parcel tax, 22-23, you are getting 2 parcel tax practically. Right? Measure A, I know the end date is 22-23, Measure A right now with $250 each. And the new proposal of whatever the amount is, the parcel tax, I thought it's a combination of Measure A as well. So doesn't look like. So you're having 2 parcel taxes during 22-23, correct?
Stacy, do you want me to address that? Okay.
Sorry, I was turning my light back on.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead, Jeff, then I can jump in.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So no, in this modeling, we have it so that it is 2 different parcel taxes. The board does have the option. You have 3 options. You have the renewal piece of a simple Measure A. The board has the option to take a look at square footage or flat rate. And that could be through a replacement, which would be taking our Measure A and extending it out with whether it's a new dollar amount or not, or even a new method of procuring those dollars. Or you can do a brand new parcel tax. And so the way we had done this modeling in this deck today was with the idea that the current one stays in existence as it is. It does not get touched. It would then term out in the 22-23 year, but it would be a new parcel tax being brought forward.
Okay, the third item that you said is a new parcel, right? So that in the modeling what you have done, that the new parcel tax by keeping the existing parcel tax till 22-23, correct? Basically, it stays. Measure A stays till the end of its life.
That's correct.
All the modeling. Okay.
Right. And to your question, Satish, I think part of the discussion that we really want to have today is, one was to show you what the amounts of the parcel tax, how it impacts the budget, and then really I know that there are some different perceptions as to whether a new parcel tax or a combination of the parcel tax. And so really looking at that amount and then figuring out if you do want to keep them as 2 separate parcel tax, if you wanted to combine them one way or the other, that they equal that amount that we feel is the good stable balance for the district.
Okay. Thank you. I'll wait for my next turn later. Thanks, Lori.
Okay, Jerry.
Oh, thank you. 2 questions. First, Jeff, on the 30 FTE, do you have a rough breakdown of how they divide into the 3 priorities that Stacey outlined? Or if you have that, we can talk about that later. Just want to make sure we do have that information, right? Okay.
Correct. So it's really a breakdown of a 10-10-10. So there'd be 10 counselors, 10 literacy specialists, and 10 additional staff for the electives.
Great, thank you. A second question is, some of these, so I'm wondering, did you model this out to 5 years, a typical time that we would do a multi-year projection? And I'm wondering if under which of these scenarios are we in a structural deficit where revenue exceeds expenses? I know this looks out 3 years because you're showing the 3-2-2 here, but I'm curious, if we were to do a 5-year projection on this, what does it look like? Are we still good, or are we going to be underwater again in 5 years? Can you, I know I'm asking for cells that don't exist on the spreadsheet right now. I'm just wondering, if you haven't looked at it, that's fine. If you have, be curious, any comments you have.
Sure. So we have not looked at it with the 5-year because obviously we're working on the first interim now. Sure. What I think is okay to say is that the 16 million would be the one area where we're really getting close to that, where the 21 and 24, I think we feel very comfortable saying that we will not be in a structural deficit in those years. Okay. Stacey, is there anything to add to that?
No, I think that is because we are really only looking at the salary increase over these next 3 years and have not projected that out over for the 4 or 5, but we would need to.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it, Lori. Thanks.
Okay, Sylvia.
So for the 16, the 21, and the 24, I don't know if this is coming up in the next couple slides, but is it kind of broken up into, I guess I'm curious, how did we arrive at those numbers, the 16, the 21, and the 24, and what are we either taking away or adding on? Like if we did 24 versus if we did 21, what would be the difference? Like in that 3 million, like what would we be potentially losing? And the same thing with the 16, from the 21 to the 16, what are we losing? Um, you know, other than just kind of the numbers. I mean, you know, like what's the actual stuff that money is going towards?
So we built it in looking at kind of that baseline, if we were able to offer the salary increase, if we were able to offer these additional staffing positions to support the students, and then really looking at what our beginning and end fund balance would be in our outlying years. Again, we haven't built into a salary increase over those 4 and 5 years. We haven't gone to that detail in those outlying years. So when we're looking at the 16 million, that allows us to be fiscally solvent for our next 3 years, but we are in some danger over our 4 and 5 years. There's still unknowns out there. We know that we're going to incur some COVID costs that we didn't expect. Although the news is positive in January from the governor, we would fully expect that it's not going to continue over the next 2 to 3 years to be positive. You know, they're going to have to pay back money themselves, and somewhere that money has to come from. The other addition is we don't know what the salary increase would be for staff in those outlying years, and we don't really know whether we would fall on the 3 to 2. So our 16 really puts us at a baseline where we would likely be having these conversations again in 4 to 5 years. Where our 21 million, when we look at prolifically at our outgoing years, we think that we would be able to continue to support the salary increases. We would be able to support these additional support services to our students, and we would be fiscally solvent. Our 24 million allows us a larger carryover each year that we could continue to explore. What are some of those other opportunities that we want to explore into the strategic plan? We really haven't touched on a lot of our tech needs. We've just kind of been baseline for our tech, and what are some other, you know, creative new ways that we can continue to ensure that our students are those global learners. So it would allow us a little bit more expansion on what we would like to offer into the strategic plan. I don't know, Jeff, do you want to add on to anything?
No, that was good. Thank you.
Different?
No, you're right on that. Thank you.
Okay, so the 16 million gets us to 3 years, but it means that we're having the same conversation again in 3 to 4 years, something like that, right? And then the 21 gets us through 5 years. Is that my understanding? Like, because we don't know, because we don't know the negotiations for salaries, like we might be having, or does the 21 get us to where we don't have to have these same conversations again?
So our 21 million target really does keep us stability for many years out. We at least would be fiscally stable through the next 5 years. And again, just gives a better sense of not having to come back every year and having these recorrections. It does give us some additional money that's going to be in our fund balance our first year, because again, we're not going to most likely be able to put these new program supports in during the 21-22 school year. It really would be the planning and bringing them in for the 22-23 school year. So the 21, when we look into the future, definitely creates a better fiscal stability for us.
Thank you. I'm good, Lori.
Thank you. So a couple of us got to hear John Gray and School Services speak last night at the County School Boards Association, and they were talking about, you know, obviously the brand new. I know none of us have had a chance to fully absorb sort of the news out of the LAO yesterday, but that wouldn't be something that we should assume in our first interim. Because the LAO is going to be different than whatever DOF comes out with. But I guess I'm looking still at this at our line in red and sort of the fiscal uncertainty and not knowing what the state is going to do here. And I'm trying to play out that if the outlook is better than assumed, but not sunshine and rainbows either, that based on what we know now, do you think it's a fair assumption for me to think through this as potentially 21, 22 maybe looks slightly better than what's here, but our unknowns at this time, that's going to be where they're saying the deficit is going to hit. And so those may actually have not insignificant numbers there, right? So if I'm thinking through a multi-year, am I thinking through that right?
I would agree with that. I think the outcome is kind of the kicking the can down the road for an additional year for school districts. And so we will see something coming back in 22, 23. Again, just speculation and reading the report from last night, that would be what I would gather, that it's going to come back to us, but we're getting a year of 21 and 22, a year of reprieve and a little bit more positive news.
Yeah, so they may pay back their deferrals, but we don't know that they're going to do anything for our increasing expenses.
Right.
Okay, so so then if I'm thinking, I guess I'm where my colleagues are, where I'm trying to think through this, just enough to get us through 3 years versus maybe more stability in that middle level, I don't know what we're calling it. Okay, good, better, best, better, I don't know. But in that middle version, the 21 rather than this one at the 16, if I'm understanding, kind of putting together the questions my colleagues have asked, am I thinking that then year 4 and year 5, we would still potentially have room to negotiate, to have money to negotiate with? We would still be able to fund these additional positions we're talking about. And we'd have a better cushion for the assumptions around the fact that we're likely to see a couple of bouncing years, just knowing what we've got in projects that may involve additional students coming in at the same time we're still in decline. And so I know we're going to get some new demographic numbers with first interim, but I guess check my assumptions there. Am I assuming right that's 21 would, I feel like I understand your answer to Jerry that we'd have, and to Sylvia, that we'd have a good enough cushion for some negotiations potentially in 4 and 5. I think I'm understanding that we would be able to fully fund these positions for the life of this additional parcel we'd be asking for. Where we're uncertain is what would happen with the state hit and with what would happen with basic aid bouncing.
I would say your assumptions are correct.
Okay. All right, that's it for me right now. Anybody else have clarifying questions here?
Yeah, I don't know, the same order we are going?
Sure, Satish. Yeah, let me wrap back to Phyllis. Phyllis, anything
Yeah,
else?
Phyllis, yeah.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, so then Satish, you're up next.
Yeah, so I have I think sorry again, we are going in the circle, the same thing like which Sylvia asked again, and I'm a little confused on this beyond 3 years, right? So yeah, I know that unless we project it, like we cannot get a clear picture about 4 and 5. But what is the line item it is going to go up on in the year 4 or 5 for us to make these numbers go bad or low? Which is the line item? Is it the salary goes up, or what other expenses can go up beyond 24?
Go ahead,
we know that after 23, 24, we would have a salary increase if we continue to negotiate with our employees for a salary increase. So that would be one of the unknowns, the amount of that. We would continue to have our step-in column. And I think, that red line item really is that unknown of what is going to happen with the governor's budget and what they're going to be bringing in. I know that Jeff has talked about the basic aid, and we really would be on the fringe of the basic aid where, yes, we could maintain and be in basic aid for 2 to 3 years. We also would be at that fear because we're right on that edge line that we could fall back into revenue funded. And so that level of uncertainty certainly would cause some concern and want us to continue to monitor it and adjust.
Yeah, so because where I'm coming from is like when we are planning a parcel tax, at least during the duration of the parcel tax, let's say 8 years or 7 years, whatever we are going to put it, at least we should plan for us to be stable till then, right? So otherwise, what's the point? And we cannot have after 3 or 4 years coming back with a new parcel tax. Okay, that's number one issue. So whatever the parcel we are planning now, we should have it in our mind with some assumptions that this would be the expense. going beyond even that. I understand a lot of unknowns are there, but at least of what we have in control, like even if you take the same 2% or 3% increase across, right? I hope it is not a 6% increase. So if it is within the same range of it, I think that would help us to make a call on even the parcel tax. Otherwise, I think we are planning for a 3-year parcel tax practically. And again, after third year, we are talking again, should we be revising the parcel tax? I don't think that's a fair thing, because the energy or the effort what we are putting now to make a parcel to pass it, at least it should have an effect of that life of that parcel.
Right. And I think one of the pieces, and again, I know that we're operating on the 3-year, and I've only showed you the 3 years. I think one of the indicators is if you look at the bottom line, as we're looking at where our beginning fund balance, and you can see that it's going down in our 16 million parcel tax, or if you look at our 21 million and our 24 million parcel tax, it continues to remain stable or increase slightly. So that's an indication of the trajectory it would continue to go for those next years. And that's where we're saying our 16 million we could get by on, but there would certainly be a fear because we are slowly losing our end fund balance. It's decreasing as we go into those outlying years.
If I may extend on that, just with what you're talking about with where else it can be seen, Stacy,
sure,
it's really, when you think about it, it's where your new money comes in. So when you're talking about 21 million, that's really essentially a new, you're infusing 13 million of revenue into your budget, versus when you're at 16, it's really essentially only $8 million of new money. So as you have that 4.5% increase, step and column increases year to year, those increases are adding up in your expenditure line. And so if you look at B down here, you see that expenditure line goes from 196 to 198 in the $21 million model. But because we already have an $8.5 million parcel tax, so that new money of 13 million that sits on top of it is helping mitigate the year-to-year impact, which is why the stability as a district goes far beyond what we have in that $16 million level. If that helps at all in terms of the new money versus what we currently have.
I'm able to understand what you're saying, but I think, yeah, that's fine. I think definitely, as I think Jerry, pointed out, or even I think Laurie also said, I think without having a complete projection, it would be hard for us to visualize maybe what would be the real impact. But my point here is then, we are talking about 16 million and 21 million parcel tax assumptions, 2 assumptions when you're making. So, at least I'm looking for a stability till the end of the parcel tax life, actually. Otherwise, we are again shooting down whatever the, the thing what you're trying out with this parcel. Thank you.
Jerry or Sylvia?
Who was supposed to go? Oh, Sylvia, sorry.
No, I think Jerry's next.
Oh,
So
I am next.
another
Okay.
one, go ahead.
All right, I just want to make sure I'm reading this column, row A, correctly. So the 188 represents a 3% increase over the current year. And then 192 represents a 2% on top of that, and 194 is another 2% on top of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks. That's it, just a clarification.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Does that includes whatever reductions we'd be making in line with, this is based on a true multi-year in the sense that absorbs the reductions we'd be making because of declining enrollment anyway, right?
Yes, it does include that. So that would be in your total revenue as of 45-day. We include just the FT associated with the number of students that we had. That's the only thing we reduce in the budget.
Great. Okay, but that's already modeled here. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Sylvia, anything?
Good, thanks.
Okay, I have one more. So right now, all of these numbers I assume are showing our assumptions from the 45-day with the zero COLA, right? So the current basic aid projection for 23-24 is based on basically that's our bar for when we'd convert is based on our current 8,600 funding with no COLA for 3 years.
That is correct.
Okay, so if the state changed that, then that obviously changes the math on the calculation for potential basic aid flip, yeah?
It could.
Okay.
It could, yes.
Yeah, okay. Anybody else here before we let staff keep going?
So this is clarifying questions, not comments, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No, I have no questions.
Okay, so Stacy and Jeff, did we get through what you needed us to at this point for you guys to keep going? Or was your intent for us to have comments here? Sorry.
No, I just really wanted to give an opportunity because we have quite a bit of information to share. And so to get some of those clarifications out that might help address some of the upcoming slides that we have to present.
Okay, so we're going to let you guys keep going right now, right?
All right. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So based on last meeting, we know that there were several questions and asks of bringing back information. So I know that staff has worked over this last week to try to be able to address those. So Jeff will walk through what we were able to find out over this very short 1 week turnaround.
Thank you. And we received the information back yesterday. So this was, I think there was a lot of information that came in yesterday to all of us. So bear with us a little bit on it, but we'll just go in order. Think of it more like nuts and bolts based on our last meeting. So the first one was, what would an 8-year model look like with a flat rate of 625 with a Metro CPI? We have a follow-up slide to this that will take us through that. And so the biggest thing that DTA shared on was that it was important to note that these are based on the assumptions data that we have, and that CPI, can change, from 1.1 to 4.36% is what they were demonstrating here. The second question that we had before we go to the slide deck that models that 625 with the Metro CPI was just on guidance around the escalator to be used. And so what DTA came back and said that they recommend a 2% escalator, as that's what Prop 13 is tied to, and it provides something that can be modeled for 5 to 10 years out, especially because there is a variability in the CPI. And so just moving, if it's okay, forward to the next slide deck. This is with that the CPI or the Metro CPI increase that was asked about. So we start off in the left column with the fiscal year 21-22. I'm sorry, this actually looks a little blurry on the screen. So I'll just kind of go through it. So you have fiscal year at the top, 21-22. You have, again, this is just modeling through 28-29. The board, you have discretion on how long, what is that term of that parcel tax. But this is just, again, modeling from 21-22 through 28-29. It shows with the 2% escalator on the, so CPI on the top and then 2% escalator on the bottom. So I'll just pause there a second for the board to review that. Stacy, anything to add to that slide?
No, I think you did. You covered it well. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the next slide. It was what type of cap could be used, and could we model a cap of what a residential would pay to reach that 21 million. And so in this model, DTA recommended a cap of around $6,000 for non-residential parcels. And that non-residential building square footage makes up about 18% of all square footage. We'll go to the next slide so you can see that in a chart. And then what is the basis for the square footage? And it came from the county roll is what they shared, and that would be as of January 1st of 2020. And so again, this number, the target revenue does matter in terms of when you're looking at a cap. So based on the board discussion from our last meeting, we asked for the target revenue to be at 21 million. And then again, with the cap that they referenced earlier. So again, we'll give the board an opportunity to look at this. I know it's the first time that you're seeing it. We were happy to talk about it more, but again, this is with the cap. And then I will move on to the last one here. Is a large square footage all non-residential? And so we have another slide for the board to take a look at with it. We have it now sorted by the number of square feet, and it indicates which properties are the residential and non-residential. And so I'm going to go ahead and jump to that. Again, I know this is hard to see. These slide deck will be posted and the board will be able to see the full report. But if you look at the far right-hand column of it, so all the information I left, the board had an opportunity to see last time from DTA. If you look at on the right, you have the total building square footage, and then this new column that talks about the land use type. And so now they are calling out which one is residential versus non-residential. And then it goes on to a second page of this. Same type thing. This one's a little bit easier to see with less lines on here. All right. And with that, that's the last. I'm gonna turn it back over to Stacy here. Oh, I'm sorry, one more. I apologize. Sorry. The last slide deck is one of the requests from the board was to just get a better understanding of what the impact or the cost for our community would be in each of the tiers. So as we are showing this here, we're starting on the left with a 1,500 square foot residential property all the way up to 3,000 square feet. We have what is our current 8.6 million flat rate. That's $250 per parcel. That is a fixed amount, obviously. So that carries through all the way. The next two colors, we have a yellow and not very good colors, peach, we'll call it for now for the sake of this. But you know, the yellow indicates flat rate, and then the square footage is in that peach color. So a $21 million flat rate would be the equivalent of about 625. Again, it doesn't matter what the size of the square footage in that because it's a fixed amount all the way through. But if you take a look at that 21 for a square footage model, that's where you see it about 25 cents. So if you think about 25 cents for the square footage, that's where you see that 375 up to $750 per parcel based on that square footage amount. For this is obviously we're more focused on the residential look at this for now. And then as we move down into the 24 million one, a flat rate would be about $695 per parcel. And then in order to get that equivalent value or equivalent revenue, I should say, out of that 24 million, it would take about a 28 cents per square foot parcel tax. Again, now we're going from $420 per parcel up to $840 per parcel. Stacey, anything I missed there or anything you want to highlight more on there?
No, but I think maybe we'll pause for questions on this just because I know that the board hasn't had an opportunity to see these and a lot of information, and maybe doing any of the clarifying questions before we move on.
Okay, so I'm trying to scroll back here. Slides. It is on board docs now, folks. Slides 13 through where we are now, 21. Anybody have clarifying questions? I'll start at Phyllis.
No questions here, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Phyllis. And then Satish?
I think I did not get enough time now. I'm just going to that. But I think slide number 17, what is this? You have different rates here, Jeff. There is a 30 cents and a 60 cents. That is a tax class. What is this? Slide number 17. 17. One more behind. One more. Yeah. The rates and the classes, 1, 2, 3 classes, like and the total unit.
That was indicating so whether you were so residential square footage, non-residential square footage, and I believe it was agriculture on that. I need to go back and pull that chart. Satish, let me update you on that question. I can put that in the doc. I need to go back and check that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Jerry.
Yeah. Still drinking from their fire hose here.
Right?
I guess just a quick question on 21, just to be consistent. If you could go to slide 21, what would be the square foot equivalent for 16 million flat rate? Since we model 16, 21, 24 in the earlier section of this slide deck, I'm just wondering what it would look like. Is it linear? I'm sorry, my brain isn't working too well. I'll just let you do the math later, Jeff. I'll just, if you could get that at some point.
So give or take, it's about, for every 7 cents, it's the equivalent of about $6 million. So if you're asking for what 16 million would be in a square footage, it would be about just between 18 and 19 cents a square foot.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. That's it, Laurie.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. Sylvia.
I'm trying to remember at the last board meeting, we were talking about caps, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there something about caps being more, I don't want to say illegal, but that they're more susceptible to lawsuits? Am I remembering that correctly, or am I thinking of something else?
No, you are remembering that correctly.
So caps are illegal, or caps are more susceptible to lawsuits?
So somebody would have to challenge that cap. There's a period of time in which when a measure is passed where it could be challenged. And so during that first 2 months of it, if it were challenged, a square footage with a cap is more susceptible to being challenged.
Square footage with a cap is more susceptible to being challenged. Okay.
Because it's not an equal tax for residential and non-residential. You're changing the tax based on that parcel.
Got it. Okay.
That was the Alameda case that we had the opportunity to share with the board.
Got it. Okay. So then the question that was posed and the answer still has a, so I guess I'm trying to reconcile that with the question and answer that was in slide 16 about how and what type of cap could be used. Does that mean, is the consultant recommending a cap, or is it just kind of a hypothetical, if there were a cap, this is what they would recommend to avoid the lawsuit, or how does that work?
So this was just based on the discussion we had at the last board meeting. The question that came from the board was to model what it would look like if there was a cap. DTA is not taking a side that you should or shouldn't have it. They are simply making a recommendation that if you're going to have a cap and you still wanted to have a target of $21 million, this is the recommended cap that they would put forward in order to hit that target goal of $21 million. I would add that legal might have an alternative opinion. We can certainly bring that forward on it, but DTA was simply fulfilling the question that we asked about what a cap could look like and still reach that $21 million target.
I see. So if you were to ask this question to legal, they would have a very different answer.
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, so if I was going to have the same question, so it sounds like the answer is they answered the question that was asked, but it's not a recommendation that we move forward with that. It's they were answering the question that was asked.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, and is the same. So Jeff, if you're going to circle back with them on that slide on 17, it also looks like they're showing a variable rate there, which is another one that I thought had been pretty clearly challenged with lawsuits. So both a cap and a variable rate are under that same government code 50079 that have been, it's been challenged again and again on uniformity. So yeah, okay. So can we just clarify? Yeah, so if we could just get clarification, maybe it is that we, I don't know, I guess we can wait until we get to the discussion and see where the rest of the board is. But I think if there's, if caps and potentially what's being shown here with a variable rate continue to be an item of interest, I think we definitely need to get legal on that, I guess, as a question / request. But the square footage for, I guess it's slide 18, where we came back and we got clarification on the non-residential. So more so that the commercial that's not our apartment complexes. Do we know if this list was in that original modeling that you guys brought forward on the 28th that showed the chunks of how much of the property tax would come, and there was that bottom bar that was like 74% would come from the big square footage residential, and then it was like the remaining 25% would come from the non-residential high square footage. Do we know if they took into account all of this? Because it seems like this is an awful lot of square footage for that to have been correct on. I'm wondering if they used the data they brought us, that you brought us last time with just the non-res, sorry, with just the residential for that. Do we know?
We don't know. I would share your assumption there and how you're describing it compared to is the figure 2 chart that we had from that we received October 2nd from DTA that showed that 74 model. So I would assume that, but we can double check that, Laura.
Okay, yeah, because in these lists, there's an awful lot of non-residential high square footage here that would lead me to believe that that assumption was probably not in what we saw on the 28th. But I'd like to know for sure if that can be in a board memo or an update. Okay, I think that's all I have. Anybody else clarifying questions on this section?
Yeah, I have one general question, just
Go ahead, Satish.
on the cap part of it, like for residential and non-residential, you can have a different cap, or it's a general question, or it has to be, if you're putting a cap, it has to be a cap across same, or it's again, we can decide.
So the board has the ability to decide. Typically, the cap is on the total square footage of the building, so it doesn't go over a certain level. So the board can determine what type of cap is placed. Again, I would just reference that there are some legal opinions on that of what you can and can't do, and you change the level of uniformity of a tax. But certainly we can go back and ask legal that as well if needed.
Okay.
Okay, so then if we don't have any other clarifying questions on this section, we're all good to let staff keep going? Looks like it. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. So just shifting, you know, to continue talking about where we're going and why we need to have this discussion about the parcel taxes. If we aren't able to pass a parcel tax, I think in our role as good stewards of our finances, we need to be talking about what happens if we don't pass a parcel tax. And you know, our commitment is to put everything on hold in the 21-22 year. Our commitment is to not have these school closures for the future. But we also have to face the reality that if that parcel tax does not pass in May, that we would continue the work that our CAC has developed. They created a plan and have shared that with the board. We would still be looking at the potential school closures in 22-23. And I do want to point out that originally on our slides last week, we had potentially the possibility of closing a small elementary school in the year 21-22. In further review, we know that that would be a very difficult position to put us in if the parcel tax did not pass in May. That would be a very short time frame, and we would want to work with our community, our family, and our staff. And so we would not, in all likelihood, be able to close any school in 21-22. It really would be those school closures would come into play for the following year of 22-23 and beyond. If the parcel tax does not pass, we would not be looking at a salary increase for the next 3 years. We would be looking at employing the staff layoffs into the 22-23 school year, and then we would be reviewing all of the board levers, which did include the increase in class sizes, further cuts to staff that support students. Those would all have to take place beginning in the year 22-23. So just as a reminder that, you know, again, the importance of what passing that parcel tax really does provide as an opportunity for the future of CUSD, but also keeping in mind that we do always have to have a contingency plan and have that being developed in case, so that we are able to move forward and continue the balance in our district. So next slide. I also wanted to do the reminder that the one thing that a parcel tax really does not solve for us is the declining enrollment. Our district is in declining enrollment. Our surrounding districts are in declining enrollment, and California continues to be in a declining enrollment. We'll be bringing forward to the board some of our latest projections, which continue that trend and trajectory that we will continue in declining enrollment. And so I think our commitment is, although our energy and our focus is going to be on passing the parcel tax, we do still want to continue working with our small schools to see how we can best address their declining enrollment and make those environments really viable for our students, and being creative. And last time we threw out the term school choice zone, and we'd like to still continue to explore that a little bit more before we have a discussion with the board again, but really have the desire and the appetite to how do we better support so that when we say a small school, that they are viable, they are able to offer everything that our students deserve from each of the campuses. And then the other that the parcel tax does not necessarily solve is the desire to have CLIP having its own school site. And I think the district, we continue to have that desire to explore some potential solutions to that. We don't want that taken off the table. Everything else has been kind of put on a status quo until the 22-23 school year, but we really do want to still be creative and engage in our community and our parents to see, is there any other possibility to help support CLIP in that process as well. So I didn't want those to be forgotten through it all. The next is just some clarifications, because again, we have a very engaged community right now, which is you know, exactly what we've always wanted with our communication and our transparency, is to have that community engagement. We know that there's a lot of information that's circulating out there. We know that not all community members are always able to join us at the board meetings or to join us in some of our town halls. And so we really did want to put to rest some of the misinformation or rumors that might be circulating out there that I think are really deterring from the work of the entire community and the district to move forward on where we want to see the district land. Last meeting, again, we had a slide that represented the possibility of a parcel tax passing, of having CLIP moved to our Nan Allen site. In all fairness, you know, I think as a staff, we were really trying to explore every possibility out there still. And so when we put that out there, there had not been any discussion with the board. We hadn't had any dialogue. It really was just trying to say, is there anything else we can look at? We know in reality, as we continue to explore that, is that Nan Allen would be a very difficult site to move CLIP to. It does require some extensive work as far as the remodeling and accommodating the number of students that CLIP would hold. And so there would be a cost to it. And it was, again, just one of those great things. If we truly had a huge parcel tax and had the ability to do some reconstruction, it could be something we could consider, but it was not anything that was decided and was not meant to cause the community to think that these decisions have been made or that that was a direction we were going. It was just an idea. And again, I think our board has always been open to let's discuss, let's look at everything, let's explore every possibility, so that when the community asks us, have you tried everything? Is this really the last? We want to be able to say, we really have looked at everything. And, you know, some of them we thought were good ideas, but they don't pan out as we continue to explore them. And others we say, we're going to continue to explore. So I just wanted to really clarify that as well, that there's not the intent of moving Clifton and Ellen. That has not been decided. That has not even been discussed. And so wanting to put that to rest. The other piece that we're hearing some questions about has come up is that the district is looking at selling properties as we close schools, or to make these properties available to developers. The board has not had any discussion about selling properties. Our one discussion has been with the leasing of our Finch property, which is adjacent to Sedgwick. We have started to have conversations with the city of Cupertino as far as what could we do with some partnerships of possibly leasing that property, but it would still be Cupertino. We know that we would want to hold on to that land. There is some possibility that we may at one point need to expand Sedgwick, or that if the Valco project, we may need to expand. So again, we are not looking at selling any of our properties. I will say one that people may have heard is our Montebello, which is our property located up in the hills outside of Stevens Creek. We have had some challenges with leasing it due to its location and accessibility. And so I know one of our board members had asked us to reach out about, you know, looking at some possibilities of doing a land swap, or leasing or selling. And so that would be the only piece of property that right now we currently don't have any lease on it, and could possibly one that we could explore as a selling. The other one that I know has been a big concern as we've been talking about school closures and just any of the movement of the balancing enrollment is the belief that we're going to change the feeder patterns for our families, and that is not the intent. We control our feeder patterns within our district. The high school does not change based on what our feeder patterns are. And so just to reassure that the elementary school patterns will continue to go to their middle school patterns. The middle school patterns are not being changed by the high school district, so those will continue. So when we were even having the conversations about shifting from one elementary school to another, there was never any intent of changing that that middle school pattern at Welland. You know, a slight slip of my tongue there, but we know that Miller middle schools was one of them that come up frequently in conversations as far as the fear of losing that ability to feed into Miller School. So we just wanted to put that at rest as well. And then the last one is really about our staffing. We know that staffing is a large percentage of what our budget entails every year. And so there has been some rumors about, are we staffing efficiently? Have we adjusted our staffing due to our declining enrollment? So if we go to the next slide, Jeff. So what this slide represents is from the years 2015, 16 through 2021. And I know there has been some information out there about our staffing based all the way back to 2011. And it's really difficult to compare our staffing in 2011 versus where we are in these current 5 years. In 2013-14, our funding situation changed for our LCFF. We actually began implementing Common Core, and with Common Core came an influx from the government and from the state, some one-time money that really was purposely made available to increase staffing to do the implementation of the Common Core. And one of the first areas the CUSD saw was there was an increase in the hiring of instructional coaches under our instructional services department at that time, and it really was the ability to implement Common Core. As Common Core became implemented into all of our schools, then we did start slowly pulling back staffing and putting more at the site level. So you can see as we look at 2015 through the 2021 year, our student enrollment has declined, and our certificated staffing, meaning for the majority of our CEA or our classroom teachers, it has consistently declined as well. And as Jeff mentioned in his talking about his budget, we actually look at projected numbers and we reduce the number of our certificated staffing in our budget based on those projected numbers. So it's not something we bring to the board every year and say that we're reducing our certificated staff by 30. We've built that into the budget. We bring it out, we highlight it, but we don't have to go through a layoff process as we do with the classified. And so those adjustments and numbers look very different between classified and certificated. You can see under our CSEA, we have actually stayed fairly consistent through the last 5 to 6 years with our number of CSEA members. Our CSEA, one of our largest portion of our CSEA are instructional aides. And we have over the last couple of years really looking at where we are supporting our special education students, our students with disabilities, and trying to ensure that they have appropriate and necessary support. And so we have maintained that number. It is something we look at. It is something we're looking at now. As student enrollment is declining, do we need to further adjust our support? And the same with SEIU. Our SEIU has maintained fairly consistent over the years, actually very consistent over the last 5 years. And again, we're still operating the same number of schools. And so we have the same number of custodians. We still have the same grounds to take care of. We still have the same maintenance needs. And so we haven't adjusted the SEIU. That has stayed consistent over the years. Our management, we have reduced. A lot of that has been from our upper management. We still maintain our principals on each of our campuses. We have done some reductions in our assistant principals as declining enrollment in our schools have become smaller. And we have certainly looked at our upper management, most recently reducing one of our executive cabinet members. We've reduced directors. We've eliminated all of our coordinators. And so we'll continue to adjust and look at monitoring those numbers as our declining enrollment. The non-represented group is a different group. Those are our noon duty aides. We have had them for working in our district for years. They previously had not been under the category of employees. And then in 2018-19, new legislation came out that required our noon duty aides to be considered employees. And so that was when we began to enroll them into and count them as our FTEs as our overall. So you can see that change in 2018-19. And our noon duty aides are typically 1 hour to a few sites have them for 2 hours a day per campus. And so it's a very, very small monetary amount. It looks like a large number of people, but again, they typically are only 1 to 2 hour employees as well. So next slide. So I just in closing, before we start the discussion, I really, this slide to me as I was putting it together is really my call out to our entire community and to all of our schools, is that we really do need all of our school communities to support to pass a parcel tax. Our commitment is to delay any school closures. We will implementing the board levers, and the additional cuts and reductions is all based on our energy and our voices being used to support CUSD and pass this parcel tax. If we continue to be divided and focus our energy on other items, we will not have the support to pass any parcel tax, and CUSD will continue in its plight of financial struggles. And I add to this in that we've heard from many community members that not everybody is feeling the effects of when we're talking about school closures, or we're talking about the loss of our fiscal solvency. And I want to assure you that everyone will feel the impact if we aren't able to pass this parcel tax. When we talk about one school closing, it really affects the entire district, because those students and families are shifted to another community, another campus. When we talk about balancing enrollment and new students shifting in, every student, every family feels that effect. When we talk about moving alternative schools or leaving alternative schools as they are, everything that we do at one school or one site has a ripple effect throughout the entire community. And so it is really important that we all are in it together, and we can't have all these outside voices pitting against each other, because at the end of the day, our students are our students, our teachers are our teachers, and our community is one, and we have to support each other, and we have to stand by so that we all get the same. We don't want one campus and one school having these great opportunities and one campus floundering and not having enough students to attend and not having enough resources to support their programs. We really do want to be one community. We're CUSD, and we need to continue that to stand together. The other piece that hearing out there in the community is this conversation of recalling our board members. And I just ask that stop. We can't have that outside energy and noise detracting from the parcel tax, because our community has members in it that don't have children attending our schools. And we really need everybody in the community to support the parcel tax. And if you don't have children attending schools, you may not be aware of the plight that we're in. But when you hear that you're recalling board members, that's going to detract from our power and our energy to say, help us pass this parcel tax. We're all in it together. and we all get to feel the benefits of it. Our home values, people purposely move into CUSD and pay a higher cost to live here because we have great schools. And so we want to continue to have great schools. We want to continue our high house market value. And again, we have to all be in it together. So that's my plea and my ask. And if we go to the next slide. Our promise is our students will be provided and engaged in learning experiences that are relevant and rigorous, personalized, and focus on the development of the whole child. We will continue to work and align our strategic plan, and we need to have the finances to do that. So I'm going to stop there, and our next slide will really lead us into our study session and give the board, again, your opportunity to ask questions and really look into that conversation as far as what is the dollar amount that we need to target for our parcel tax to ensure that we're fiscally solvent. Also keep in mind the considerations if the parcel tax does not pass, what does that mean for our outlying years? And continue to develop a contingency plan so that we are prepared for our future years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stacy. I do want to give a chance first for clarifying questions for this last block of slides. And then I need to kind of get a sense from the board members whether or not you want a chance to hear from public comment right away before we have any discussion, or if you want to start the discussion, then take some public comments, then come back and reflect. So why don't we do clarifying questions first, and then I'll circle back with you all on where you're at on that. So any clarifying questions, I'll do a round from, well, if you have them from earlier in the deck, by all means, feel free to raise them. But otherwise, we're sort of focused now on 22 through 27, let's say.
And I apologize, I forgot to add that we do have Dan Hallaby and Connell Lind are they're part of our participants today. So if any questions that they can address, as they shared last week, some information around the parcel tax and leading the campaign, they're also available here to answer any questions as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much to Dan and Connell for being with us for that as well. Okay, so clarifying questions for, what did I say? Was that 22? Sorry, guys. Yeah, 22 through 27. So Phyllis, do you have any?
I have none, thank you.
Okay, Satish, do you have any for this section? Oh, you're muted, Satish.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. I think I have only one, I think slide number 23, I think parcel tax is a declining enrollment part of it, right? So I think it does not have, if once it gets into a basic aid model, like let's say, I think that's an assumption we are thinking like in next 2 years. So does it have a major impact here, declining enrollment? Actually, because it does not have a direct parcel tax effect on this, right?
Well, I think where we'll have the effect is that we are still losing students. We're not then tied to receiving our funds per student, but we would really need to look at the size of our schools and being able to be operational, fiscally operationally sound as we operate those small schools. So
Yeah, because I was thinking that, yeah, I understood, but I was thinking that like we would be in the, in that verge of like whether it's a, a basic aid versus the current model. So in a way, if you take it, once you get into that, a basic aid model, this declining should not have any major implication, right? That's not expected, but I'm just saying.
So I think
should we be really worried? That's what I'm saying. Should we be really worried? Because we are expecting or anticipating in year 3, we will get into that mode anyway.
Right. So we won't be a wealthy basic aid district. I guess that when we talked about being on the borderline of being a basic aid, we probably will not be as wealthy as some of our surrounding areas. I don't know if Jeff, you want to add anything more to that. So declining enrollment may not have as much of an impact, but where it does is if we continue to decline and our schools become so low that we only have a single grade level, I think that's where the intent is really looking at for the future. How do we ensure that our sites don't become so small that operationally it's very difficult to provide that learning environment?
Okay. Thank you. That's it, Lori, I have.
Okay, so then let's see, next clarifying questions, Jerry.
So I have some questions, but I wanted to pick up on something Stacy said earlier. Would it be all right if I said some things rather than questions? I feel like it's relevant to what Stacy talked about. So I would ask the board's indulgence. I know it's irregular. Would that be all right?
It's fine.
All right, thanks. So some of the comments that Stacy made towards the end of her comments, I wanted to comment a bit on that. Now, so give me like a few minutes, so we've been in all these discussions, right? The last month about and with the community, talking about the schools and a lot of the school closure potentials. And you know, I've come to understand. Well, I understood it, but I think just really hearing from the community that the schools are really important to our community, right? It's not just the building, but it's really the anchor of the communities. And for folks that have children or who may have children, it's really part of your lives. It's part of, you know, the future planning. I've heard about from people who made sacrifices to move into the district, and I did that myself. My family and I made a lot of sacrifices to move 2 miles into CUSD just so we could be part of this community. And so I totally get that people are very passionate about this issue, and that really comes through in the conversations. And I you know, completely respect and understand that, because I would be the same way if I were in these shoes. And so what's been happening is the 5 of us have been engaging in a lot of conversations with the community. And recently, what had happened was during one of these meetings, there were words directed at a board member that, you know, and I want to be fair here because I understand, you know, the meaning of something is words and context, but I would just say these words made the board member feel uncomfortable, threatened, and unsafe. And I would just say, and I understand it's you know, some of these things are eye of the beholder, but I would just say, for me, these are not words that I would be comfortable hearing. These are not the words I would say, and these are not the words I would want my children to say to people. And then moreover, over the last couple of weeks, we've been getting communication to the board that that gets kind of personal, that without getting into the details what they are, you know, with my value system, I would consider them bullying, because it really gets at, it's not, some of these things are not really relevant to the role that we take on as a board, but it really gets on to these what I would call personal attacks. And you know, and that's not okay. And I guess I wanted to say a few words about civil discourse, right? Because you know, I can point you to yeah, we got a civility policy, and you can go read that, and I can talk to you about sort of a lot of other things, and you may or may not agree with it, but I think you know, I really believe in what Stacy just said, in that we really need to pass this parcel tax. Whatever disagreements you may have with anybody, if the parcel tax, if we do not fix this fiscal stability problem, we're way worse off than I think any disagreement there could be. And I think without civil discourse, without just I don't know how we get there. And so I'm kind of putting out a call to, you know, I get that we're elected officials and you have every right to put us under the microscope. You have every right to watch everything we do, and you can complain all you want, and you should, about how we do things, right? And if you don't like what we're doing, there are mechanisms to, you know, get us out of here and all that, right? But while we're here, I would just please ask to focus on the issues, keep things civil, keep it respectful, because yeah, because I think you may not like us, you may not whatever, but I think if we don't do this, I don't see how we get the parcel tax through the community, right? And then we're all in a much bigger mess. Sorry, not really saying it really well. This is kind of not a written out speech or anything, but I just felt like, this is something that I felt needed to be said, just because please stop these personal attacks. That's sort of an ask. Okay, so I'll just stop here, and thank you guys for the indulgence in sort of my little speech here. Yield the floor back to you, Lori.
Lori, is it okay? I just add before going to the next person.
Sure, go ahead, Satish, please.
Yeah, I think Jerry, thanks. Actually, you explained it well, and thank you. And definitely, and I think towards the end, what you said is very important. That is like, I think we have to work together. It's very important for us. I think the number one priority for us is to get this parcel tax. I know there could be difference of opinion between, people, but that's okay. I think we should keep it. We all are working for the common goal here, and I think we expect and we want everybody's cooperation on this regard. Okay, and let's work together. Thank you. Lori, you can take back. Sorry, like I just changed the order a little bit because I just got involved too much. Yeah,
I appreciate pausing to take the time to talk a little bit about that, because I do thank you so much for everything that is being said, and I want to acknowledge that I'm really proud of this board. I'm really proud of the fact that we have maintained so much civility amongst ourselves through all of this process, as well as the partnership that we've received from so many in our community, and that is something we should all be proud of, that we care so much about our kids and so much about our schools and so much about our community, that that we are all speaking up together to move forward together. And I very much appreciate the words that Jerry and Satish have shared. I think that to Jerry's point, civil discourse is absolutely the right way for us to move forward with all of this, is to continue to have the hard conversations, right? When we started all of this in January, my comments at the time were, we're about to embark on a series of discussions that are hard things, and we do these hard things because they're for kids. And I think that is still true today, maybe even more so, that we do these hard things because it's for kids. So anyway, Sylvia and Phyllis, I don't know if either of you want to comment on any of this before I roll back to give Jerry a chance for any clarifying questions on this part. But since we're here, I just want to make sure I give you each a chance to, if either of you have anything. Sylvia?
I'm good, Lori, thanks, nothing.
Okay, Phyllis is good. Sylvia? All good, okay. All right, so Jerry, I'm gonna wrap back to you. So any clarifying questions?
I actually did, yes. So if we could go to slide 22, where it talks about the consequences. The title says that the 21 million parcel, I wanted to make sure, did you mean that? So a $16 million parcel would trigger some of these, or was that just a sort of an extra word that's there?
I think that was our subconscious way to lead towards the 21 million was our good solution.
Okay, and then this 21 million is not inclusive of the current measure A. So this is 21 million in addition to measure A?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then the second question, and if it's too long, we can do this in deliberations, is there has been some discussion in the community of doing this in multiple phases rather than having one. And I was wondering if you or either Dan or Connell had any comments, but if this is a long discussion question, I can table this for later.
No, I think that's a great question, and it certainly has been a discussion. And I know that in conversations with community members, there are some different suggestions out there as far as breaking it out. And a couple different options there is have one now and then renew the 8 million. 8.6 million in 2 years. There is some discussion around, do you have one as the flat rate and one as the square footage so that you appease both levels? So I think that is a great question. I think that needs to be part of the discussion that we have moving forward. What are some of those options? From a staff's viewpoint, we were looking at the total amount that we felt like we needed to get to that good place, but certainly within that, there's a lot of varieties and some options I think that are very worth exploring. And Dan and Connell, I don't know if you want to chime in since you're here and have a lot of insight. I'll put him on the spot.
No, I would love to, actually. I'm encouraged by the whole discussion. And I think the sort of phasing that Jerry's referring to has to do with the phasing that we would use to pass any large-scale measure. What I heard today were your comments, Stacy, about services and services that we hope to avoid losing, a lot of quantitative information, and then back to services again. And I think that services especially is the right framework to think about this in, that from the perspective of winning the election, we build it around the services, we compute that cost, and then the cost is what the computed cost is for those services. Furthermore, that we prove before we begin, before we take the significant risk of paying the ROV, the very large amount of cash that it's going to require to do a special election, that we prove that we can build our community, the parent community, really, that we can build a base around those services. We do that before we go to ROV. And with that base then, which I hope would be in the scale of 10,000 or more, and a base that produces a solid campaign budget and a very robust set of volunteers, that group of people and money goes out into the world and wins the next, post passing a threshold that proves we can win. We then go to the ROV, and then we take that group of people and that money and we use it to go win the members of the community who really care about their schools, but might find the price surprisingly large compared to what they've been seeing in the past. So that's a different sort of phasing. I think the phasing relative to, adding a tax, expiring Measure A or replacing it is, more tough decisions for you. But I'm thinking in terms of phasing for winning.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
No, Connell, do you have anything you want to add before are you good at this point?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Jerry, anything else for you?
No, that's it. Thanks, Lori.
Okay. And then if I go back over Sylvia.
Can I explore a little bit more what Dan said? So with the phasing, because that was going to be my question too, as well. Doing some sort of split, or kind of softening the blow a little bit, I guess. So Dan, I don't know if Dan's still on. When you say kind of making the decision to win, has there been any exploration? I know you guys are your own committee. Has there been exploration of what that might look like, or what's effective, or what would have more probability of passing or resonating with the community?
We do have some initial research on the whole community about the sorts of people out there. It's actually primarily parents about to be parents in the school district, not yet there, younger people, or recent graduates who are still nostalgic and see the value, who want to have their school district supported. So we think that's the case in the general community. I would even strengthen this idea about building the base of the current parents who are really, in the case of the potential school closures, are very agitated about that. There are, I think, there's probably less recognition than there needs to be about just how impactful class size increases will be on student experience. And I think the rest of the parents, in addition to all the things Stacy listed, the rest of the parents should find equal motivation in potential class size changes. But that base needs to be the base of the election. And that, I want to say it even more strongly, if we don't discover that base to be there, I think Connell and I and the other people that we've been discussing this, if we don't discover the energy there before going to the ROV, we wouldn't recommend going to the ROV with anything like the scale you've been contemplating today.
And if I can just add on the phasing part of that, if it is an 8-year parcel tax, you're going to be kind of phasing that in versus doing new parcel taxes, say every year, every 2 years, that's a large ask of your community just to do those campaigns as well. So.
May I ask a follow-up to what Dan just said?
Yeah. Sylvia, are you okay if I switch
Oh,
back
Yeah,
to
that's fine.
Jerry?
Go for it.
Would that be all right? Thank you, Sylvia. Dan, so you said something about you would want to make sure the support's there before recommending that we go to the ROV. So could you parse that a bit? So does that mean there's some exploration you want to do before you will recommend we go out for a parcel tax? I thought we had decided to do this, so I'm sort of, maybe if you could clarify that a little bit for me.
Oh, well, of course, you may very well decide to do it. I guess this is just a citizen who'd be charged with selling it, saying to you that if you were to do it, and given that it is an unusually large measure that we're thinking about, no matter the mode of calculation, if you were to do it without confirming that there's enough support, I would find that a very risky proposition. I think and I think there's a way to mitigate that risk. And the way to mitigate that risk is to take a sort of survey, but that survey would be of 100% sample size. That survey would be to everyone listening and to everyone they can reach, to everyone who's been listening in all summer with great concern, and to everyone they can reach. Show us, you would be saying, show us that we can win this. And here's a place to go to prove it to us that we can win this. Go to www.somethingwehaven'tthoughtofyet.org and prove it to us with a confirmation that you submit, maybe even a few dollars off your credit card.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you, Sylvia.
Sylvia, I want to give you a chance to finish up anything you've got for this section.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and pass on mine because I'm trying to be mindful of the time here. So, and I want to leave time for us to all discuss, but we do have 20 public comments. If we allot 2 minutes to each, which I want to do to be fair, but that takes us all the way till 2:30, and then that would leave us about a half an hour to discuss the rest of this amongst ourselves. So are we comfortable with that? Does that sound?
Yeah, I think we need at least 2 minutes, right?
And we have some flexibility to flow over, right? The next one is an information presentation. So I'm just saying, I'm okay if it goes over 3, but understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I'll just ask community members if you can say your comment as succinctly as you can, but we still, of course, want to hear from you. And if you need to, if there's details that you want to just send us so we have them in writing while still getting across your thoughts to us, please feel free to do that. And like I said earlier, we take all comments, no matter how we get them in writing, at town halls, at board office hours, at public meetings like this, with the same weight. So with that, I will ask for the first set of names from Leslie.
We'll start with Alan Lee, followed by Mike Ferris, followed by Kristen Lynn, followed by Peng Lu.
Okay, so Alan, Mike, Kristen, and Peng, if you can all raise your hands, please. And I see Alan, so let's go ahead and unmute Alan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm a CLIP parent, and I'd like to read a letter from the CLIP teachers at Meyer Holtz Elementary School that the teachers prepared for the November 9th CLIP Town Hall. Dear CLIP community, in light of the recent discussion of school closing and CLIP having its own campus, the CLIP staff would like to make the following statement. CLIP teachers are in full support of the decision of having a separate school for CLIP. For many years, the CLIP program has been sustained in a survival mode, sharing one campus with neighborhood school and the SDC. To establish a strong, rigorous, and effective immersion program, we should embrace the opportunity and take full advantage of having a dedicated site. The potential for more resources will boost student success. The success in immersion program also depends on supportive and understanding parents, and we urge you to support and advocate for CLIP. It's signed by the unanimous CLIP teaching staff at Meyerholtz with a willingness to share more. And this is pretty rare that an entire teaching staff would come out like this for the benefit of the students. These teachers are advocating for the advantages of student education at a CLIP dedicated site. They aren't concerned with the details of where the site is or about the CLIP program saving declining enrollment schools. Instead, they are focused on maximizing the educational benefit to our CLIP children. And I think this is the direction that the board has taken in continuing to bring this up and supporting CLIP having its own site as well. But it may not be something that the community as a whole hears a lot. And so I just want the board to know that you have the support of the teachers in this, in keeping us on your agenda. And you have the support of a large segment of the parents as well, who support our teachers as you stay the course for CLIP. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Alan. And next we have Mike.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can, welcome.
Right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to thank the board, the district staff, and the CAC for the difficult work they've taken on. I will support the upcoming partial tax measure wholeheartedly. Today, I want to relate my family's experience with our alternative schools. I'm a McAuliffe parent. For my family, I deeply value the choice afforded to us by having the alternative schools, and I've been thrilled to find McAuliffe to be such a great fit for my children's learning styles and for our family's outlook on education. The fact that our district offers choice in order to ensure that it serves the needs of the entire community, including those members who may need something different, is commendable and critical. Parents and kids who value this choice, such as my family, can currently find what they need within our district. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mike. Next is Kristen.
Thank you. As Stacy said, we need all the our community support to pass the parcel tax. That's why I would like to throw some idea about the community survey. I think it is extremely important to have an in-depth community survey before determining the parcel tax amount or style. There are tons of the statistics about parcel tax available online, including how many school districts use flat rate, how many use square footage. I also find when our neighbor school district tend to choose flat rate, the most recent parcel tax from the water district actually used per square footage, and it got approved. When Los Altos and Palo Altos school district had a high partial tax and increasing annually, Saratoga and the high school district have the parcel tax both under $100. So it sounds to me what kind of parcel tax will be approved is driven by the community culture, not driven by how much the community can afford. I also remember a board member mentioned like we are not Berkeley and we shouldn't compare to Berkeley, which makes sense to me. However, our community may have a lot of family with a Berkeley alum at home. Without the in-depth community survey, any decision may be reckless. I understand school district may only have a parent database and may only have an alumni parent database, but however, we may start with the voters database, and then also you can have this open survey link, and people can just type their, the survey taker can just use the social security number to avoid the duplicate. I think that maybe give the board some insight about how to do the survey.
Thank you, Kristen. And then we have Peng in this group.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me this chance to share my comments. I'd like to thank the board members to exploring all the opportunities to provide our students better educational resources. I also want to say I fully support the CLIP teachers and management team's effort to exploring the opportunities for CLIP students to have better resources. Well, I like to say, but I like to comment that because of the budget crisis currently, maybe we can like consider that option at a later time, because this might not be the best time that we are considering the standalone campus for the CLIP program, because that, well, I would say more or less spent the money. And in the future, if we got better budget plan, I believe most of the parents would be supporting the effort that CLIP teachers and staff effort. And then, however, the other point is that, well, so far we've been hearing the inputs from the teachers and the staff, but after all, students are their parents' students. I'm not sure if, well, maybe one day I'll be one of the CLIP student parents. I'm wondering if there is a way that the CLIP parents can like provide their inputs to have some, well, to be considered in the decision of the CLIP program campus and other decision.
Thank you, Peng. And then Leslie, if I can get 4 more names, please.
Sudha Kasamseti, Lily, Sridhar, and Liang Chow.
Great, thank you. Okay, and if I see Sudha's hand already, and then Lily, Sridhar, and Liang, if you can all raise your hands as well. So let's take Sudha, please.
Hi, Lori, can you hear me?
Can, welcome, Sudha.
Okay. Thank you for having this special board meeting. And I'm extremely proud of all the parents who are so informed now and are coming up with so many inputs, ideas to help the district. This is a brilliant example of equal partnership. And thank you. Thanks to the board for welcoming this positive change in the community. A group of parent volunteers met yesterday evening. There were parents with a financial audit background who gave their input and who were going through the numbers on the budget documents specifically that we got from Jeff and other sources from the district website. Apart from scrubbing the cost structure, the 45-day update provided by the district at the October 28 board meeting, as Jeff clarified today, did not update the governor's FY fiscal year 2020-21 budget points, which are no cuts and a portion of LCFF funding, which could be deferred by 6 months. Considering all of above, when we redid the numbers, we actually ended up with a positive balance. We shared the full details to your email today morning. We request the board to look at it and would like to hear their thoughts, because if our prediction aligns with the district, most importantly with Jeff, then this is really a great news for our district. So we can take off the school closures completely off the table. I'm very looking forward to see what Jeff has to say about the numbers that we scrubbed through yesterday. On another note, thank you, Stacy, for clarifying your position on Nan Island side. Just providing some context, last board meeting, there was a discussion of a probability of moving CLIP site to Nan Islands next to Collins. We drafted a letter detailing the side effects with signatures of 65 parents, and we believe that move could create more divisiveness. Please don't take any final decision without the community input. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sudha. And then we have Lily.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Hi. Thank you, Laurie. I just want quickly jump in my questions. So first of all, I think you put 10% cut for the next year in when we are talking about projection. But I think I checked the news that 10% cut from the state has been pushed back and canceled. So I'm not sure we still want to keep that. And second is like we are promoting to hiring 30 more full-time employee. So I was wondering, is there some way we can do a hiring freeze for now? Because I think we need to live on frugal mode or scale back, and why we want to hiring more. I think my impression was like we already have hired like 40 or 40 FTE in the past several years, and a couple of years, I mean. And also, is there the positions can be shared by the parents community, i.e. from volunteering, like you know, those positions like aides or something. And the third thing I want to say is like personally, I will be more prone to see a square foot parcel tax package, because it's fairer or more fair for the community, given that smaller houses or apartments can pay less and the bigger ones can pay their fair share. So yeah, and thank you.
Thanks, Lily. And then Sridhar.
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, board, for taking our inputs and letting us speak here. And really appreciate you taking our comments seriously. I will go with the slides that were presented during the meeting today. I will not repeat what Sudha and Lily mentioned already about the budgets and governor's promise. So slide number 19 and 20, I was checking the list of properties. I didn't see the Apple Park site being listed there. It falls very much within Cupertino, which is a 2.8 million square feet site. I was wondering whether there are any exclusions of such big sites from the list, and which other parcels are excluded from the list. Maybe board needs to look into that. I will jump to another slide, slide number 23. I see a reference to clip site again. Amongst all these big concerns, again, it looks like top of mind for the board is clip site. I wonder what is causing that, constant gravitation towards the clip. Who did you promise? And when there are 90% of the parents who are not in favor of having a dedicated site for clip, I think we should separate that topic entirely out and focus on some of our priorities. Going to slide number 26, which Laurie, you were flashing multiple times. I feel the divide is being caused in many ways by CUSD, by treating these special programs, alternative schools, and bringing the discussions of haves and have-nots again and again. I mean, the contingency plan, the levers, and the slip of tongues, they do not include alternative school at all. We should bring them into the fold, otherwise parcel tax will be divided with these.
Thank you, Sridhar. And then Liang. Hi, Liang, you're unmuted on our end. Can you unmute yourself on your end?
Okay, hi.
Welcome.
This is Liang Chao, representing myself. I'd like to thank Jeff and Stacy for being very responsive to all the parent questions and taking the time to help us understand the district's budget situation. Really appreciate it. You have gone out of your way to help us. And the model you presented today shows that with $16 million new parcel tax, which is $500 on top of the current one, even with 10% reduction next year, you would be able to support $4 million of teachers' raises, plus $4 million for some extra bells and whistles. And then you'll still have $18 million ending balance in the year of 2024. Now, if we take out, likely there won't be a reduction next year, then we will have $31 million ending balance in 23-24. So even with that, I don't think you would be able to justify any higher. But even $500 is a lot more. Your model did not build into any reduction in expenditures when we know that enrollment has been declining and will decline to 14,000 in 24. So that your expenditure needs to be reduced in your projection. Keep in mind, only 20% of all voters are current parents. You will be asking alumni parents to pay for extra things their children never got. Their children didn't have a lot of things. Why should the alumni parents pay for extra things? So I don't think you can justify 500, and even 250 probably might work. But then do you even have a need for parcel tax now?
Thanks, Leong. And then Leslie, could I get 4 more names, please?
Yes, Archana, Latha Govindaraju or Daraju, Lailaine Chen, and Deepika Srinivasan.
Okay, so I see Archana, so can we go there first, please?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to state the same thing as Stacy said. This is not the fight about northern side versus southern side. Parcel tax needs to get passed at no matter what. We need to get it done. But the whole problem started with southern side is because of all the alternative schools in the same area. Nobody is against alternative programs. Nobody is against CLIP. Nobody is against anything. But the problem is if you look into the kids going from Dilworth or Muir into all these 3 programs and reducing their capacity just because of proximity is the question. If Dilworth kids did not go to any of the alternate programs like Montclair, Dilworth school on top in terms of the school's numbers is lower that way. It becomes a smaller school, but it does not because there are only 20 kids going to any of these alternative programs because of the proximity. So all I think vecting is to see is something that will help their kids go to their alternates because of the proximity. So if we could at least relocate to Magnet, because Portal can be easily converted Magnet where they can have overflow school site from Stockermeyer and also have something like that, or they can move Portal to West Valley or Stevens Creek, which become more on the north. I mean, it will go more center so that everybody can join there, and it will reduce Muir or Meyerholz or Dilworth kids going there. So everybody is just against the idea that neighborhood schools gets closed because of alternate programs based in that situation, that location converts the neighborhood schools in the area, which nobody wants to have because alternate schools are not guaranteed, and everybody bought the houses of the neighborhood schools, not because Portal is there. We bought houses because Dilworth and Muir are there, not because Meyerholz Cliff is there, but regular Meyer.
Thank you, Archana. And then next, I think we have Latha or Latha. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing.
Hi, can you hear me?
And welcome.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak to the board. I'm a Regnat mom, and I've been sitting in the several board meetings and I'm listening to budget crisis. So far, I've heard about how district needs money, but what I haven't seen is the more transparency of what district took measures in cost cutting measures, and in terms of headcounts and in terms of non-teaching areas where that could be reused for compensation for teacher salary, which I would like to see that. In today's meeting, I heard about adding 30 FTE for 3.6 millions and not cutting down any positions. So by adding all this in extra additional, you're adding again additional budgets, and then maybe in a couple of years again you'll be having the same crisis what we are seeing today. So I would recommend that go to see what you can save first before you can ask for what is that you need additional money through parcel tax. That's what I want to convey my message today. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Latha. And then next we have Lelaine.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you to the board and Stacy for taking the time to listen to all of us. I'm a CLIP parent and I'd like to advocate for a dedicated CLIP campus. First, CLIP is the only alternative school that does not have its own site. We share a campus and admin with neighborhood and SDC. Teachers in all three programs find it difficult to constantly coordinate, compromise, and advocate for each program. If we had our own principal that focused solely on the needs of CLIP, that would greatly benefit our students. Second, CLIP has a lot of families that don't speak Chinese and need more language support. If we had our own campus, we can achieve a stronger immersion environment. We could offer bilingual art, music, PE classes. We could allow students to make morning announcements in Mandarin. We can open up assemblies to be in both languages. We could have maybe bilingual signs around the campus, and we could even support a larger library of Chinese books. Currently, this is all not possible for us because we're sharing a campus. Third, we can and want to expand to create a fourth kinder class, but we can't because there's not enough classrooms. The benefit of a fourth class is that teachers will have more flexibility to rotate, as well as leading to smaller class sizes when students enter 4th and 5th grade. This will help to reduce the stress for CLIP teachers, thus helping with teacher retention. Last and most important, all of our CLIP teachers have come out in unanimous support of a dedicated campus. This is because they strongly believe that a dedicated campus will lead to greater success in creating bilingual and biliterate students. During this financial crisis, teacher retention should be our top priority in CUSD. The CLIP teachers have come out and spoken for our students. Can we please rally behind them and support them in return? We have a chance to create a program far stronger than our current mixed campus can achieve. With the support of the school board, parents, and teachers, the sky's the limit for CLIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Lelaine. And then Leslie, I don't see Deepika with a hand raised. Have we identified that speaker?
We have not, and I do not see Deepika in the audience.
Okay, so then 4 more names, please.
Ming Shen, Jeannie, Jocelyn Ye, and Jean Shu.
Okay, great. So Ming, please.
Yes, hi to all the board members. I think I had the honor or the privilege to talk to most of you in a very small group setting. I'm feeling lucky on that. And I echo with Jerry's comment earlier about there are things that's beyond civil behaviors that I'm totally with you. I mean, no matter what, no matter how disagreed we are, that's just not right. However, I got a little, I think offended would be a strong word, but I don't know what's the better word for that. By Stacy's comment about there being community spreaded rumor or things going on, and you know, I have to say, when I look into that, being accused of all these things, I heard the community. Thinking back, how did that happen? Because, you know, at this point, it is really the official channel that's allowed to massive communication. And even in this board meeting, this is a one-side talking. There is no communication. There is no interaction. So parents are feeling powerless. They need discussion. They need confrontation, constructible. Okay. So on that, on the clip, right? So I heard the parents from clip supporting it. I heard the teacher, but multiple times we've been promised to have an official survey and none happened. And the ones we got actually had more than 70% saying no dedicated site. Okay, so the parents are.
Thank you, Ming. And then next, I believe we have Jeannie or Jenny. I'm sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Kian, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jenny, coming from my host click program. So I want to have better understanding about board standing behind the fiscal stability and the independent school site initiative at the same time when the priority conflict with each other. I also want to clear the misleading information that we continuously get from CLICO leadership, PTA, and the school that the main drive for the CLIP independency side is to expand the program with more classroom on each grade, because that's really motivated lots of parents to support it. Through the recent direct communication with most of the board members, we are very surprised to find out that our independent side is not a plan from the board to support expansion of the CLIP, because it will further cause more enrollment imbalance within the UCSD school district. So this is completely different from CLIPO message through CLIPO meetings, school town hall, and teacher message that we have been heard. There's also support from the board member that CLIP independent should have a lower priority than the financial crisis and should be handled at different time frame than when we get more money. As CLIP parents, we are very disappointed for district and the school not providing an official survey to get parents' input after so many times of request with large group of parents and committee members. Our own survey and petition have continuously been called misleading spend by the school, by the CLIPO, by the PTA leadership. Within pandemic, everyone has a right to understand what's going on. No one wants to bias anyone's decision, but the information blocking between the community parents has really upset majority of community. We are recently petition letters get over 300 support signatures from the CLIP and neighborhood community just in 3 days to support 1 mile host. The data has been shared with the board superintendent today with very detailed rationale why people are making that choice. Please listen to the community and have open-minded, fair process to make the right decision on the right time with no misleading communication.
Thank you, Jenny. And next is Jocelyn.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome, Jocelyn.
Hi, thank you, Lori, for having me here. So give me a sec. I'm driving at the time. So with a mixed message from the board meeting in the last few rounds, a group of the parents, which are more than 10, did a deep dive into the financial reports and the multi-year budget to make sense with all the numbers, with the ultimate goal to provide recommendation of financial solvency and recommendations. So based on our data analysis, we have identified opportunities to optimize our budget staffing as well as all the other expenses lines, which are currently kept flat year over year and not aligned with the student decline projection as well as the revenue projection. And also the ending fund balance is not appropriate, reflecting the information that we are gathering. Therefore, based on our preliminary analysis, we believe our ending fund balance can be as high as the $32 million to the next 3 years, which is actually above the $30 million we have on the book right now. We would like to advise our board members and the COO to scrap the data in the budget so we can get a more realistic view of our financial status. Please be reminded that all major decisions or action items need to be taken after we have scrapped our financial data. Otherwise, you will be keep sending out the conflicting message to the community. We might be making right decisions to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jocelyn. And then I do see Deepika with a raised hand. So let's go back to Deepika since we did call her name or his name. I'm sorry if their name.
Thanks, Lori.
Welcome.
This is Deepika from, I'm a parent of a Dilworth elementary school kid. First of all, thank you so much for considering a parcel tax option instead of this drastic school closure options. One thing that has been brought into focus repeatedly as a wider thing is that drop in enrollment is causing issues, but one thing that I would like to highlight is CUSD is serving the maximum number of students among the neighborhood school district when compared to Saratoga, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Palo Alto, and yet has the lowest funding. So, I mean, just by highlighting the slight decline in enrollment, which is happening across the Bay Area, is not fair. It is okay to highlight the underfunding, because that is what will help us all get this parcel tax passed. But just by pointing out to the side effect of underfunding and saying that school enrollment is declining, and then causing so much of confusion to school about school closures, it's caused a lot of agony. But we are, I think, past that. So thanks a lot to the board and to Stacy for considering that. All the parents' input. We would all like to pass a good parcel tax option that is going to be put out, I hope. That is one thing that I wanted to check. The second thing is how much of a percentage the parcel tax will actually provide us. Is it reasonable when compared to our neighboring school districts? So, for example, if 70% is from our property tax and 30% is from state, are we expecting a lot out of this parcel tax? So please let us consider a reasonable amount for the parcel tax in relationship to what our whole property tax and state funding is, so that we have a better chance of passing the parcel tax. Those are the two things. And please keep the well-run CUSD elementary schools open for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. And then Leslie, I believe, I don't see Jean with a raised hand. So I need 4 more names from you.
Okay. Lei Shi, Asaf Ari, Atul Apt, and Will Z. So I see Lei Shi.
Okay. And then if Asaf, Atul, and Will could all raise your hands as well, please. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
You can. Welcome, Lei.
Hi. Oh, this is the astonishing presentation I will see. 2 weeks ago, we were talking about there's a financial crisis and we are going to close 5 schools. And now we're talking about a 24 million parcel tax, and we are going to hire more people and open a lot of new programs. It seems like, you know, we're on the 2 extremes. And the previous presentation is telling us, if you close a school, we will save a projected $1.3 million. And I assume that includes that we are not going to lay off any teachers. And basically the $1.3 million is only, you know, leading out to the campus, and you know, there are less maintenance. And now we are talking about hiring 30 more full-time employees, which will cost $3.6 million. So can we, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to save money, or are we trying to spend? Is it because we have a lot of money and we are trying to spend money? I'm very confused. And it sounds like, you know, if I'm going to make a choice between closing 3 schools versus hiring 30 new full-time employees, I'll probably choose not to create schools and not to hire those new full-time employees. So I think the school district need to do a better job letting us know why hiring 30 more full-time employees is so important that we have to do it now. And otherwise, I'm afraid this district will have a hard time to pass the parcel tax as supposed. Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Lei. And then next, I believe, is Atul. Oh, I'm sorry. I had Asaf first. My bad. My bad. So I think it's Asaf first and then Atul.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I would just want to say I looked at all the projections, and again, Jeff did an amazing job there, and the numbers all seem very accurate and well thought out. My only concern is it seems like we're not addressing the elephant in the room, which is COVID-19. That has implications which could potentially be long-term. I don't know what is the decline in enrollment throughout the year this year. And I don't know if we take that into account when we make the projection for next year. It seems like we're still projecting a 4% drop, whereas that may increase due to people moving to other programs or out of the county. Beyond that, it may have implications on housing prices, which will also affect property tax and maybe our ability to move between basic aid and restricted limit, reserve limit. So I wonder if there is any notice that's being taken to those to that effect, and also what is the implication of closing schools? I heard of some like other measures such as alternative schools or programs being shut down, and I was wondering if there is impact on enrollment in terms of shutting down schools or programs, and if that may offset any gains you would get from those shutdowns. Thank you.
Thank you, Asaf. And then we go to Atul.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to speak. So I have a few points, so let me just quickly go through those. First thing is that I think a lot of people have spoken about the 30 full-time employees, and it sounded to me like those were some of the wants that we had from based on the previous board meeting as opposed to needs. And so I think it's very confusing to see that projected as something that is part of the budget. I think if that was taken out, it would be really interesting to see what is the right size of parcel tax that is required. It seems like we could potentially go lower than 16 million. I think Liang was saying earlier that we may not even need it potentially. I think it's important to actually size this correctly, because I think people are having doubts about, 24 million seems just way higher than we need. And I think it's important to do that. The other thing the board I think has brought up already is, can we have like a longer term projection? 3 years seems like, it's almost like a cliff. We don't know what's happening after that. And I think it's important to see what's going to happen potentially 8 years out, how the fluctuation is going to affect us. When we get into basic aid, are we going to be fluctuating back and forth in years 5, 6, 7, for example? The third thing quickly is, there's going to be a lot of new apartments that are potentially going to get built. In a few years, maybe Valco will come up and there's a lot of other construction going on. Have we factored any of that into these projections for years 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on? Would one type of tax be beneficial versus another if you take those into account? And I didn't see anything about new construction and its impact on our tax base. And so I think that's something to look into as well. And then the last thing I want to point out is the second time this has been brought up about choice zones. I think Stacy mentioned this last time and today, and there was just this talk somehow about small schools. The impression is that that it's mentioned that the small schools are not good, and I just want to make a point that small schools are not like a disease, that you have to scrub them off. Anyone who has not experienced a small school, please come to Dilworth and see. It's a really amazing experience. So just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul. And then I believe in this group we have Will.
Thanks, dear board members and Stacy. Thank you very much for considering the option to solve long-term fiscal stability, which is try to pass the parcel tax. And also thanks a lot for not considering school closure until 2022 to 2023 school year. Nevertheless, parcel tax will pass or not. Here I would like to say I do respect CLIP teachers, CLIP co-leadership, and some CLIP parents want a dedicated campus. But I would like to really draw back the focus. I think overall, CUSD fundamentally has a budget crisis here. And while most of the majority of the community is focusing on trying to help the CUSD to pass the parcel tax, which solves the long-term fiscal stability for our school district. And at this time, if we keep emphasizing set up a dedicated CLIP campus, it's not only like really kind of against the financial crisis we are facing here, because a dedicated campus would be causing money, I would assume. And also I think if we try to rush the decision of a dedicated campus at this moment. It's also not fair to all the parents, including the CLIP parents, because we have been heard many times that many CLIP parents really wanted and demanded a survey officially to represent how many people want.
Okay, thank you, Will. And then Leslie, I just wanted to roll back. That seems to be our 20 that I counted, but do we have any additional cards that I missed?
None that came in before we started public comment.
Okay. So then anybody else who was going to have public comments that they would like to make, please by all means, go ahead and send them to the board@cusdk8.org. All right, Stacy, why don't I swing it back around to you for any sort of comments that you want us to hone in on as we start to discuss and deliberate here. Oh, you're muted.
I think as the discussion evolves, you know, as we look at those 3 bullets, there is just those 3 considerations. And again, we thought we probably would have more time today to do some of this deep discussion. And it's unfortunate that our day just flies by. And, you know, I think some of the comments and questions that you as the board have raised as we've been making our notes, we know that there's some additional information that we will likely need to bring back to 10th to even get you to fall onto an amount. So, you know, that had been our hope for today, that we could determine an amount. But I think based on the comments and, you know, the real thorough questions that you're asking, that may be something that we say we do need to bring back some different options and some different breakdowns of that parcel cost as well. Plus, based on the new information that we received late last night that we weren't able to really incorporate and digest. And so I would just throw that out as you have your final discussion.
Okay. So shall we stick with our same order, or do you guys want to switch up the order? I'm seeing nodding heads for stick with the same order. So is that okay, Phyllis, if we swing to you?
Sure, sure.
Okay.
Okay, so I have kind of following the board session discussion, determine the dollar amount. My opinion is that we're putting the cart before the horse. I think we should be focusing on what promises do we want to make to our community? What is it that we want to do? We don't want to close schools. We don't want to pull the board levers, whatever those things are, we figure that out. And then we price it based on what those things are going to cost us, rather than figure out the cost of the parcel tax and then figure out what it is that we can do with that amount of money. It just feels a little backwards to me. So that's one comment. The implications of the parcel tax not passing and the impact of the budget, that's tied to the contingency plan for me. And I think as a governance team, it's irresponsible of us not to consider a contingency plan. I think planning is really important, and I think that's part of governance. And I think that's just critical, that as we look at the parcel tax, we also look at all the what ifs that surround that. So that then some other just random comments, not necessarily related to those questions. One of them is about CLIP. I was one of the people at the very beginning that said CLIP should have their own site. I still believe that. I think that from my own personal experience with shared campuses and a lot of other things that you've all heard before, I think it's important. However, I've been hearing from a lot of community members, and I'm not sure we have the pulse of that community. I'm hearing from people that are saying we want our own campus. I'm hearing from people that are saying don't split us. I'm hearing from CLIP people. I'm hearing from community people. So I guess my wondering is, do we need more information from the community about what the future of CLIP is? The next thing is when we make the promises to the community about the parcel tax, I think we should call out those board levers, not just say board levers. I think there's an expectation there that people have memorized what those are. So I think we should say increasing class size and days off, losing instructional days and combining principals and all those things. I think we should say that rather than just saying board levers. And the last thing is, I think counselors, literary coaches, and electives are nice to haves. I think they're important. I wonder if the community will resonate with those in terms of passing a parcel tax. So I would like to hear I'm actually on everything I've said. I'd like to hear everybody else's opinions on those. So I think that's it for me. Thanks, Lori.
Okay, Phyllis, thanks. So Satish, let's roll to you for general comments to begin with, or
Yeah.
reflect back on
Yeah,
it.
I think general comments I can put it. I think repeatedly we have been hearing this 30 full-time FTE stuff. I think Stacy, you can clarify one more time before the meeting is over to people. I think that would be good because at least 3 or 4 people raised that thing. And I think this is probably giving a misleading information. Actually, this is depending upon whatever we talk. Probably we can repeat that because probably first time whoever is seeing this, they may be getting confused that we are adding 30 more full time. So the same topic I wanted to ask that we were talking a little bit about bringing back some of the old program whatever we dropped. 4 million we were projecting always, like some of the old programs whatever we were over a period of time what we dropped one by one and want to bring it, and I don't see any of those things here. Not that I want them to be brought up, but we talked a little bit about the prioritizing some of them, and I'm not sure whether that is already incorporated or not. And I assume this with the 30 full-time employees, whatever we were projecting here, it is not to support any of those drop program. I presume so. Right? This is altogether new anyway. Then the next one is I think I'm again I talked a little bit about the survey part long back, and probably again I think one of the public comment also is related to survey, and I think we are working towards a big parcel. Big parcel means not I'm talking about the amount. We are working towards a parcel tax, and there is a risk associated to that. If it doesn't pass, then there are bigger issues, right? So our implication is very high. So I don't know how much it costs for doing a community survey, and many times I heard that it may not be accurate and all those things, but probably it is worth exploring. If it is a relatively a smaller amount, probably it's worth spending, because we are talking about millions, and if it is probably like some few K, like a 10K, 25K or something like that, probably we should relook into that. We can always take a what is board what they think about that, but I want to see that how much amount that cost, because probably the outcome of that will definitely help us to decide, rather than just surveying the parents. We need to survey the community as well. So I think some of these things are very important for deciding the real amount, because there are talks back and forth on that. I think that's how my first observation on all these things.
Okay, so after Satish, Jerry.
All right, just a set of comments here. Using an Apple Pencil and an iPad to capture notes, and I now have like 7 different colors. It's getting hard to read. Maybe I'll address some of the Phyllis's things because those are in blue. So I think on the cost and value, I guess I understand the desire for having, and I actually like the idea of sort of designing the product before costing it. But I guess I'm the kind of person, when I go to Safeway, I look at the price tag first, and if it's above some threshold, I don't even look at the product. So, and I think for me, so maybe just a personal thing, but I also concerned about if it doesn't pass the ramifications. So maybe I might be on the other side of that one. But I think I agree with a lot of what Phyllis has said. I think on CLIP, I certainly would support learning more about that. I think it's a great program. It's an asset to our community, and just I think it's very unique in that way. But understanding more about the community sentiment, and even for someone like me, who's maybe some of the history would be helpful, and some of the discussions that's happened in the past. We've gotten some notes from community members that involve notes that discussions they've had with Dr. Baker, and I just hate to lose all that in our deliberations. So that would be great. I think in terms of, I like the idea of being clear on the promises. And then on the sort of the counselor and the reading specialist, I think one of the things I wonder, I would like to, Stacey, you talked about this, is about tech. I think with this whole COVID experience, and we've introduced all the teachers and the students and staff to all these tech tools. I wonder if some of that is actually going to stick around after the COVID. And so are there things we could do, investments we can make to better prepare us for this sort of new way of learning going in the future? So that's something maybe you guys could think a bit about. I think one of the things, I certainly we need more time to sort of on the numbers, but I wonder if there's anything that we can do as a board, either decisions or smaller decisions to help Dan and Connell so they can start doing what it is they need to do. I know there, so maybe there isn't, which is great, but if there's anything we could do so that them and then the campaign committee can start campaigning, maybe without the final number. I don't know if that's possible. I like to know if there are things, so maybe that's more of a question for them. Some of the things for, what Kristen said about the survey resonates with me. I feel as a data person, I feel uncomfortable going forward with any data. And I think that's a point that Satish is making, right? My understanding is some sort of a pulse around 20, 30K. Relative to the $1 million we'd be spending, it's about 2%. And so for me, it's worthwhile to try to get some numbers, knowing that, yes, the accuracy may not be there, but at the same time, there may be things we could do to help with that. So I guess I would just add a very strong +1, maybe a +2 for the survey. In terms of some of the information to bring back next time, one of the items is I like to see a projection that goes out a little bit longer. I know the spreadsheet, there's new information. So like I was like trying to mentally add +13 to all the numbers because -13 probably isn't going to be there. So get that cleaned up a little bit. And then I like to maybe if the staff could think a bit about, because the proposal this time is really about, well, I think what a phased approach might look like. That is an option I'd certainly be interested in considering. And then I know we've had some business organizations that sent us letters about expressing their thoughts. And I think it'd be nice if we're able to reach out to them to understand. There were things in the language that sort of piqued curiosity in me, that there may be opportunities for us to work together on this. And same with the giant spreadsheet we got from some members of the community. I'd love to kind of, maybe we could study that and incorporate that for next time. So those are my comments right now. Thank you.
Hey, Sylvia.
So for the parcel itself, I think I'm +1ing what my colleagues have said so far in terms of getting the data. And I know that Dan already has a survey/commitment card ready to go. And I don't, if I recall correctly, I don't think it was tied to a number. It was just tied to, will you support a CUSD parcel tax? So my reflection is, I wonder if we can at least start with that and get a first pulse of where we are with the community. We got a lot of vocal support a couple of weeks ago at our board meeting, but just wanted to see if, where the appetite is and how real that commitment is. And it would be good to see it through that survey, just to get some kind of evidence or some data, basically. I think that would be really good if we can start with that. It's interesting hearing Phyllis's thing about figuring out what it is that we're trying to sell and Jerry's comment about the product. I also resonate with that. I think one thing that's been interesting as I've been talking to different community members, talking to parents who currently have kids in the district, the message that sells is different than talking to somebody who has college kids. And so as I've been talking to different people, there are different messages that resonate with different community members. And I think one of our commenters, and I don't remember who, had said, in the end, the current parents don't make up the majority of the voters. And so, it's horrible that we have to even talk about our schools and our education in a marketing point of view, but unfortunately, that's just the way that ballots work. And so I guess, and I don't know what Connell and Dan can do. Dan, of course, is just a volunteer. versus what, contracting out to a polling company could do. So I guess I'm wondering what the extent of what Connell could do as our consultant, what maybe Dan or the committee of volunteers could do versus what it would cost for a professional, or for one of those polling companies to come in and design something for us. And, given the timing of everything, that might be the best thing to do. I'm not sure. So I guess I would leave that to staff to give us some recommendations on that. So one of my reflections about this, the 30 FTE, we've gotten some comments about need, or not even today, over the course of this last month, as we've talked about what are needs versus what are wants. Certainly needs are fixing the plugging the holes, right? Like making sure that we fix the structural deficits, making sure that we are able to compensate our staff appropriately. And then, if those are considered needs, then does everything else fall under wants? And if those are wants, just because they're wants, does that mean that they're not valuable? And so I guess when I think about it is if I think about, feeding my kids and feeding them a balanced meal, and I think right now what we do as a school or as a district is we provide, looking at our strategic plan, we provide, the academic rigor, we provide the social and emotional, we provide these things that we've said that these are things that we value, these are things that are important, these are things that we want to instill in our kids. And so I guess I think of like, if I'm on a limited budget and I'm trying to feed my kids and I try to provide food groups for them, there are wants like I want vitamins, like I want supplements, I want things to help bulk up my kids' growth. And then there are things like Cheetos, right? Like junk food, right? Those may be wants, and the quality or the value of them are going to be different than like the vitamins that they're supplemental, but they're still important. And so I just want to be cautious about how we just are doing this binary of want versus need, because I don't think it's a binary. I think that we have to look at the things that are wants and still understand the value of them when we're making these decisions. So I guess those are my two main comments.
Okay, and I got everybody, right? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay, so to me, so I'm going to make some comments, and then I do want to go. I know a couple people raised questions for Dan and Connell, so I do want to wrap back around there too. So let's see, my comments in general, reflecting on what I'm hearing my colleagues say, and also just my own thoughts. So, I think I want to start out by addressing the news coming out of the LAO yesterday, because I do think it matters very much as we start to think through what is going to happen in the wider conversations around our budget and how that's going to play out in our decisions here around the parcel tax. And I felt like yesterday when that news dropped, like I literally felt like I had whiplash, because we went from everything coming out, being terrible doom and gloom, to now it's a slightly better outlook than it was. But I think the news headlines made it seem like it's good news. And really, frankly, all it does is it pays back. The state is basically going to be able to pay back itself, but there's not going to be a lot of extra new money. So when they're talking about one-time funds, we're not a district that benefits from a lot of one-time funds, right? We're a district that already gets the low end of the stick because of our demographics on that. We're not going to probably be a district that's going to receive a lot of whatever little bit's going to be left over once the state pays itself back on those deferrals. So I guess I'm very reticent to include that. And I think also, for those of us who last night just happened to be lucky enough to be in a presentation with John Gray, who's one of the statewide experts, from school services, talking about this, his reflections last night were, don't use these LAO assumptions in your first interim. No school district should be using these LAO assumptions in their first interim, because he thinks that, as usually happens, that when, the governor comes out, that he's going to be basing on Department of Finance, and that those numbers are going to be different. So that's weighing on me right now. Another thing that's weighing on me right now is I feel like we've spent some time in several presentations now revisiting this idea of caps and or variable rates. And so I feel like either I'd like to come to some sort of agreement amongst all of us, if that's, can we just take that off the table? Or if there's really somebody who's still interested, or more than one somebody who's still interested in cap or variable rates, I think we have to get our attorneys to weigh in, because I think that is so dangerous from the lawsuit prone side of it, and to our sort of mantra here of our risk is really high here. This is, you know, kind of do or die for us to get a parcel tax across the finish line, and to get it across the finish line and then have it be up for a legal challenge that's already got some precedent around it in the state really scares me. So if there's still, if people are ready to say that can be dropped out of our conversation, that's where I'm at, is I don't think we should be discussing caps or variable rates at all. But if there's still a discussion to be had around that as part of the wider discussion around square foot, then I think we have to get legal in on it. Let's see. Items to reflect on Phyllis's comments around, we need to decide what we want to be in it before we size it. I generally, that resonates with me quite a bit. And I think Sylvia did address some of my struggle with this conversation of what wants and needs. And I think you hit it right on the head, is that for me, when I hear that, it feels very binary, and I don't view it that way at all, right? There are some wants that are very different than other wants. And I do think that things like counselors, that you know, mental health gets brought, and social emotional well-being gets brought up over and over and over again from our parents, from our teachers, from our students, right? So that's a theme that's been with our district for a long time, that we are struggling to meet those needs. And is it a want to bring in counselors to address that? Yeah, I guess it is, but it's a very different want than saying, I want to lower all kindergarten classes down to 16:1. I mean, that would be amazing if we could do that, but that's less of a, that feels like more of a true want to me, as opposed to something that's filling a need that we've been hearing about and that we've been wrestling with for a while. Same with the literary coaches, literacy specialists. You know, we know that the legislation around dyslexia is changing, and some of the court cases are changing around that. It's something we're probably going to have to look at anyway. And so being wise to be proactive about that, I think, makes a lot of sense. You know, the middle school electives one is maybe the one that I do consider to be the, of those three, maybe the one that is a want that maybe isn't immediately needed, just from the standpoint of, we are making do with what we have. We have some agreements, you know, with staff and with middle schools around what they're offering. Do we necessarily need to change that with this particular parcel tax? I don't know. Maybe that's something that we consider later. But anyway, that's my thoughts on that. I'm starting to get really worried about the timeline. If we continue to keep sizing this thing and or narrowing down the type, a lot of the timeline that we're on is not going to be doable for us. So we're going to need to start putting some stakes in the ground on the size and on the type. And I'm worried if we continue down some of the lines that we're on right now of not doing that, of you know, I think I've made my position on polling clear, but I will, you know, so I won't repeat that. But the messages that resonate, that people have raised, I do think that's important. And I think one of the dilemmas that we have right now is that so many, you know, as we're talking with all of these different groups, you know, we're hearing from parents in very different places throughout the district, and the themes and the messaging that resonates with different groups is very different, right? If you're hearing from or talking to parents who are in the small schools, for them, a parcel tax is all about stopping school closures, right? And that's it. If you're anywhere else in the district and you're hearing about the parcel tax, it's people are uncomfortable with the fact that we aren't necessarily doing the hard thing, and what their worries about is really about the other board levers, right? About the class sizes, about the potential for changing the learning days or the instruction days or the professional development days. It's the concerns about the librarians and the site specialists and the secretaries. And so depending on where you are, just even within the parent community, there's a lot of variability about what resonates with people. And so the parcel tax really from a parent perspective in terms of who are our volunteers and boots on the ground going to be, it can't only be about one or the other of those things. It has to be about all of those things in order to resonate with everybody, to have that shared, it goes back to Stacy's comment about we all have to be in this together and carry this together. And I think to a certain extent, each side feels, I don't want to call it sides, but some of those themes make it feel like the other ideas are sort of holding the other one hostage. And I hear that theme come up again and again. It's like, if you're in a small school, you feel like the parcel tax is holding your school hostage. And if you're not in a small school, you know, I've heard a lot of stress around, you feel like the parcel tax is being held hostage by the notion of not closing schools. And so it is both. And so how do we get over that? We get over that by making sure that the parcel tax includes all of that, right? So it can't just be about one or about the other, which makes sizing very challenging. And then the other thing that I would say on that note is, you know, the group that is not as vocal right now, but is definitely out there, is that wider community. What else is out there in that wider community, right? We've had some letters coming in from different organizations that have a lot of concerns around different types of parcel taxes. I know I have heard from a lot of community members that don't have kids in the school. It sounds like, I think Sylvia raised up if you've got college kids. So I assume you're hearing from members of the community that maybe don't have kids currently in the school, but there is definitely a sense of, you know, give us a reason to support the schools. I'm a school supporter, but tell me also that you're doing the hard things at the same time and being fiscally responsible. So, you know, that message is out there. So it's going to be tricky to balance it, but I think we're running out of time, and I think we have to start locking in on some of this language. And then lastly, I'll just reflect on the request for more data. And I guess I would just ask that if we're going to consider doing it, I mean, I think the timeline is a real concern with that, but I also think that we'd have to ask ourselves what we're going to do with it, right? If we're at the point where we're going to go out for a parcel tax, I don't want to say no matter what, but where we are doing everything we can to meet these thresholds, to build this machine, you know, to get over the 10,000 supporter line that Dan is talking about, and to, you know, just be full steam ahead on this and everybody's all in. And then we get polling back and it's like a 50-50 split on some of these things. What are we going to do at that point with that data? And so it's almost like it gets to that point of garbage in, garbage out for me, where would that change? If a poll came back and said there was only 59% support again for a parcel tax, would we not go out for it at this point if this is what we need for our schools? Or are we going to try our hardest and put our everything we have into it to do it? And I think so. I think we have to ask ourselves why do we, is that really just a soothing mechanism for us as a board? Are we just trying to soothe ourselves by justifying a decision, or are we really all in for kids is how it feels to me? And I don't mean that to be, that probably, those words probably sound judgmental somehow, and I don't mean them that way at all. I mean them as, what would that data change for somebody? And if you can explain to me what your thinking is about what that would change for you. Is there a threshold by which you wouldn't move forward? Is there a threshold by which you wouldn't do what we need to do to do these things for kids and to do these things for our district? I don't know. So like I you know, that's where I'm struggling and wrestling with is what would we do with that data? So anyway, I promised that I would circle around to Dan and Connell, and then I'll come back to all of you again for another round. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Is it okay? I just one thing I wanted to, you know, my view on that, what you said about the survey data.
Okay.
Is it okay? Just I'll not take more than a minute. So basically, my idea was to just get a, you know, get a feel that what it is, and probably we'll have to change the strategy where needed. This will give us an advance opportunity for us to know how the community feels. For example, if a specific group of people are thinking that it is not worth, or we are not going to support, then probably we should be shifting our focus on them. And so you don't have to wait till the end for us to know the results. We are probably trying to see the, test the water and see that, like, something we need to change in our approach maybe. I know that you probably would have a different view on that, but this is what I was thinking. With the data, what you do, if it is 59%, how to make it 67%, probably we'll have to work on something. That's all my thought when we were asking for a survey. Thank you.
Okay, so let me offer Dan or Connell, I don't know if there's one of you that wants to speak to any of what various members here have raised.
I can briefly on the question of survey. I think to Sylvia's question that that would be an informational item that the school district could ask your permission to purchase. We've done those in the past. I would echo everyone's thoughts, both pro and con on the data. But to say this, what we tend to do is economize on those surveys because they do cost money. And we raise our error bars as we economize on them. We take smaller samples. We also should be cognizant of the fact that if we were to do that study now, we would have a study about now, as opposed to a study about May or June when we actually need that information. And then finally, just to repeat this idea of building this base before we even go out, we can use a sort of survey with 100% sample by getting pretty much every member of the parent community to respond, and we can know that we have their support. And if we do have their support, then the share of the general voter that we have to win would be much lower. So that's that point. And then, and while I have you, and I'll let Connell speak, but I also want to respond, I think, to Sylvia's question, which is, or no, I forgot who, I'm sorry, but the question was, what does the campaign need? Maybe it was you, Jerry. The campaign needs, from the board anyway, that set, fairly strong convergence on that set of services that will be connected to the measure passing. Solid enough that it's a promise so that we could go off and raise money on that and really measure that parent support. After that, there are a couple of things we need to do technically just to be ready to do it, but quick. And then the other thing that's happening is we're trying to build a team right now. We would be driving as many people via every mechanism we can think of to that thing that would both measure and gather support.
Connell, do you have anything you want to hit on?
No, I really don't have a whole lot to add, I don't think.
Okay. All right. I do want to be cognizant of the time because I know we have teachers who are coming in at the end of their workday for our next item, but I also want to, make sure that we have given staff what they need. I mean, Stacy, I guess for keeping us on a timeline for being ready for what we know we'd have to do around ballot language and the decisions we need to make here for what Dan just shared with the timing. Is there more you need today versus when this comes back next?
I think the comments and direction that I have from you today will help us on the 10th, which will also help as Jeff is developing that first interim budget. So they will actually coincide when we bring some of this information back, which may address some of the questions. In addition, we do have we are asking to add a special board meeting on December 15th. And if needed, we could build in some time to further this discussion so that we could have 3 board meetings to continue the discussion on the parcel tax. That's something maybe we could talk about in agenda planning as well.
Lori, could I just ask real quick of Stacey? So is there a drop dead kind of date that we need to make this decision by? Because I feel like we could go around in circles and circles for a while if you let us. So tell us, like what, planning backward, what date?
So if we're going to have the parcel tax onto the May ballot measure, I believe it has to be to the Office of Registered Voters by February 5th, which would put us into the end of January, having the board to do the resolution to approve. If we were to do it into the June timeframe, I am drawing a blank, but it would be sometime into February. Maybe Jeff has that date on the top of his head, but I don't have it on the top of my head.
It would be the February meeting. It's March 12th is due at the Register of Voters, Stacy.
Thank you.
Okay. But even though if it's end of January, like the prep work would have had to be done before that. So really we're looking at December, right? If I understand correctly, the process that it takes.
The board would have to pass a resolution, so we would need to do that on our January, I believe it's the 22nd or 24th board meeting to meet that February deadline.
But keep in mind that usually our pattern is to do a first reading and a second read. So in order to not vote on it the same night that we're seeing the resolution for the first time, we'd need to have made our decisions around what we were doing and if we were doing it by the meeting before that. And then we also need to leave time if we're going with Dan's suggestion of a, show us you're with us survey and the fundraising around it for, several weeks, I think, before that. So that's what I guess that's what I'm worried about when I say I'm worried about the timeline we're on.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Well, actually, I had some answers to your questions you raised, but just a quick question to follow up on. Sylvia, Stacy, would you recommend that we finalize the amount before the governor's budget comes out or after, given that it usually comes around the 10th of the year, 10th of January-ish? What's your recommendation here?
I think that's where we get into that push with the timeline, because we have a board meeting on January 7th, and then our board advance is the 21st. I believe we will have the governor's budget around January 15th. So timing wise, it doesn't work perfect. I think we will, I think based on what we'll be able to put together in the first interim, we'll have a good enough projection of where we'll be that we could determine a parcel tax amount based on that.
All right, thanks. Did you want to go around then, Lori, for people to the second round, or did you want to wrap it up here? Or
Well, I want to be respectful of our teachers who are here for the next item. Do people feel like do we want to do 1 minute each for closing comments on this? Is that needed, or do we want to just, yeah, okay, I'm seeing nodding heads. So, okay, so then Phyllis, any closing comments on this one? Oh, you're muted.
Just on my earlier comment about the 30 FTEs and the whatever that dollar amount was. And I mentioned that I thought that was a nice to have. And one of the things in there was the electives. And I have long been concerned about the instructional minutes in the middle school. So that's a big concern of mine. And I think the electives play a big part in that, but I'm not sure that should be a part of this parcel tax. So that was just the other comment that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, Satish.
Oh, I don't have much. I think I already explained that. I think I agree with Phyllis on that, because if we can reduce the parcel amount, right, just by taking some of these things out, that would be great. Because again, if it is not really a high priority, which we can wait, that'll be the best. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Satish. Jerry.
all right, 1 minute. So to your question, Lori, I would be in favor of removing variable rates and cap from the discussions to converge. With respect to the LAO estimates, I guess what I was thinking is we would just make sure we're on the same page in the modeling, is to remove that -5 to 10% cut, because that doesn't look like it's likely to happen, but I wouldn't count on any sort of one-time money, to Lori's point. So that would be my suggestion for the modeling. And then to the question that Lori brought up in terms of what would I do with the data? Personally, I would go out for the parcel tax, even if it came out at 25%, right? I think we need to do it. But what's important for me then, depending on how we structure the kind of questions, I want to know if people didn't support it, why they didn't support it. Is it too expensive? Is it not attractive? And so what I was thinking we could do with that data would be to basically make an adjustment before sort of sending the product out to the wild, so to speak. And then just on the electives, I actually like the idea of balancing sort of the elective offerings across the middle school. So maybe that's we could talk more about that with more information at future meetings. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Sylvia.
So I guess my thoughts pertain mostly to Dan and the survey, because I'm really thinking about what can we do quickly. And I do think we should go ahead and roll that out. But I guess my directive or suggestion would be that there be some parent education about how campaigns work, how parcel tax work, those kinds of things. So like when I ran for the first time, it was my first time ever, being involved in something like that, and realizing when I was asking for money to support it, a lot of people were like, why? What do you need the money for? Like, what are you asking for a donation for? And then to explain, well, no, you need to spend money on flyers, or you need to spend money on digital ads, or you need to spend money on, I don't know, whatever else it is, right? Like, but it was an eye-opening experience for me because it's my first time. And I think that the majority of the population of our community isn't going to know all of those details that some of us who've been doing, campaigns or elections, that might be second nature. And so I guess I'm wondering if either when the survey goes out, when we either if there's a way to provide some additional information within the survey, or if there's, I hate to say do another roadshow, but maybe do another roadshow. I don't know, right? Like, like I'm just trying to think about how we get the best way to help us is to provide information and education and understanding. And so how do we help our own community understand, the difference between what we're paying as a district versus the difference of what the citizens have, pay, because there's also a wall, there's a legal wall that we can't, spend public money on those things. And so a lot of people just don't know those things, and you wouldn't expect to know that, unless somebody told you. And so I would hope that we can do something like that as part of that process.
Okay, so I will try to be quick here. What you just said, Sylvia, is like, when you use the word understanding, it reminds me, and I think you're spot on in that when my son was 7, we were having an in-depth conversation about something, and he said to me, because peace comes from understanding, Mom. So I think you're spot on there, that peace comes from understanding, when everybody can be on the same page and understand something. So if it takes, another round of road shows, and maybe I can do the 5 middle schools this time rather than 25 schools, to get some sort of ed out there, I'm happy to be involved in that. Maybe Phyllis and I, as part of Ballot Action, can take that back. Happy to also take back further discussion around what do we do with the polling, not polling, data, not data, I don't want to say not data, but different data question. And then, so Jerry answered my question about caps and variable rates. Would anybody else be willing to kind of thumbs up or thumbs down that, so we can just ask, so we don't waste staff time? I'm just worried that if we keep having that out there, staff's going to go try and have to run and research the answer to those questions when maybe none of us are interested in it anyway. So are we okay giving some sort of direction, thumbs up, thumbs down on continuing down the path of caps and variable rates?
What does up mean and down mean?
Down would be, let's stop the discussion, no more talk about caps and variable rates. Up would be, you still are interested in pursuing caps or variable rates in the discussion.
Sorry, my camera went out. I'm holding my thumb down right now.
Okay, so Jerry's a down, I'm a down, Sylvia's a down, Phyllis is down, Satish is still an up. It's all good, Satish, but I think
that's fine. But I was the person who started with the whole cap, and today also I asked a few questions on cap. Yeah, they need, if that's not a high priority, we don't need to, but I always feel that we need that, but that's okay. I go with the majority, but
okay.
Yep.
I appreciate that. I think as we try to narrow in where we're at, it'll be helpful to winnow away at what we can winnow away at. So all right, staff, anything else on this one?
No, thank you for the thumbs up and down. That helps.
Okay. All right. So with that, obviously lots more for the board still to discuss on this item, but hopefully people are understanding how much breadth and depth there is in considering all of these things and the work to move forward. Okay. So going to, oh, sorry, my board docs is refreshing.
8.1, teaching and learning update, elementary reading instruction during distance learning. And I assume it's Stacy and Allison kicking us off on this one.
Yeah, actually, I get the pleasure and honor of introducing and then ending on a very positive note. And I know Lynn will probably take the lead here, but Allison can introduce her group. But just wanted to bring back some of the results and where we are with our reading instruction. And again, to end on a very positive note through a lot of difficult discussions as of late. So Allison?
Yes, I'll make my intro very short so we can get going with this really fun presentation. We have been trying to highlight the celebrations from our schools all along the way. And one of the things that we've been hearing a lot about just anecdotally is the strength of the distance learning program. And today our goal is to really give you a window into what that work looks like at the site level. So we have a variety of people here with us to help with that. And we'll even get to hear from some students via video. So that will be fun. And then we'll share with you the data. So we can get just a little bit more of the background on when we say distance learning is rigorous and working well for many students. What do we mean by that in the area of reading? So with that, Lynn, I'll pass to you.
Good afternoon. Today we are presenting an update on our spring 2019 K-5 reading and phonics adoption. The units of study align with the tenets of our strategic plan, including relevant and rigorous instruction and personalized learning. So with the shift to distance learning due to COVID-19, teachers have reimagined how to deliver instruction, how to assess students, how to personalize for each student while still preserving the core elements of reading and phonics workshop. This presentation will provide highlights from some of the shifts that we're seeing in distance learning, including new resources for all stakeholders, examples of how our teachers are supporting all learners with whole class instruction, examples of how teachers personalize to meet the needs of each learner, professional development, fall 2020 assessment results, and next steps. As Allison mentioned, we're also excited to include voices from various perspectives in our presentation today. We're grateful to Chanel Enschel, one of our instructional coaches, Christina Ernst, one of our second grade teachers, and Ann Kropp, one of our principals. Chanel will begin with an overview of our resources.
Hi. So Teachers College Reading and Writing Project has created at least 3 kinds of videos for every unit, and the videos are meant to be used in different ways. The videos for families provide an intro and overview for families, so families really get a sense of how the unit is going to go. Videos for teachers give ideas and tips for conferring or small group work and how that can look throughout the unit to best support their students. Teachers are also using these videos as ongoing professional development and learning for themselves. The teacher in each video is a highly trained TC staff developer that knows the unit extremely well. Teachers are introducing these staff developers to their students as co-teachers. The videos for students are mini lessons taught by the TC staff developer or the co-teacher. In addition, there are many more resources for teachers, including viewers guides and getting ready lists so they know exactly what materials they should be referring to throughout the unit. There are links to Heinemann online resources, which give digital resources such as anchor charts, assessments, and a variety of other tools. We also have our district ELA website where we have created and collected many resources to help support teachers. The student videos can be used for whole group instruction in different ways. Some of our teachers are choosing to use them synchronously, where they're watching the videos all together with their students. Teachers may pause to restate a question and ask for student responses. They're modeling think alouds and really increasing student engagement by asking students to respond and interact. Teachers are also explicitly teaching students how to learn from the videos. So just as when we read or participate in a mini lesson in class, we want to teach students how to watch, think, and interact with the co-teachers in these virtual lessons rather than to just passively watch. Another option is asynchronously. Students might watch the video on their own. A huge benefit to that is that they have the ability to pause at certain parts, to rewatch things that they might have missed or might need some clarification on. And this has a huge benefit, especially when thinking about making the content accessible to our range of learners, especially when we think about our English language learners and our special education students. The third is the hybrid, which is kind of a blend of both models. Teachers may choose to preview parts of the video beforehand with their class, again, kind of setting the kids up for viewing. They may fast forward to a key part or make sure that they're paying attention to something specific. The teacher might highlight the teaching point or pause at a specific example. Again, they're really just setting them up to watch the video and actively engage as they view the mini lesson. They might then send them off to watch the video in its entirety independently and then start their work. A flipped version of that might be where students are watching the video on their own, but then coming back as a class to talk about some of those key points. And then following whole group instruction, teachers meet with small groups of students, and small groups matter because of some of these key components. Really, it's an opportunity to provide that personalized instruction for our students and for teachers to connect with students. And we all know that this time more than any, that's what's really important. It also gives teachers an opportunity to provide explicit feedback to small groups at a time to focus on one strategic teaching point. These small groups are very goal-directed and build in opportunities for students to self-assess and reflect on their work. The work that students are engaged in during this time is authentic, and it's what the students are already reading or writing. It also provides just a low-stakes, safe environment to encourage students to take those risks with their learning. And teachers during this time are using really lean coaching prompts and allowing students to do the heavy work. Now we're going to shift to Christina, and she's going to show an example of a small group from her class.
We use language arts small groups every day to support students in a personalized way. It allows me to hone in on what each child needs. Our small groups are created based on the students' reading levels. We created this small group that you're going to watch today to give some extra practice on gaining information on a book by taking a sneak peek, then making decisions on how to read the book. This video clip shows a portion of the small group, and the charts on this slide are the ones that we focused on in the clip. The charts are tools for the students to reference and to remind them of the strategy work that we're focusing on. This book was chosen because it was at these students' reading level. This was actually a physical book that was being displayed from a teacher iPad that I was using as a document camera. Prior to this clip, we gave the book a sneak peek. When students are able to preview text, it gets them ready to comprehend at a higher level. We looked at the cover, the title, illustration, and read the blurb on the back of the book. As the video starts, we are looking at the table of contents to gain more information to make decisions on how they would read this book. We'll go ahead and start the clip. About how to read this book. So we have some information by taking our sneak peek. So how do you think you would read this first chapter, A Small Mystery? What's your thinking about that? What kind of a voice would you use? What kind of feeling would you use to read this?
Maybe a bit of a mystery voice, like a small mystery, like something like it's a easy to do voice.
What are your thoughts?
Because it said a small mystery, and small mysteries are easy.
You think it's like an easy mystery? It's not like a big mystery?
Yeah.
That Tanvi?
I think we should read it in like a little bit mysterious voice.
Yeah, like when something is a mystery, like how did this happen? In that kind of a voice?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start that. You guys can take your ideas from that and make some decisions on how to read the text. And then we'll go back and look at chapter 2 and chapter 3 and make some decisions if it should be read the same way or a little bit differently. Okay, so here we are, chapter 1, a small mystery. So I'll let you look at that for a second. Okay, Supreet, will you go ahead and get us started?
I am starting a mystery club, Pedro told Katie and Jojo. We can have our meetings here in my new treehouse. Cool idea, said Jojo.
Supreet, I noticed you did some interesting things with your voice when you were reading this. You read this, cool idea, said Jojo. Why did you change your voice that way?
Because there's an exclamation mark, and he also said it's cool.
Something cool, you definitely want a cool voice, right? And paying attention to punctuation is very important. Now, I noticed you didn't scream this. Why didn't you scream it?
Because he wouldn't be screaming it, and because
is there anything in the text that lets you know that he's not screaming?
It says said.
It absolutely does.
So not yelled or screamed.
Right. We have to pay attention to the dialogue text, don't we? Super important to do. Okay, get some information from this picture here. Okay, Tanvi, I'll let you look at that text there.
I'm great at solving mysteries, said Katie Woo. I always know where mom hides my birthday presents.
I really noticed, Tanvi, that you are listening to yourself as a reader. And listening to yourself while you read is very important because sometimes we read a word incorrectly or we read it, we read a part that's wrong and you think in your head, that doesn't make sense, right? And then you have to go on. Okay, Supreet, get ready. It's going to be your turn, but we're going to have Tanvi read a little bit more here. Oops, let me fix that for you. There you go.
I have a mystery for you, said Pedro's mom. I can't find my locket. That is a small mystery, said Pedro. But it's a good start.
Okay, can I give you a tip, Tanvi? And Supreet, this is also a good tip for us. Remember that when we are practicing reading aloud, one thing you might want to remember is about changing your voice to sound like the different characters. Do we have different characters speaking in this part of the story? So as the small group continued, the students went on to practice making decisions on how to read and were given some feedback. And then at the end of the small group, they could practice these skills independently. Since this was actually a physical book, we were able to give them access to a digital version so they could practice these skills learned asynchronously. Sometimes when we have them show us evidence of their work, the students will create a voice recording or a video recording using Seesaw. And this gives us information for the next steps when we are planning our future small group instruction. It's very important for the students to be reading books at their level while practicing their skills and strategies. We encourage them to access the digital libraries on Epic, which you will be hearing about in a few minutes. So on this next slide, we're looking at phonics instruction, and these are some of the charts that we use during phonics instruction. The first chart is one that we used at the beginning of the year. Second grade begins by reviewing phonics skills taught in first grade. Then the next three charts show the progression into second grade, where the students master high frequency words, or what we call snap words. During the phonics workshop, students watch the online videos created by Teachers College. There are days that we watch the videos together synchronously, and days where they watch them on their own so they can follow along with the phonics instructor. Students are encouraged to use whiteboards or paper to record along during phonics instruction. This last chart shows the second grade snap words list for the year. These are the high frequency words that by the end of the year, students should be able to read, write, and spell correctly in a snap. You're going to watch some videos created by students. They had watched a phonics mini lesson video on different strategies for remembering tricky words. Students chose 3 tricky snap words from their list and then explained their different strategies for remembering them on a seesaw activity. So the first video is where student 1 explains her strategies for remembering these tricky snap words.
Today I'm going to be writing the words often, could, and no. And so I already wrote often, so we're going to start with often. And how I remember is that the word of is in it and also 10. So when I think in my mind, I do of plus 10 equals often. And then could, I just try super duper hard to remember that there's an L. And then for no, you don't really hear the K, so that's also hard. But then if I wrote N-O-W, it would write the word now. So I just, over the years, I have remembered that there's a K, but when I was younger, I didn't really remember that there's that tricky silent K, like the silent E, except it's at the front, not the end. And could, there's also that silent L, which you can't really hear it, otherwise it'd be colored, which doesn't make any sense. And so I just like to circle the parts that are tricky for me. And so I just like to circle them or put like a box around it so I know that those words are tricky. And then I also remember from time to time. Okay, thanks for watching this video.
Okay, and then in the second video, student 2 will show some different strategies, how he remembers his tricky words.
Hello, so today my 3 words from the phonics, from the snap word chart are where, W-H-W-H-E-R-E. And my strategy is to trace it. So I'm going to trace it with red marker. W-H-E-R-E. And it does not sound like weird. Like with the here sound, it sounds like where. It does not sound like we hear. No, it is actually where. And my second word from the snap words chart is word, W-O-U-L-D. would and how I remember how to spell it is a vowel, T-E-A-M, the vowel team. The vowel team OU. And then my last word is want. W-A-N-T. W-A, want. That one, trace it over. It looks like white ant, like the ants, the animal, but actually it is want. So I'm gonna write word ant, but does not sound like it. It does not sound like it. Thank you. So those are my 3 words from this chart. Thank you.
So this is an example of how asynchronous work can be used for formative assessment. So after watching these videos, we are able to make decisions on what to teach next. We are seeing evidence of the students' growth from phonics workshop. Our students are making strong progress in their assessments. They are showing improvements in meeting grade level benchmarks in reading and in spelling. And best of all, the students love phonics workshop. Thanks. Lynn's going to talk about professional development.
Christina's presentation is just, an amazing example of the work our teachers are doing to pivot their mode of delivery to virtual reading phonics workshop. We've rolled out units of study in 3 cohorts with sites in year 1, year 2, and year 3 of implementation. Our multi-year plan is built on our belief that it's essential to launch and sort of nurture new initiatives with systematic ongoing professional development, with the overall goal really being sustainability over time. In year 1, our aim is to create foundational understanding of reading and phonics workshop through ongoing training and learning lab experiences. In year 2, our aim is to support each site in the development and implementation of their own site-based PD plans that they've created to meet the needs of their staff in reading and phonics workshop. So we know that it's important to apply personalized learning to both students and adults in learning theory. In year 3, our aim is to continue that support of reading and phonics site-based PD with the added emphasis of building teacher capacity and leadership to further ensure sustainability. In addition to our sort of overall plan for supporting the implementation of our adoption, there are other ongoing opportunities, like working with a coach, watching the video tutorials that staff have created on how to use various applications. We recently had a district-wide learning day with choice-based sessions that were led by teachers and trainers. A hallmark of teachers is being lifelong learners, and this professional development piece is key to sort of feeding that need. When our schools first went into distance learning, I think our initial reaction was to pause professional development. What we quickly figured out was that the opposite was actually true. With so much for teachers to learn and do in a short amount of time, it was actually more important to support needs through professional development. So for example, if a teacher is struggling with how do I work with students in small groups in distance learning, a virtual PD session modeling how it can look and sound is invaluable. It also sort of is that boost sometimes that we need that tells us, I can do this, I can try this. teachers have, I admit, often commented, that they're stressed and, do I really have the time for professional development? What I often hear after this session is that they leave feeling sort of inspired and hopeful at the possibility of continuing the work that matters so much to them and really just continuing that joy of teaching. Maintaining this community of practice reminds us what's still possible in distance learning that we love about the job to start with. Next slide. So I'm going to show a video that's an example of virtual PD. This session was actually with our year 1 teachers on units of study in reading and phonics that happened this fall. Our staff developer is modeling how to sort of work with a small group of students virtually, and she's using Cupertino students, some 4th and 5th grade students from a class in our district. What's been great is that we can still sort of offer this lab experience, although we're doing it virtually. So in the clip you're about to watch, the trainer is focused on this teaching point of identifying theme. She's trying to move students from just naming a topic, like say friendship, to formulating a theme about, say, why friendship matters. And this is tricky for 4th and 5th graders. So prior to this clip, she's demonstrated for students with a familiar text, and she's used an anchor chart, which you'll see her reference in the video. So Jeff, do you want to go ahead and play that?
Started. Okay, so teachers, that's the end of the teach. Now we're going into the active engagement. And what you're going to notice is that I'm going to coach each one of them one at a time, just like I would in the classroom. If the 4 of these kids were sitting in front of me in the classroom, I would have 4 of them start to work, and then I would bounce back around between each one of them, giving each one of them feedback. Okay. So Ishan, you want to unmute yourself? And the rest of you, while I'm coaching Ishan, your job is to keep thinking and keep reading. So I'm going to coach each one of you one at a time, but your job is just to try to ignore what I'm saying and just keep working. Good. You're already doing that. Good. Okay, Ishan, what are you thinking? Unmute yourself.
So I'm reading Harry Potter #2.
Mm-hmm.
And so the story is basically about how there's this villain, Voldemort, who's trying to kill people who are not worthy of studying wizardry.
Yes.
So he's mad because his father.
Okay, Ishan, stop one moment. You're starting to give me a retell, which is lovely. But what I really want you to think about is really zoom in on what's the big problem, okay? So Ishan, mute yourself, and I want you to jot that down, and I'm going to come back to you. You want to not think about like a lot here, but just like if you could state the problem in one word, what would it be? Okay, I'm going to mute yourself, and then I'll come back and popcorn to you. Okay, Pari, what are you thinking?
I'm reading the first book of Harry Potter and I've never read it before.
Mm-hmm.
So basically I'm thinking that maybe the theme might be like magic is not always easy to master because not everybody is like really getting the hang of it.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit in the story.
Okay. And Pari, how did you come up with that? Vachi, keep working. You keep reading. Okay, you're doing a nice job. Vachi, if you've already come up with one theme, maybe you think about another theme. Okay. Pari, how did you come up with that?
I came up with that because when I thought about the characters, well, mainly Harry, I thought what he was suffering with. And I thought about then the next characters, Ron and Hermione, and I thought about what they were suffering with.
Okay.
And the rest of them, and then I found out that all of them, like, they're not really the same. So I came up with magic is not easy to master.
Okay. So look, you're trying it. Good job, girlfriend. Okay, so here's my little tip I'm going to give you. Okay. And that is that a theme should apply to everyone. So I know you're reading a fantasy book right now, so it can be kind of challenging to think about, but a theme has to relate to you and to me and to Vincent and to Ishan and to everyone. right? So with this theme, magic isn't easy to master. Would that apply to us?
No.
Okay, so you're trying it though. You're trying it. So now could you try to revise that, right? Try to revise that a little bit. And in your book, there's going to be lots of problems. So you could do like I did. You could list quite a few of the big problems that your characters are having to face. Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Go ahead and mute yourself. Vincent.
So, in the story, the problem was that Artemis, the main character, he was really greedy and wanted to restore his parents' fortune. So the word that I came up with was greed can, my theme is greed can cause war and destruction.
Oh my goodness. That's it, Vincent. You did it. You used this strategy. You zoomed in on the problem, which was greed. And then you stated it in a word, greed. And then you thought, oh, what could the author be saying about this? That's it. You did it. Okay, Vincent, can you try it again? Because again, the books that you're reading are so complicated that there's going to be more than one problem. Have you already started to think about how there's other problems in this book?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, try it again. I'll come back to you. You've got it. You're on track. Good. Keep going.
So the session continues with her looping back to all 4 students, and then she's monitoring their progress and providing next steps for independent practice. But it's a good example of how a trainer can still work with our teachers virtually. I mean, I will say a silver lining of distance learning has been how accessible professional development continues to be, and how we can model and still offer sort of that lab classroom experience for adult learners. At this point, Anne will highlight her site-based PD plan.
Thanks, Lynn. When considering what kind of professional development we would engage in this year, it was tempting to pull back, knowing how much work was going to be on teachers' plates with distance learning. However, as Lynn mentioned earlier, the need for professional development is actually even greater this year. Teachers need some sense of normalcy and something to give them hope and inspire them. With this in mind, we crafted our site plan this year to include 10 days of training with Teachers College. Because all training is being held remotely, several additional opportunities were made available to us because of our partnership with TC. Teachers can participate in weekly supper clubs, which allows them to listen to nationally renowned literacy leaders and become inspired or gain that hope that maybe they need at that moment. They also have been able to attend a conference day focused on a topic of their choice. Some of the topics have included titles like Grow Your Multilingual Language Learners and Workshops for All, Ensuring Success for Kids with IEPs. Our staff developers have helped us to re-envision how to continue to provide robust reading, writing, and phonics workshops even while in distance learning. For example, when we moved to distance learning in March, we were really struggling with how to conference individually with students and how to make small groups work. Our staff developer modeled how these groups might be held virtually and how we could continue to provide the targeted instruction necessary for strong student growth, such as illustrated in Christina's earlier video. Getting appropriately leveled books into students' hands was another huge worry heading into distance learning. As Christina mentioned, a huge part of workshop is the kids reading from the appropriate grade level book. We spent our first staff development session this year discussing how this might happen. The end product for many grade levels was the creation of a virtual classroom library, as illustrated in the picture on the left. Padlets, such as the one on the right, were used by our upper grade teachers to allow students choice in their book club selection. Some of the other topics our staff developers have helped us address this year has been how to assess virtually and how to support students' executive functioning skills in a virtual workshop. The student-facing videos, which Chanel referenced earlier, have been so helpful in providing direct instruction for students and for modeling how to deliver concise instruction in a shorter period of time than we ever thought was possible. We are very appreciative for the opportunity to partner with TC this year, and we are fortunate to have their guidance as we look at potential schedule changes for the rest of the year. And now Lynn is going to help us take a closer look at our reading data.
So we've also learned to pivot how to assess students in distance learning. Our summer collaborative teacher work group created and collected supports, including digital versions of texts, slide decks of the high frequency snap words that Christina referenced, and videos on how to use technology for administration. So the result is our teachers successfully assess students this fall, as they have every fall. This table shows the percent of students at or above grade level, benchmark, in fall 2019 and fall 2020. The kindergarten data reflects letter identification, and the 1st through 5th grade data reflects a running record that measures reading level. Following a review period at the beginning of the school year, our students are performing at a similar level to the previous fall. I just think this is a testament to the work that our students, families, and teachers are doing. We've noted that the lower percentage of students at benchmark at 2nd grade, you'll see there, we believe this may be due to the jump in benchmark level from level 16 at the end of 1st grade to level 18 at the beginning of 2nd grade. Our subsequent grade levels begin with the ending level of the previous grade. So for example, 2nd grade ends at level 22 and 3rd grade begins at level 22. So we think that may account for some of that dip in the 2nd grade percentage. While the results are positive, they also reflect the students who are not yet at benchmark. So we need to continue to focus on personalized instruction, interventions, and progress monitoring to support our struggling students. So the next slide. So what's next? We'll continue to provide resources that successfully support instruction, in addition to providing professional development with an emphasis on district distance learning strategies, and eventually hybrid teaching, hopefully. Ongoing assessment will continue, and we use it to inform instruction, really just to teach to each child's learning edge, so we know where they are and where they need to go. Our benchmark data will continue to be collected district-wide to monitor progress. We have started leveled literacy instruction or intervention, also known as LLI. It's our reading intervention. We started in 7 elementary sites last year, and our hope is to implement in additional sites this coming year. Our initial focus has been on 1st grade struggling readers with the aim of expanding. In addition, this fall, our special education teachers were trained in Sunday system, and implementation has begun so that we can support our students with IEPs. As we wrap up, our goal today was to give you a window into how our reading and phonics adoption is progressing in distance learning. I have to say, I have just been amazed by what I've seen teachers and students accomplish. This is hard work. I mean, it requires heavy lifting, and I'm just so grateful and humbled by their grit and really their brilliance. If you have any questions, anyone on our group can respond now.
Well, first, I will speak for all of us and say thank you so much for such a deep and thorough dive into just some phenomenal instruction going on. So let me do a round robin here. Phyllis, you want to take us through comments or questions?
Just a big thank you. I think that it's amazing what our teachers are doing in distance learning. Thank you for this presentation, and it's wonderful to end a long day like this on a positive note about kids. So it was great. Thanks so much.
All right, Satish.
Yeah, the same thing. I don't think any questions. It's a great job, especially, being, distance learning and everything at this time. Quite a lot of achievements, really proud of. Right? Thank you all, and I appreciate your all effort on this regard.
Okay, Jerry.
I would just echo the same thanks as my colleagues. This is really, really tremendous work. 2 quick questions. So one, as I'm watching this, I see their techniques. I like the whole notion of using these videos for formative assessments. And so do you see some of these practices that you've developed for distance learning carrying on when we sort of go back to on-campus learning? I just want to kind of hear any sort of thoughts or comments you have on this.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've heard that a lot, from all stakeholder groups, that there are things that we've discovered that work so well in distance learning, that they're practices that we really would continue once we were back in the building. So
Okay.
for example, that seesaw homework activity that you saw, where the students really, what they're really doing was modeling their metacognitive strategies of themselves as learners and how they remember and dissect words. That would obviously continue in in-person teaching.
And so that there was one where we saw the two videos of sort of the difficult the phonics. So was that live, or was that something where the students recorded the videos and then uploaded it later?
Yeah, so that was a seesaw video. So that
That
was
is-
an assignment, and then they independently do that during asynchronous time following a phonics lesson.
Wow, they're learning technology as well as reading here.
Yeah, it's
This is great.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then the results. I'm pleasantly surprised and very impressed with the results and how we're seeing improvements across a number of these areas. Is this something that's I know you guys didn't really talk about this. Is this are you seeing? Because I guess when I read New York Times and they talk about distance learning and they're talking about how it's actually not that effective for a lot of folks, but it seems like we pulled off something here where are these results typical of the industry, or industry is probably the wrong term here, but it seems like we've done something amazing here. And I just want to see if you could comment on this.
Yeah, I think one thing to note is that this is one measure. This doesn't measure sort of the social emotional piece for students, or their maybe them craving connection with teachers in person or with students. But in this one reading measure, what I can tell you is that I was in a virtual sort of meeting actually yesterday with, it was hosted by Columbia in New York, but there were, leaders from all over the United States and even some internationally. And they shared that their preliminary reading data in New York also sort of mirrors what we're showing here, that the dip is not as big, particularly in reading, as maybe we thought it might be. What I can't speak to is what the cumulative effects may be over time.
Sure.
Right? So this has been since March. What I can't speak to is if come spring, our spring data will continue to match. But I can say that, the amount of effort that our teachers and families and students are putting into it, I think we may come close, but I couldn't say for sure.
Sure, but this is amazing work, having to just pretty much reinvent new processes and using new tools to. Wow. Let's just keep saying amazing. I need a better vocabulary here. But thank you again, and thank you, Lynn, for the answers. Thanks, Lori.
Yeah. Okay. And Sylvia?
Just echoing what everybody else has said. This is so great to be able to see it. I actually got a chance to sit in on a class last month where there was the co-teacher video and then switching to the classroom teacher, and it was so seamless. I actually didn't realize that we were watching a video. I thought we were watching another teacher in the school. So then later on, when I was talking with the teacher and realizing, oh wait, that was a video, and it was so seamless. So great job to you guys. Yeah, just kind of echoing Jerry's comments. I think one of the things that we've been concerned about is learning loss. And so to see that some of that data and benchmarks being met and surpassed is so encouraging. And like you said, we don't know what the cumulative effect will be, but at least this is it's so great to see what's going on. So big kudos to the whole team, to all of our teachers, to everyone, in the ELA department. So thank you.
All right. And I will wrap up by saying, I know some of you know that I spent 3 years doing some Barton tutoring myself, and that, to see this wonderful multisensory work going on in our schools, and the phonics piece in particular coming in as just such a wonderful addition to, some of the instruction that's been going on. It's phenomenal to see it play out here now live, and to start to see it in our benchmark data too is really encouraging. you know, just to get to watch the sequence and really the intentionality of working with the students. I'm so thrilled and so tickled to see that. And I love seeing that it is continuing to support our learners, even when we are in this crazy, brave new world. So just please extend our huge thanks to all of the lifting that is going on, you know, acknowledging that it is a big lift and that it is, you know, continuing to do just great things for our learners. And so we're thankful for that. And to your point that, you know, that doesn't negate at all some of the challenges that come with it too, but that it is reassuring that, you know, where we can, we are making those bridges and making those connections, and that the learning continues. So I thank you too, Lynn, to addressing you hit on obviously what was going to be my first question about what's going on in second grade, but I know that second grade is typically also more of a new growth year as opposed to kind of a practicing your skills year. So, I mean, are there any other sort of trends that you'd expect to see come March in that? Do you expect that maybe second grade will bump up in March, or is it normal year to year to see that second grade just always lags a little bit? Or
Yeah, I think by spring we see second grade sort of even out with the other grade levels. We have talked about sort of realigning some of the benchmarks, especially this one that I just referenced. It just didn't seem like the right year to do it. You know, any unnecessary changes seem like we could pause a little bit, given how much change is going on.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Closing questions, closing comments. All right. With that, thank you so much to Lynn and Anne and Christina and Chantel. Sorry, Chanel. And did I forget anybody else? I don't, hopefully I didn't. All right. So with that, do we go back to Stacy for this at all? I got to get my screen back.
You know, I would just echo everything and, you know, a huge thank you to our staff, because what they're doing is amazing. And I think it's nice to be able to bring it to light and to resolve and answer some of those questions and concerns, because we certainly have enough challenges out there. And it's nice to hear when we're overcoming some of those challenges and have some huge successes. So a huge thank you to Allison and Lynn and Chanel and the entire department.
Great. Okay. So back to my board docs here. So moving on from information presentation item 8 on to item 9, board and superintendent activity. So Stacy, do you have anything you need to report to us?
I don't, other than that I hope everybody has a safe week next week, a safe and joyous week, whatever that means for them.
Great. Okay. And will the call from today, the county call, will we maybe get a little report out in the board update for that?
I can, and I can actually send you notes. I had 2 staff members attending and taking very efficient notes.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Any other board activity to report? I see a no shake from Jerry, Phyllis, and I got to go to my.
Yeah, I have.
Go ahead, Satish.
Actually, Jerry and me, we had 2x2 with the Cooper University yesterday. So it was good, well attended. We had, 6-7 public speakers also. So, comments also. So it was good. And we have made some actions and we'll be following up on that. I think that is really helping us out. We cover parcel tax and many things which we can partner with city. Jerry, you want to add anything?
No, other than I think we identified a couple of items that we could partner on. And there was an offer of help for the campaign from the 2 council members who were there. And so the ask is for us to, as a board, figure out what help we want from them. And they're happy to entertain any requests from us. So that was very encouraging. Thanks.
I got to listen in on that, and I heard quite literally a hat. I'm ready with my hat and gloves to go help get the word out. So appreciative for the partnership there. All right. Anybody else on this one? I will let you know that Santa Clara County School Boards Association last night You know, we did hear from school services on the budget outlook and, you know, kind of all things budget through COVID. And then just to let you know, heads up that coming is the, there will be, they put out the all call for anybody for delegate assembly for this next cycle. You know, I don't know if anybody else is interested. I had been going back and forth about whether or not I had the bandwidth. You know, I'm willing, but if somebody else is really dying to do it too, I'm happy to entertain that as well. But if why don't we just leave it at that? If anybody else is interested besides me, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll work with Stacy and Jerry because I think that will probably come up on Jerry's agenda as he joins us with agenda planning as we kind of move towards board reorganization. And then let's see, anything else I need else to report out on that? The speaker for the lunchtime meeting today, Dr. Dewan's update, as well as the other speakers they had coming today from CSBA, they're actually going to record. So I had let them know we had a board advance today. So look for the recording for the lunchtime meeting with the update from Dr. Dewan. I know a big topic of conversation was going to be the move to the purple tier with the county. And then also, like I said, the CSBA legislative analysts there. So I think that's all I have for you on updates there. And anybody else on anything? All right, so moving on from board and soup onto agenda setting. Phyllis.
Yeah, at some point I'd like to visit our protocols. It's my opinion that we should not have anything that requires action at a study session or at a board advance. I think we should do our action items at regularly scheduled board meetings. So I'd just like for us to consider that at a protocol discussion at a future meeting.
Okay. And, you know, oftentimes in years past, we've done protocols either at the time we're doing the board realignment or else in the spring. And I'm guessing just with how much we have on our plate right now, it may be a little bit, but I will circle with Stacy and Jerry about when we think maybe we can do a protocol.
Just add it to the list. It's not, you know, it's not something I want done tomorrow. I just want us to talk about it at some point.
Great. Okay. Sounds perfect. All right. Anybody else agenda items that we need to consider here? Okay. And then we have added the additional special meeting on December, do I have the date right, Stacy, 15th?
Correct.
Just to have another date so that we don't hear and then vote on our first interim on the same evening. So 10th and then 15th for first interim. And then anything else?
One question. So we have one on 17th also, right? 15th and 17th.
Yes, 10th and 17th were in regularly scheduled board meetings, and now we're adding the 15th just for that single item of the first interim. So that'll be the only, the 15th will just be a short special meeting just to wrap up first interim, and then 17th and 10th are normally regularly scheduled board meetings where I imagine that a large part of our conversation will be extensions of what we talked today, but you know, we'll see.
Do we want to think about starting earlier since since those are going to continue to be pretty heavy discussions with presumably a lot of public comment?
Do we want to, maybe why don't we circle offline on timing availability, and Stacy and I will come up with a plan and kind of loop back with you all. Does that work for everybody?
That's good to me.
And see what availability is
Yeah,
on the.
but hope when you say early means like kind of an hour early or something, right? Not like the daytime, right?
No, I'm thinking like start at 5 instead of at 6.
Yeah, that's fine. I think, yeah, but yeah.
It's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll wrap with staff and see what works best for which days, and come up with some time changes to go along with the dates we already have. How's that? Does that work?
Okay.
All right, anything else? Okay, so I know we're 12 minutes over, but all things considered, for a full day meeting and all of the meaty topics we had on, not so bad, guys. So thank you all, and thank you to the members of our community who came out and gave input today and or just participated in listening and learning along with us. And thank you as always to our staff. There was a lot of information brought forward in our study session today. So very appreciative for all of the deep work to keep moving the many balls we have up in the air moving forward. Anything else that I've been remiss in, guys?
Just happy Thanksgiving and stay safe.
Thanks, Phyllis. Yes, stay safe, and please, please, please do your part. Be part of the social contract that we all have with each other to wear your mask and socially distance, and you know, stay safe over the holidays and help our community be safe over the holidays. All right. Anybody else?
No, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks all, and have a great break next week, and healthy, happy, and thankful. All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.